It really wasn't a hard sell. Go on a cruise for a week and network with some of the top marketing professionals in the industry.
It's a vacation combined with a seminar.
These are just real extraordinary experts giving you some of their best advice.
All you have to do is ask a question. You'll get 30 or 40 people that can answer it.
I got phenomenal advice as well as lots of offers of free products, free services, free help. You can't pay for some of this stuff, and that's what this group will do for you.
I'd like to think that I spend 90% of my time doing the most important thing, which is probably fun.
My wonderful, fun-loving little group, we tore up the dance club in a way that I know is recorded on camera and I fear will reach the internet at some point in my life.
We decided to create an atmosphere where it's 30% work, 70% play.
Could you imagine partying and going on a cruise with 400 or 500 of your closest friends?
You get to meet people maybe in the JV jacuzzi or Pizza and Profits at night.
Let me tell you about Pizza and Profits. It's a strange phenomenon.
You go up to the pizza place, which is 24 hours.
And that starts at midnight.
Making new connections.
Launching products.
Deals are cut.
Joint ventures.
And just keeps going and going and going and going and going.
Some of the people go until you smell bacon.
What do you do in your business? Here's what I do in my business. Do you want a pepperoni pizza? Here's a cheese pizza.
I think that the way that they were able to break the ice for all the entrepreneurs there is really just setting the tone of we're here to learn, we're here to share, you're here with your peers, and they really set the right framing for the entire week.
And you know what? You don't have to be an internet marketer to be on this cruise. We've got healers, we've got doctors, we've got chiropractors, we've got amazing people doing all kinds of things.
Like I said, I've made a lot of connections with people, top people that I would never have access to if I was not on this cruise. We had a white hot party costume, everybody's having fun.
So just on the magic of cruising on the Caribbean Ocean in January on a sparkly ship that has a lot of cool things, entertainment. So you're in a relaxed atmosphere where things happen organically.
It's about having fun. It's about making friends, enjoying yourself. And the business comes.
And the connections just happen.
To me, the important thing is how can we connect and how can we help each other, not how can we make money. Any long-term relationship can't be rushed into, and a period of getting to know each other has to occur. Because once you remove yourself from that context of this conversation is supposed to lead me to monetary gain, it'll lead you to a much deeper gain, which is the gain of connection to another person.
And everybody's just out to help you. And I've never been in anything like that before.
And when you leave, it's not a business relationship, it's a pal, it's a friend. And that's what the Marketers Cruise is about. It's about friendship.
I'm going to use a little cruise metaphor, but I believe that a rising tide raises all ships. And that when people are brought together under a commonality to achieve greater things together, they can.
All right.
Oh.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're at. Keep in mind, we have people in the UK, we have people in Kenya, we have people all the way over in Malaysia. Yes, we have people staying up through the middle of the night for this, but there are other ways to be viewing. There will be recordings if you got that VIP pass. Lots of fun bonuses coming in. And just more amazing Trailblazers. We've got Dr. John DeMartini backstage. I've had the privilege of interviewing him once before. Always super intelligent, always super helpful. And he plays along, Isabel. I like it because I get to throw him some hard balls. I get to throw him some curve balls. He's like, David, throw hard. I dare you. I love
the ones that are always up for a challenge of like, you know what, throw hard. Don't give me like what's your favorite color? What would you think you were going to be when you grow up? Like, no, like what is your true plan coming up in the next 5 years? When people talk to you, what are their expectations when they meet you? Like I love questions like that.
Yeah. No, he's always a fan favorite. He's backstage making some funny faces. We're putting a few words in his mouth here. Maybe he didn't say it exactly quite that way, but that's the vibe I got, Isabel. That's the vibe I got.
Well, it's all about the vibe. Especially nowadays. Everyone wants to be part of something if they agree with the vibe. So this is a great place to be.
Yeah. We've got some people asking about the VIP ticket, how to upgrade for that. We'll have the producers and people backstage get some of those people that answers. But yeah, today's a big day. We've got Doria Cordova, we've got Sharon Lecter, we've got Dennis Waitley.
Yes.
Some real, not just trailblazers, but just like legends. Okay. I mean, legends and legacies.
And we got Jim Poole today.
Jim Poole of the $100 million neuroscience company Newcom, major partnership and alignment with Tony Robbins. Matter of fact, that's some of the most popular tracks on the Newcom app. Keep in mind, it's not really an app, but that's the way that the technology is delivered. Newcom, check that out if you get a chance. Absolutely. What else do we got today? We've got quite a few people in the lineup, maybe 11 or 12 people today.
Yeah. It's going to be an amazing day filled with a lot of powerful information, as always, that is really invaluable. And people are able to watch it for free. But once you get the upgrade and you go to trailblazerevent.com and you get that $47 upgrade, you get access to the recordings and a few extra little goodies.
Yeah. Some people are asking if there are breakout rooms. For the people that do the VIP, there is a special breakout room, kind of just an exclusive group that we put everyone in that you'll get to interact with us. You know, that'll happen at the very end of the day today, and we'll make sure we post some of that in the comments as well. Rachel Claret, great question. Santu, great comment about the VIP ticket option. We got Stephen Memel coming on today as well. Stephen Memel's a good friend of mine, known him for at least a dozen years. I actually met Eva Mendes, the actress, through him. We got to have a mastermind, have several celebrities there. But Stephen Memel is a performance coach, and he works with all kinds of people, but entertainers, musicians, actresses, people for on stage, on camera, talks about the science of switching on. Every season for The Voice, every season for American Idol, he has at least one or two clients that are contestants. He's had several of them really go the distance. So a really fascinating guy. So in this Trailblazer event, it's not just people in the self-improvement world, personal development world, which is, you know, a personal passion of all of ours, but it's people in food sustainability, water recycling.
Yes.
It's Hollywood. We had Emmy-winning, Emmy-nominated, guests on yesterday.
Yes.
Gary and Steve and artists, and so it's from all walks of life. How do these people think? How do they operate as a trailblazer, as a pioneer? And then there's another fun word that kind of goes along with that, and that's disruptor. We'll kind of define those a little bit more with the guests. But some of these people, they're not just trailblazers, but they're just kind of constantly disrupting the marketplace around them. And in that way, they're sort of trend setting. Yes. So love all the people that are getting on today. And, we've got a little bit more time, but I hate seeing Dr. John DeMartini sitting back here. Let's just get him up.
He's just sitting there, just waiting to be brought up. So we're going to bring him on a little bit earlier. Good morning.
How you doing,
Good morning or afternoon. Whatever time it is there.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Time's kind of irrelevant. We know it's just sort of this abstract sort of thing, but it feels more irrelevant than ever before. Where are you at, my friend, geographically, right now?
I'm in Vietnam on my ship.
Okay.
Literally outside Ha Long Bay, which is absolutely beautiful. I'm about to sail over to Hong Kong here soon.
Oh wow, I'm a little envious, I have to admit. I knew you were someplace else in the world. I didn't know that's where you would be, but the closest I've come to that area is Thailand. We've been to Thailand 3 times in the last year and a half, and every time we get over there, like there's so many more places to go to, and we just haven't hit them yet recently. There you go. There's Al Chan. Good morning. It's midnight here in Malaysia. Sorry, go ahead, John.
I just said I was in Thailand just about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're doing, and then we'll kind of get into more of some of these mainline interview questions some of our media partners want us to be asking. But tell us a little bit about what you're doing over there.
Well, I live on a ship, as you know, and I just happen to be here, but I've been doing programs all over the world from here from my ship, and also programs. I just opened up a new movie in London the other day, so I flew over to London for a premiere, and I've got one coming up in Tokyo. So I've just been busy, just doing what I love doing, which is teaching, researching, writing, and traveling. That's mainly my focus. Continue doing it. This is the 52nd year I've been doing it now.
Yeah, you always have a fun introduction. Like we could spend the whole time just doing your bio. And I think the reason why we had you on here is just because you really are a trailblazer. You know, so I'm going to focus on maybe that little part of your bio because you know you've done so much and can do so much. Matter of fact, I'll make that one of your first questions. I mean, if we broke it down into industries, like rattle off some of the industries that you feel like you're in or you touch or you're a part of.
Well,
I mean,
I had
psychology, there's neuroscience. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, it's so good to see you. I was busy, but I wanted to share you because, as you know, I'm adoring you for over 20 years and just thank you for who you are in the world. And I know David was about to ask you a question, so I'll let it go back to that. But good to see you.
Well, you know, when I was 18 years old, I watched a movie, a TV show that was called Kung Fu with David Carradine.
Right.
And when I saw that, he mentioned the word that he had a Shaolin master. And I just, the idea that I go, I want to be a master. So when I was 18 years old, I said, I want to be a master of my life. It sounded cool, but I didn't know what that meant. So I then investigated the areas of life that I could explore and master. And I wanted to create original ideas, innovative ideas, and creative ideas and ingenious ideas for people around the world mentally. I want to create a global business and have, you know, students in every country on every continent. I wanted to have financial independence. I wanted to have a global family dynamic where the universe is my playground, the world is my home, every country is a room in the house, and every city is a platform to share my heart and soul. That's why I live as a citizen of the world. I travel nonstop around the world. I want to have social influence. I want to hang out with amazing people that are doing extraordinary things. I want to be able to have a vital body. I'm 70 in just a few months, and I'm still cranking in this 52nd years of getting to teach now. And then I want to be able to do something that inspired people. I want to have people be able to be inspired by their life and surround myself with people that love what they're doing and doing what they love on a daily basis. So to me, that was a masterful life. So I've been researching and exploring and studying and interviewing and doing anything I could to expand my awareness and potential in those areas and sharing that information with people around the world. And I just can't think of anything else I'd rather be doing. I do it every single day.
Yeah, yeah. I put up your website on the screen because you have a great gift on there, a free download, a ton of information, some very impressive testimonials. One of them is from Rhonda Byrne of the Secret. The list goes on and on. But you know, if you're listening right now, I would go over there and check that out. The free downloadable gift is a great way to get an introduction to John Martini. John, can you tell us a little bit about that gift that you have on your website that people can download? What do they get when they get that?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they were given.
Okay. Yeah, you've got so many things, and I know you rotate them. I know you rotate them a little bit as well. Well, it's got a bunch of information on there. Yeah, you're doing so much.
Yeah.
Some people know you as the neuroscience guru guy. Someone just said that. Someone said, I know him as the neuroscience guru guy.
Yeah, I just finished a big textbook on neurology this last year, and I've been studying, and I taught neurology for 40-something years, 46 years. So I've been involved in that for a long time. Anything to do with maximizing human awareness potential, I'm in it. And, you know, but I really believe, you know, there's one thing I definitely want to share, whoever's out there, whatever trailblazers out there, if you don't fill your day with very high priority actions that inspire you, your day is going to fill up with low priority distractions that don't.
Yeah.
If you don't pursue challenges and problems in the world that you can contribute to making a difference in, that impacts the world, you're going to end up with problems that don't inspire you. So it's very important to dedicate your life to the thing that is most meaningful, inspiring, and productive, and delegate the things to other expertise that you are not inspired by doing. All I do is teach, research, write, and travel. Everything else is delegated. You know, I tell people, I even tell my girlfriend, I said, look, if I delegated lovemaking to George Clooney, would you still love me? And she says, I'd love you even more. I delegate things so I can be free. So I can be free to do the things that I'm most inspired, my core competence, the thing that I identify myself by, the thing that my real love and inspiration every day. Don't allow yourself to get trapped doing low priority things. Give yourself permission to shine, not shrink, and give yourself permission to do what's really, really, really deeply, spontaneously inspiring for you, that makes a contribution and service to people. Because the more people you make a difference in, the more fulfilled you are in life. So I just wanted to share that. I wanted to get that off my chest, because a lot of people subordinate themselves to outer influences, and they don't give themselves permission to shine. They don't give themselves permission to be authentic and to do what they really are inspired to do that makes the difference, and never give up on that vision and just keep moving.
Yeah. Yeah. We find that trailblazers are these people that they hit a dead end where the road stops. And so they just start to pave their own path. Can you tell us of a time where, you know, in your career or in your life that's kind of happened to you, that everybody else's information, everybody else's inventions just kind of ended, and you had to kind of start to innovate yourself? You had to start to kind of go where no one has gone before?
Well, in my dynamic, I was never satisfied in the field of psychology. I was never satisfied with the victim mentality. I was never satisfied with the idea that somebody outside is the cause of your problems, and that, you know, there is a problem. I'm a firm believer that the only reason why we have disorder in life is because we don't have the information, the computational boundary. So Epictetus, the Greek philosopher, said we start on our personal development journey by blaming others. Then we go on the journey, and then we blame ourselves. And then we finally get to a point where we realize there was nothing to blame. It was all on the way. Nothing was out of order when we finally become fully awakened. So I got inspired to transcend and make a contribution in the field of psychology, because I felt that it was promoting victim mentality and not empowerment mentality. And so I've done everything I could to try to break through and innovate new creative ideas and trailblaze solutions to problems in that field, so people are not stuck as victims of history. They're masters of destiny.
Yeah. Say that last part again. They're not stuck as victims. They're masters. Say that part again.
History. They're not victims of history. They can become masters of destiny. You know, if you're not living by design, you're living by duty. If you're not taking command of how you want your life, other people are. Any area of your life you don't empower, people are going to overpower. If you don't empower yourself intellectually, you'll be told what to think. You don't empower yourself in business, you'll be told what to do. You don't empower yourself in finance, you'll be told what you're worth. If you don't empower yourself in your relationship, you do honeydew things around the house. If you don't empower yourself socially, you'll be constantly bombarded by misinformation and social, propaganda. If you don't empower yourself physically, you'll be told what drugs to take and organs to remove. If you don't empower yourself spiritually, you'll be caught in some dogma that's antiquated, that's geocentric and anthropomorphic. But if you give yourself permission to be yourself, the magnificence of who you truly are is far greater than any fantasies you impose on yourself by subordination.
Wow. It's almost like you've done this before. It's almost like you've said these things before. It's almost like you know what you're talking about over there.
Well, I'm just warming up. I'm inspired. I just know that the power inside people to do something extraordinary is far greater than they even comprehend. I don't think we really comprehend our magnificence. We don't give ourselves permission to shine. So I love doing whatever I can to share information that helps people do that, because otherwise they have a quiet life of desperation, not a life of inspiration. There's absolutely no reason for that today. We have all the tools and all the capacities to do something extraordinary and be a trailblazer.
Yeah. If you're just now joining us, you're listening to Dr. John DiMartini, and we just want to thank our sponsors, our media partners, the DC Chronicle, the New York City Independent, the Atlanta Post, NASDAQ's show, New to the Street. We've got some great media partners, and they've given us some great questions to ask. We're going to get into some more of those. Adora, I see you just now joined us. Hello, my friend.
Hi, we want to thank the Diva Network.
There you go.
And Dr. D for speaking life and belief into our world right now. When people are feeling frozen, when they're feeling, you've always taught the balance, and you are bringing the fire this morning. I always ask you to share this little practical way. I want you to share the story of when you read that time book and you because you said live your day and high value things. So can you give us, and those of you grab a pen and paper, you're gonna wanna write this down. I do it again every time I hear this. You know where we're going, right? Or do you need more?
I think so. Yeah, I was 27 years old. I just opened up and put my shingle out and was opening up my health clinic. And I realized I was doing everything. I was doing everything in the clinic. I had one assistant. I was doing pretty well everything, and I was in my way. And I was feeling, in a sense, that, I went to 10 years of college to do all this stuff. It didn't make sense. So I went to a Walden's bookstore. They used to have a Walden's nowadays. And I got a book by Alec McKinsey called The Time Trap. And I dog-eared the book and read this book and just went inside and out it. And I summarized it into and distilled it down to some really powerful ideas that came from it. And what I did is I made a list of every single thing that I did in a day. I mean, everything from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed. What do I do in a day, both professionally and personally and at home? And I made this list, everything. And I don't mean broad generalities like, sales or management, but the actual daily action steps, moment by moment, that I was doing. I did this over about a 3-month period. So I thought of anything that might happen during any day of the week. And I made this exhaustive list to see how I was spending my time. Because it's, we all got 24 hours, but how you manage it, what you do with it is what matters. And I made this list. Out to the right of that list, in column 2 of 6 columns, I wrote down how much does it produce? How many dollars does that earn per hour? And I was amazed. There was a whole lot of zeros. I realized there was a handful of things that really produced a lot, and a whole lot of stuff that was basically costing. It's not making any income. But I put the dollar value and extrapolated it and identified what it was per hour, produced per hour. When I got through with that, I already knew that I was majoring in minors and minoring in majors, and I was doing a whole lot of low priority stuff, devaluing myself. When you value, so does the world. So I went through there and prioritized that list according to what produced the most. And surprisingly, it wasn't what I thought. It's me going out into the world and exposing and sharing a message. Those with a mission have a message and a vision. And if you're not sharing it, you're holding yourself back and you're not actively doing the trailblazing activities. So I realized that me going out and speaking to people was highest in priority and generating clients. And then the lower priority things I could delegate. So then on this third column, I wrote down how much meaning does it have? On a 1 to 10 scale, how much inspiration and meaning does that activity generate? And I reprioritized that same list again according to meaning. Because I wanted to do the thing that I couldn't wait to get up in the morning and do, where I'm tapped into work. Because when you can't wait to get up and do what you love doing, then people can't wait to get the service. I want to know what was most meaningful and what was most productive. In the fourth column, I wrote down how much money would it cost for me to delegate this? If I was to delegate anything lower in priority, how much would it cost to delegate? Every cost, not just the salaries, but the space usage, the paper, the equipment, training, everything. And then what I did is I looked for the spreads between what it cost me versus what it produced per hour. And I prioritized that. And then on the next column, the fifth column, I wrote down how much time do I actually spend on this thing on a daily basis? What's the average amount of time I'm spending on these activities? And the final column, I wrote down the final prioritization. And then after I prioritized the entire list, I divided it into 10 sections. And I hired somebody to do the lowest priority things. Then I hired somebody to do the next one and the next one until I was doing only the highest priority actions to the top. And I delegated everything else. And from 18 months from the time I read that book, so 18 months later, my business They started out a little 970 square foot office. It was now 5,000 square foot. I had 5 doctors, 12 staff members. I made 10 times the amount of net profit. And I was doing what I really loved to do, which was sharing a message and a mission and working with the highest quality clients that I could. And that's why I tell people, dedicate your life to what's really, truly most important and delegate the rest to people who do the things you want to delegate. Don't trap yourself doing low priority things and devalue yourself. Anything that requires extrinsic motivation that you need to get motivated to do, delegate it to somebody who's inspired to do that, and surround yourself with people that are inspired to free you up to do what you're inspired to do yourself. And stick to your core competence that you can't wait to get up in the morning doing it. That's the thing that expanded my business opportunities. And today I teach, research, write, and travel. Anything else? Everything else is delegated.
Hey guys, I want you to hear this. And Isabel, Jessica, anyone who wants to come up that you haven't had time with Dr. D, I want you to have that time. But do you know you haven't driven your own car in what, 25 years? Over 20?
34 and a half years now.
I have you younger. I have you back when we first met. Yeah, 35. So he hasn't driven his own car, cooked your own meals. All your activity is around travel, speaking, teaching. What else? Love making with your beautiful girlfriend.
Yeah, I was joking about delegating that. I teach, research, write, travel. That's it. Everything else is delegated to specialists.
I love it. It's a game changer. You're going to have me redo my world. I want to give you the floor, Jessica, with Dr. D.
Wow, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be able to speak with you today, Doctor. So we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
For our viewers, however and wherever you're watching, I know you're excited as I am to have Dr. DeMartini here. So, Doctor, what I want to ask you is, with everything that you've done in your career and everything that you've brought to this world, what are you most proud of?
Well, I'm not really addicted to pride. I'm just grateful. I just like to think of it that way because I find pride before the fall. I'm more into the gratitude. The thing that I'm grateful for is watching the lives of the people I get to work with, the transformations in their life, the tears in their eyes when they see their own magnificence, watching the impact of receiving thank you letters from around the world. That's what really fuels me. And learning something new. I like to think of the universe as a cosmic puzzle. And anytime I fill in another piece of something I've learned, I'm so inspired by that. I get tears in the eyes. I want to share that with people so I can share that inspiration with people, and then they get the tears, and then I get to see the fulfillment of that. So that's what tunes me on. I mean, that's what I love doing every day. I do it 7 days a week. People think, well, you don't have to work. You're independently. Well, why do you do it? They don't understand. I'm not a guy that's interested in success. I'm a guy that's interested in being a man on a mission. I've been doing it. This is my 52nd year of doing it. I've been doing it 7 days a week for 52 years, and I'm just starting. It feels like we're still growing.
Yes, I can feel your passion in that fire, and that's what really makes the Trailblazer. So I hope everyone is paying attention. Everyone's got their notepads and their pens out. So as you have gone through your career, can you tell us about a specific time that you felt stuck, that you felt blocked? Maybe you felt like there was a dead end that you had to push through and find a road and figure out the next move. Can you take us to one of those moments, please, Doctor?
Sure. Well, when I was 18 years old, I moved back from Hawaii, and I flew to Los Angeles from Honolulu, and I hitchhiked back to Texas, and I took a GED. My parents suggested I take a GED because I had dropped out of school and I had learning difficulties. I somehow miraculously passed this GED test. Then I tried to go back to go college. I had to go to a junior college because they wouldn't let me into university at the time. I took this first test in English class. And I thought I was going to miraculously pass this test like I did on this GED. But I looked for my grade, and I looked, and I thought it was going to be up at the top where DeMartini was. And I looked down, and I got a 27. I failed the test. I mean, you had to get a 72 to pass. I was at a 27. And when I saw that, I was going, whoa. And all I could hear is my first grade teacher saying, I'm afraid your son's never going to be able to read or write or communicate, never mount a thing, never go very far in life. I thought, well, I guess I'll never do what it takes. And I started to doubt my vision and dream that I had of being a teacher and traveling the world. And I remember driving home crying and I came home and I curled up in the fetal position under this little Bible stand in my mother's living room. And my mom came home from shopping and she saw me there and she said, "Son, what happened? What's wrong?" I said, "Mom, I blew the test. I needed a 72 to pass. I got a 27. I guess I'll never be able to read or write or communicate or mouth thing, never go very far in life. I guess I don't have what it takes. I guess my delusion of being a teacher and traveling the world is just a delusion." And I sat there and cried. And my mom put her hand on my shoulder, and she didn't know what to say at first, but then she put her hand on my shoulder and she said, "Son, whether you become a great teacher and travel the world like you dream, or you go back to Hawaii and ride big waves," which I did because I used to surf big waves then, "or you return to the street and panhandle as a bum," which I also did because I lived on the streets from age 13. She said, "I just want to let you know that no matter what you do, your father and I are going to love you no matter what." And when she said that, I started to cry and I got my hand into a fist and I saw a vision of standing on a balcony with 1 million people and speaking to them. And I said to myself, I'm going to master this thing called reading and studying and learning. I'm going to master this thing called teaching and philosophy and healing. And I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm going to distance. I'm going to pay whatever price to give my service of love across the planet. I'm not going to let any human being stop me, not even myself. I got up, I hugged my mom. I went to my bedroom. I got a Funk and Wagnall's dictionary out and I made a commitment to memorize 30 words a day. And 2 years later, I had 20,000 words in my vocabulary and I was now at the top of the class. So I had a setback, which was actually the greatest thing that happened to me because it made me realize that I'm not going to turn back. There's no option. As long as you give yourself an option to turn back, you're not going to do something extraordinary with your life. You have to have a no turning back, decide nothing's stopping me, not a human being, not myself, nothing on this planet. There's no mortal individual that can interfere with a mortal visionary. Those that have a vision, they flourish. Those without it, they perish. And when you live according to what you value most, you wake up a vision. The medial prefrontal cortex is connected to the visual cortex and you see a vision. When you see it and you're clear in your vision, nothing stops you. It's clarity of vision. Your vitality in life is directly proportional to the vividness of the vision that you hold for your mission.
That is huge. So visualization is really a key piece. And that's a great nugget right there. So I appreciate you taking us to that moment, Doctor, and being able to share that. That's really poignant and seeing where you've come from and where you've had to struggle. I think one of the great things that we're getting from some of our best Trailblazer guests is being able to see that you haven't always torn it up. You know, there's those moments where we've had to grow through, and for you to share that with us is really, really amazing. So I appreciate that.
Well,
I see
there's
David's
nothing.
back.
The master sees things on the way, not in the way. As long as you sit and run your story about being a victim, you're not going to go in and put your energies into something that's productive that moves you forward. It's impossible for you not to get your dream if you take incremental momentum building action steps daily towards it. Just give yourself permission to do it. Some little action step every day towards what you want, and you will get closer every single day and you'll become unstoppable.
Yeah. So we know you're traveling the world a lot. I don't travel as much as you do, but we get out and do quite a bit ourselves. We do a Kenya keynote tour that's about to become a documentary filming. You know, it's interesting as I travel the world, we're seeing a lot of people that seem, they come across very ready, you know, and we're seeing a lot of people in other places that they're ready to learn more. They're just tired. They're sick of death, dirt, disease. Maybe they've been considered a third world country before, but they're just really ready to prosper now. Can you speak to some of the people that you're seeing out there? I'm kind of curious, is there a certain group of people or is there a certain place that you feel like is maybe evolving a little bit faster or catching up or even getting ahead a little bit faster?
Well, you know, every place I've been to a lot of countries, nearly all of them. And I haven't seen a country that doesn't have some innovator, some trailblazer that's leading the way. I haven't seen one. And there's always somebody that's got something that's extraordinary going on in it. I met a boy that had no mother and father. He was 14 years old. He had 9 brothers and sisters. He was 14. He was stacking bricks when I met him. He was making 60 cents a day. He came to a talk I did at the waterfront in Cape Town, South Africa. He was from Kailicha. And he went out and started saving 15 cents every single day of the 60 and started to invest it and started to move it. and bought a new house for his own family because he didn't have parents. So it doesn't matter what you start with. It doesn't matter where you come from or what you've been through. What matters is, do you have a dream and are you willing to do the action steps to make it happen? And I see that in every country I go to. There's somebody, whether they be in the slums of Mumbai where they start, somebody steps out and does the things that prove and that make a difference in the world. And they go out and contribute to other people's lives. To the degree that you do, doors of opportunity keep synchronizing, and people, places, things, ideas, and events keep emerging, and you move one step closer towards something extraordinary. So it doesn't matter where we come from. Every country I've been to, there's always a trailblazer waiting and ready and taking action.
Jeez, yeah, that's great. That's interesting. Yeah, there's so many people all over the world. You know, unfortunately, a lot of times the news gets a little bit more of the doom and the gloom, as we all know. But there are a lot of great things that are happening, and it is exciting to be connected to someone like you that can see it firsthand and kind of report it back, you know, to the rest of the world. And I know that we're seeing a lot of that too in certain places. Just people just being ready, you know, and stuff that we feel is maybe a little bit basic, you know, or maybe it's kind of an expression to us. To some places, it's like they just never heard of it before. Like proximity is power, right? Something that maybe a Tony Robbins say, or you say, these different expressions you're saying, you know, it just blows their mind. I mean, it blows our mind, but it's something like it's never even heard before. So that must be a lot of fun for you.
Well, I've been blessed to meet a lot of amazing people. There's a right now on the ship, there's the #1 gold medalist champion Tai Chi martial artist master. And I've been having, you know, some lunch and dinners with this guy. This guy's over the top in his amazing skills. But he came from Malaysia, he came from poverty, he came from the bottom, and he worked his way to the top. There's another guy here that's at 3 years old, he decided he wanted to be involved in piano. At 9, he was already doing concert piano. He's now 81. And I asked him, how many hours did he put into his piano? And I was thinking 3 to 5 or something like that. 13 hours a day for 77 to almost 78 years, 13 hours a day. He has 8,000 classical pieces of music completely memorized. He doesn't have to look at music. The people that put in the actions, the people that find what's their real calling and they give themselves permission to excel at, it doesn't matter where they start. Both those gentlemen started at the bottom and they're now at the top, and they didn't give up. They just stayed with it. If you keep doing something long enough, all of a sudden the people above you die out and you end up at the top. You just got to stay with it long enough. I figure if I keep doing what I'm doing when I'm 100, I'll be at the top.
Certain ideas, certain information. Is there a new tool out there? I mean, what do you think is helping you the most?
Well, I just teach, research, write, travel. That's it. I have people that do everything else. So we have people in AI, we have people in social media, and they do all that. So I'm certainly not, whatever I've done, it's partly because of all the people I've surrounded myself with. So I don't even know about AI. I delegate that, you know. It's like kissing. I delegate kissing to specialists, you know, that kind of thing. I'm joking. But I'm a firm believer in delegating it. So all of those tools, every time we see some new technology comes along, I try to find somebody that's knowledgeable about that and stick them on the list of people to put in the mix. But because you want to surround yourself with people that are experts in what they do, so you can be the expert in what you do. And stick to your core competence. I'm researching and teaching. I only do that a day. That's all I do: teach and research and write. That's it. I don't do the rest of it.
It's so very cool. Very cool. I know that as you've been teaching and delegating and living this free life, that major expansion happened through that exercise so many years ago. And for those of you coming on, in an 18-month period, you expanded offices, employees, and then there was this leap into this career. I don't know if David and Jessica know that Dr. D has read the encyclopedia cover to cover multiple times.
Wow.
Yeah, eight complete sets.
And tell them why with the words.
Well, when I was 18 and I wanted to master my life, I also wanted to study the laws of the universe. And so when I started studying natural laws of the universe through Aristotle and whoever was studying that topic, there's lots of ancient Greek philosophers and pre-Socratic philosophers that did that. It took me to the Logos. The Logos was the order and the universal design, you might say, of the universe. And that made me look and study all the different disciplines in ology. So I made a list of all the ologies and all the disciplines that you could study. And then I made a commitment that I would read 100 books on every discipline in ology. So that was my commitment. And I'd start with the founders of the ology. And that led me to reading. I'm now over 31,000 books. And so I just basically started to devour the information, the classics. I'm not so much current with what's going on today. I've been studying and standing on the shoulders of people that leave marks in the world. I'm not interested in fads. I'm not interested in trends. I'm interested in leaving a classical impact that stands the test of time. So I only want to put information in my mind that I know will stand. That's it, nothing else. And then feed my mind that, because it's easy to get distracted by all the misinformation, but it's wise to stand on the shoulders of people that have done something extraordinary and left their marks, and their works continue. Just like Warren Buffett, when he invests in a company, invest in a company that has a lasting duration, that's going to contribute to people long term. I want to do the same thing. I want to feed my mind with knowledge of things that have stood the test of time, and feed myself that, and prioritize what I feed my mind, and prioritize who I hang out with, and prioritize who I share ideas with. When I do, then I build momentum and you trailblaze. Every human being wants to be authentic. To the degree that you are authentic and exemplify that, you draw people that want that, and you create a movement that's unstoppable. You either follow a culture or you create a culture. I had no interest in following a culture. I had a desire to create a culture on planet Earth.
Yes. Do you have a favorite quote, Doctor, that you could share with us?
1,000 of them. No matter what you've done or not done, you're worthy of love. People sometimes judge themselves and compare themselves to other people and minimize themselves or exaggerate themselves instead of be themselves. I don't want to put people on pedestals or pits. I want to put them in my heart. When I put them in my heart with reflective awareness, I have equanimity inside and equity between me and them. When I do, I end up authentic. When you're authentic, when you're not authentic, you get symptoms of your physiology, symptoms, your psychology, symptoms in your business, and symptoms in your sociology to let you know you're not authentic. But when you're authentic, they free you up, and you're in the zone again. And so I'm a firm believer that the most magnificent thing you can be is yourself. Don't compare yourself to others. Don't imitate others. Be yourself. When you do, you become unique and you make the biggest difference. You can't make a difference fitting in. You make a difference standing out as a unique individual, living congruently according to what you value most, and prioritize your life. I can't emphasize that more.
Wow. That is something that we've had a little bit as a theme. And yesterday was our first official day, Doctor. But, some of the best speakers that we have heard from are saying kind of similar to what you're saying, that everyone has something unique that they are bringing forth into this world. And that's where the magic is that individual uniqueness. I apologize. My allergies are getting to my voice. That's part of my uniqueness, I guess, right now. Oh, sorry. In any case,
you
yes,
got to find out what it is. That's why. That's good.
Oh, so all of these quotes and these nuggets that you're dropping on us are just amazing, and I think that everyone's getting a lot out of this. So you're off the coast here. You told us you're on your ship. What do you have that's coming up that you're really excited about right now?
Well, we just were in London just a few days ago, and we had a premiere of our new movie. I have a brand new movie coming out. We've got 3 movies coming out, but one is called The Breakthrough Movie, and I hope everybody takes advantage of taking a peek at it. But it's called The Breakthrough Movie, and it's a movie about my life's journey and about the work that I'm doing in the world and the impact it's having. And it's a fantastic movie. We got a standing ovation. We had a full theater, and it's got many awaards already. So I'm really inspired by that. But that's just coming out, and that's great. We also have a new thing coming out with High Valley. A valley. What do you call it? High Valley.
Mind Valley.
Mind Valley.
Yeah.
Mind Valley's got a new project that's coming out in November that I'm really inspired by. They're doing a great job in producing a bit of information. I'm talking about living according to what you really value in life. So that's a new project that's coming. There's lots of projects. We got projects going on all over.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna wrap it up and get the next speaker up here. You are a perfect way to start the day today for us. I guess you're ending the day or begin. You know, you're in the middle of the.
It's about midnight here. Yep.
Yeah. So you're ending your day over there in Vietnam area. But we're gonna give you the last word. What's the last thing you'd love to tell all the people viewing right now?
Well, as I said, give yourself permission to shine, not shrink. And give yourself permission to stand out. Anytime you admire somebody, the only reason you admire them is because they have something you already have, but you're too humble to admit it. Stand on their shoulders by waking up what you see in them inside you, and give yourself permission to share your uniqueness, and to give yourself permission to trailblaze. That's what this conference is about, is being a trailblazer. The real you is a trailblazer. Don't let anything, anywhere, but anyone stop you from being you.
Awesome. Dr. D, you taught me to put people not on a pedestal because I put myself in the pits, and not to put people in the pits because then I'm raising myself above them, but to keep people in my heart. Thank you for that. And how young are you as we let you go? Because I just want to acknowledge.
I'm 70. In just 2 months, I'll be 70.
70 years old. And because you've designed your life in a way that you only do the things that you love, and the world is your home, so you live on the world ship, you're here with us at almost midnight with the energy of a 25-year-old. So great.
70 is the new 20s. 70 is the new 20.
70 is the new 20. All right. That sounds great.
6, Jessica.
All right. Well, then we've got a lot to look forward to.
We do. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you and blessings. And we'll check out.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Love you all. Thank you.
Bye-bye. I'm going to bring David back. And we need to remove Dr. D. Woo! All right. Who's up next? I was so into that. I know we've got a few people in the green room.
Justin Benton, come on down.
I wanna intro Justin a little bit.
All right, let's do it.
All right, woohoo! So many of you have been seeing Justin all over the place because of his recent partnership with Russell Brunson and the Secrets of Success and all that they're doing with Napoleon Hill and all these great thought leaders. But I want to share, Justin had a CBD and has a CBD wellness company that has been responsible for helping thousands of people reverse. And I don't know what these are opinions. These are not legally binding statements. This is just our conversation. I'm not a doctor. But reverse autism, cancers, all kinds of things. And he has his own story with his own son that I would love for us to start with, because you blazed a trail for health and humanity. And then let's jump over to the other piece. Good to see you.
Awesome. Hey, great to see you, Dora. Nice to meet you, Dave. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm still here in Cancun, Mexico. We just had Unlock the Secrets event for kid entrepreneurs. Russell Brunson puts it on every 2 years. So getting the last of our vacation here. My son Shay, who we talked about, is now 12 years old. And we're going to go play some mini golf here after this. So it's been a wild story. I was living kind of a jet setter's life, sales and marketing, entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. I know that doesn't mean entrepreneur for cereal every day, but I had been living that lifestyle. And my son was very healthy and happy, 3-year-old, and all of a sudden he developed a very serious regressive autism, and was the diagnosis. And so I had to kind of stop what I was doing and figure out how can I get my son healthy again. And fortunately, I was raised holistically. I understood the power of plant-based medicine. I was not going to go Western medicine, pharmaceutical with my 3-year-old son. They didn't really have any solutions either. It was kind of a guinea pig approach. And so we cleaned up his diet, got rid of all the gluten, the dairy, just the crap that we have in the American diet, got back to plant-based, nutritious, organic fruits and vegetables. Doing that, we got his diagnosis down from severe, which is, he was a 148. That's called an ATEC, is how you score the severity of autism, or now it's called on the spectrum. And through that, we were able to lower that number to the moderate range, to teach him how to speak and talk again, and just re-engage with the world. But he wasn't all the way back. And so that's when my research continued, working with doctors and scientists, anything I could hope for and pray for. And that led me to a conversation with a buddy of mine who was a cannabis farmer, who was asked by a doctor to grow a certain strain of cannabis called hemp that was high in CBD. And I was like, what are you talking about? When I was in college, I inhaled and exhaled, even grew cannabis, and I had never heard of CBD before. And he said, well, apparently it comes from hemp. And it helps kids with seizures as well. So as soon as I went to Google and I found out that it was helping kids with seizures, that's when my mind sparked. And I was like, well, maybe this is the miracle I'm looking for. And then I started to do research on CBD to understand how it worked with the brain. What I found out also was there was raw cannabis they were juicing by Dr. William Courtney. It's starting to rain out here. It's like hurricanes. It's wild. Never.
I thought it was static. It's rain. Now I hear. That's beautiful. It went from static intrusion to calming environment. Thank you.
But every night on artificial. Here we just open the window. Anyways, and so we found out with Dr. William Courtney that juicing cannabis was helping people with late-stage cancer. And so that was like the epiphany. And I was like, well, wait a second. If it's helping children with seizures and epilepsy, and it's helping raw juicings, helping cancer, why don't we do that for my son? And so at the time, there wasn't really anything out there that I could purchase. So I just decided to grow it myself. We were at a pumpkin patch. There was a traumatic, he was having a tantrum, hiding under a bench, covering his ears, socially overwhelmed. We gave him a little tincture that we had made earlier that morning, and he snapped out of it in seconds and ran off and picked a pumpkin with his sister, and the whole family was there, the aunts and uncles, grandparents, and they were like, what was that? What did you give him? And they were like, that's the raw, cold-pressed hemp. And so I'm happy to say he's no longer on the spectrum, no longer carries the diagnosis. Anything below 20 on the ATEC is called neurotypical. And so our prayers were answered, and we were so just thrilled and over the moon. All I did started I put up a sign. I'm here on the 101 in California, and it said 101 CBD, and I wanted other parents to know there was hope, and just tell them what we did, our journey, and then give them access to the same products. And then I went back to business. But then 2018 turned around, and the whole world wanted CBD and hemp, and so I realized that that's how I could best serve. So that's my story on the miracle plant of cannabis. So thanks for letting me share. You're muted.
Oh, you're muted, Adora.
I know everybody knows you from what we'll go into, and I'll let David get to know you. I don't know if you two have spent a lot of time together. No. Okay, so I want to let that happen. David's got an incredible network. We do things together, and he knows a lot of people, super connected. Documentary coming on Bloomberg, does a lot in Kenya. So great connection for you, and I'm excited for you two to connect. But this piece is where you stood. You could have just kept that with your child, but then you stood, and thousands of people have had change. And being that this is a Trailblazer event, I know so many people are dealing with autism, cancers, autoimmune diseases, and your mom, who is the one who blazed the trail for you, she does a free consultation for them. So I just had to share that, even though that wasn't our focus. And now I'll let you two get to know each other.
Well, I'm definitely learning a lot about you. This is great. We have a long list. We've got probably close to 100 different people participating in this week-long event. We still got day 3 tomorrow, and then we've got a bonus VIP day in New York City. We got to get you to one of those in-person events. Love to have you there with our mastermind group and gala and all that kind of stuff. But what do you think the next thing is for you? You've been doing events and aligning yourself with some really big names. What's the next big project or power play for you?
Well, we didn't really get into the story, how it goes into the Russell Brunson direction. And so the transition for that, and that's the next big thing, is that when COVID hit, I had, physical stores and franchising, and we were opening up stores before COVID. Well, that all went away overnight. And so I had to figure out how do we transition to online? And I knew that, with Russell's expertise, I'd met him through Tony's Robbins World. I knew he was the guy. And so I went all the way down the rabbit hole, joined his mastermind, and we're trying to get him to definitely connect here and maybe even out there in New York as well. And I needed to learn from the best. I needed to learn from someone who'd already blazed the trail. And for those of you that don't know Russell Brunson, he's the co-founder of ClickFunnels, done over $1 billion in sales and online marketing. And that's what I know I needed. If I was going to reach 1 billion people by 2025, I had to transition to online. So when I joined the mastermind, I served, we became, good friends. And one of the things that I was doing as I was serving him was I realized that he was a big Napoleon Hill fan. And there happened to be a Napoleon Hill auction that Adora was putting on. And so it was just down the street for me. I'm in Ventura. It was in Hollywood Hills. And so I just threw it out to the mastermind community. Hey, I'm going to go to a Napoleon Hill auction with Don Green. Anybody interested? And that's when Russell chirped in. He uses this app called Foxer. And he's like, dude, what's the deets? And so I told him the deets. He couldn't go because he had a previous engagement. He just had bought a boat for his first boat to take out on the lake with his family. So I went on his proxy, got him everything that he wanted, his dream list, and then flew it back to him instead of FedExing it, because why not just deliver it in person? And that's how we began our relationship. And then one thing led to another. And then I was kind of the guy that made the handshakes and everything happen for the Napoleon Hill Foundation and everything that we had access to, which led to the company called Secrets of Success. And so that's where it happened that way. And the next thing that's going on for us, that's actually going on right now, which is where I'll hop off back on there, is the Think and Grow Rich Challenge. And I know Adora has been an amazing JV partner with us. So if she has a link, I'm more than happy to throw her link down there below.
I put it in the chat, the private chat for team, and thank you for that, Justin. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, Adora helped us launch Secrets of Success last October, and she was we had a JV top 10 partner contest, and she won the contest and got to fly out to Chicago, and we met with all of Earl Nightingale, Conan, these legends, and got to look at the archives and see the gold record for The Strangest Secret. And so that's kind of all full circle and how Adora and I met and how we are. But right now, the big thing is Think and Grow Rich Challenge. We'll get Adora's link there for everyone to click on. It's totally free, and it's got crazy names like we all know Tom Bilyeu, Dean Graziosi, Sharon Lecter. It's just awesome. And we have some archived footage from Napoleon Hill teaching. Adora speaks in it, of course. She's the VIP. If you upgrade for the whopping $47, which will actually give you access to the Secrets of Success membership. So that's the big thing we're doing right now. It's a blast.
Well, Justin, I want to add to, you brought that full circle, how we met. And those of you thinking of joining us in New York, or you're thinking of joining the Think and Grow Rich Challenge to have this opportunity to network with other people, we did that event in Hollywood after the Think and Grow Rich tour. You were there, Cleona was there. Both of you struck deals with the foundation later. And then when I won that affiliate competition, came in, I saw Dave again, Dave Wilderson, which we knew each other from the foundation. And now we're doing new Dennis Waitley books with Sound Wisdom. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't see Dave again. And this mastermind was like, what, 20 people, 30 people, in both events. I'm talking about where you met Don, and I think we're maxing out at what, 60 or 70 in New York, but it's just like proximity is power. And when you can get in the room and serve and show up, it may not come how you think it's going to come, but yeah, where did you go, Justin? There you are.
But it always works. Phone, and I'm trying to get rid of stuff. Things are popping up.
Yeah, it always works out. So I know you've got to run, final words, anything you want to leave us with here. And team, if you put up the link, that would be great. I posted it on YouTube, but I can't get it here.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to echo what you said. I know we've all heard it before, and this is why cliches, pass the test of time. Which, get in the room. I'm coming out with a book that comes out later on this month. Our friend Don Green's got another one doing revision. Mine's called Boots on the Ground. But it's get in the room. Like, get in the room. And Adora, you're a master at that. As I, self-proclaimed, I am as well. There's nothing more important than once you've figured out the mentors or the dream partners or the people that you aspire to be, not put them on a pedestal like you were just saying before, but people that have something that that if you could align and do a project together or launch a business, that you got to get in the room. And sometimes that means you spend $50,000 on a mastermind. Sometimes that means you hop on a plane because they're signing books in Chicago. But you get in the room and you're aligned, then you've got to give that opportunity. Look, this is great that we're doing this in Zoom and I'm in Cancun. Technology is powerful, but that even stresses the point how much more genuine connection, pressing the flesh, the old school talking, breaking bread, having a meal with someone doesn't necessarily just mean about eating food. It also means about sharing ideas and common interests. And these are the kinds of things that may be old school. Call me old school if you want, but there's only one way to build a genuine relationship, and that is being in the room. So for all of you out there, figure out a way to get in the room, whatever it takes, whatever it costs. If you know that these are the people, these are my tribe, this is the person, get in the room. I know we got something exciting coming up in New York. New York is incredible. It sounds like you guys are going to be ringing bells and NASDAQ and stock exchange and great Italian food. Go catch a show on Broadway and hang out with Adora. I'm a New York Mets fan. If you can catch a game, go catch a game out there too, baseball. But anyways, just a real honor to be here and so cool. And I'm here to serve and get in the room. I just think that's such a powerful sentiment.
He says, I love your book, Think and Grow Rich. It's not actually his book, which is great, which is really great, Raymond. But we do love that book. And I'm here. Oh, that wasn't Raymond. That was Bello. Raymond, I'm in Dallas too. We can put up the CBD link and we'll email out and put in the comments because I know that link is and that way you all can remember this one, 101cbd.org. We'll email out at the end of this event all the gifts from our speakers and links. Justin, I'm so grateful for you. I'm grateful for your Indiana Jones curiosity and adventurous spirit. And we'll definitely have to collaborate on something in the future outside of what we're already collaborating on, right? and just thank you. David, anything you want to say before we let Justin?
No, this is great. Unfortunately, we have to move on, but I have all kinds of things. So let's get on each other's calendars and have another conversation soon, Justin.
Let's do it. Let's get in the virtual room, physical room, whatever we can do. Super honored to be here, and best of wishes and success for everything going on in New York. And I'm jealous because, boy, that Italian food, nothing better than New York City.
Love it, man. Love it. All right. Thank you. We're going to be bringing up Maris and Ken. Here they are. Hey, surprise.
Hey,
how you guys
nice to
doing?
see you.
You caught us a little off guard there. I was about to drink my water, but it's all good. Morning.
Well, we're just a couple of minutes behind, so you gotta be ready. You gotta be on standby. You're good to go.
Absolutely.
Day one was rocking.
I love Dr. DeMartini, and Justin was terrific. Dr. DeMartini, will he be in New York?
He won't. He's actually in Vietnam right now on his ship. In fact, it was midnight where he was calling us from. We felt very lucky that he would stay up late for us and do that for us. But no, he's on the other end of the world. And we've had all kinds of people sharing. I mean, we've had everybody from, I think we've hit like at least 5 continents. I think we've got about 11 or 12, countries, so far here. So yeah,
And
it's
we were hanging out a little bit yesterday in between our coaching calls. And, you know, David, I know you're going to love this word, but the theme that keeps coming through are relationships. Our relationships, right? Relationships at work, at home, relationships with our, you know, look, I literally, Justin just had this whole conversation about tuning in on the relationship with his child and recognizing there's another way. There's another way. And so he bridged that relationship to the medical community by saying, okay, how do we get to create a solution for my kid? So amazing. And someone, and completely, who would have expected someone not on an academic level, right? That's remarkable. That's what it's just powerful. And he had me in tears.
Yeah, and it's so great. It's so great to see someone who doesn't accept the traditional approach is that it's black and white. It's either this way or that way.
Yeah.
But really, there's always another possibility. There's always another way. And I love that.
Yeah. And coming up, we've got Dennis Waitley, who I know that you put a special request in, like, you know, hey, is there any way we can be on that interview? Any way we can ask Dennis a question? So you win the lottery. You'll get to join me and Adora. We'll let you have a question for the man, the legend, the legacy, the psychology of all, the psychology of selling, the psychology of. We're going to bring him up here in just a second here. But yeah, you'll be with us in New York City too this Saturday. So excited to have you there. I noticed we got a heat wave rolling in. So my hope for a little bit lower of temperatures in New York City Times Square when, you know, we got people up on billboards and doing photo shoots and mastermind. I was hoping we'd have some a little bit nicer weather outside. No such luck. You know,
well, you know, and yeah, and it's we've been laughing. We have a little sidebar group. We've been laughing about, okay, that level of humidity. What's taming the hair? What's taming that? You should see these sidebar conversations. It's pretty funny. And I know you're worried about it.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm convinced that the heat wave is coming from fabulous Adora and Maris causing the heat wave.
All energy.
Dora, I wanted to say that you probably heard this before, but I'm going to call you Ace.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, branding breakthrough there. A little branding breakthrough there. If you're just now joining us, we've got Maris Siegel and Ken Ashby up here. This is the Trailblazer special event broadcast. It's a summit. It's a symposium. But more importantly than anything else, it is a conversation. So join the conversation. We love your comments. You can see we're putting a lot of them up here. If we don't get to all of them, please forgive us. They're coming in fast here. But we love to involve you. And this isn't meant to be, you know, somebody coming here and, you know, pontificating about all their latest information, you know, and giving these long presentations, which, you know, if I could get a long presentation from Dennis Waitley, I would take it. But this is meant to be a conversation, right? This is meant to be some back and forth. And we love that style. And thank you to our media partners, NASDAQ, New to the Street, the DC Chronicle, the Diva Network, some of these big city newspapers like the Atlanta Post, the New York City Independent. Thank you. And a lot of these questions we're asking come from them. You'll see articles coming out about this, articles that will be pulling information and answers and putting together kind of a montage of your guys' insight and wisdom. But speaking of conversation, Maris and Ken, this is something that you're really an expert in. And, you know, I think of like the life-changing conversation or that really hard conversation or that really important conversation. How does that enter into, you know, your style, your brand, and, you know, what you offer up to places?
Well, I would kick it off here and just say that nothing happens if you can't have a conversation. There is no possibility for growth. There's no possibility for understanding. There's no possibility for love. Sure. There's no possibility for sales. It's all built around conversations. So I think that's the beautiful thing about the Trailblazer event, is putting together the possibility that in a conversation, something emerges.
Yeah.
And if you look right now at probably the number one, what people are calling soft skills, and we actually are transforming that into power skills. right? The bottom line to that is the number one issue right now is communication. It's how, I mean, and so the issues around communication and conscious conversations, tuning into relational conversations, tuning into creating a relationship with business, with your home. We're bombarded all the time with stuff. Those are all experiences and relationships. So the communication piece and being clear with our words, which helps expectations, obviously. How many of you guys, raise your hand, Ken, have had issues with expectations in your relationships, business and personal? David, raise your hand. I know you're not.
Isabel's raising in the green room, I'm certain.
Raise them up, right? So the bottom line to all of this is if we are having conscious communications, not just spewing our stuff out, not just putting words out, because words cannot be taken back. And so that really drives transformational business and creating a different kind of a culture at work and home. Think about your business and how that could shift.
Yeah.
So we're really focused on the relationship with the relational leadership, the conscious leadership piece that brings humanity back into the power tools of our relationships, right? All those skills we need.
Yeah, absolutely. Adora, are we ready to bring up Dennis?
Oh my gosh, I am always ready to bring up Dennis. And Meredith, I meant to say, what do you do with humidity? You free the main, free the crazy.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, so I want to prep this a little bit to say that I love and respect a lot of different speakers and teachers, but you will often hear me say that Dennis Waitley is one of the great loves of my life, up there with my kids. And he really, truly is. When I first started on this profession, and then, we'll go into the major accolades that you all love and like, and then I'll bow out and let other people interview you. But when I was starting in my career and nobody knew what I was growing from and away from and the vision I was growing toward, I had some of his words that he said to me kindly in a book called God's Signs of High Calling for my life. And when I was down, when I was alone, I would look in there and go, because Dennis said this to me, or he takes my call, where I'm headed, there's something to that. And I'm not my past. I'm not how I came up. And so he was way more important to me for many, many years than I was to him. And, it's probably still that way. I'm still his biggest fangirl, even though we have a great love and friendship. So over those 20 years, I've met hundreds, if not thousands of people that rave just like I do and feel like one of the most important people to Dennis. So he is a man that genuinely walks his kindness and what he teaches. And I've recently discovered he is a kind, but an absolute beast when it comes to standing for his own vision, his own health, his own walking through the hardest days of his life. And it's been such a privilege to witness him. Now, to bring it to the accolades, when we were with Vic Conant of Nightingale Conant, they said Dennis Waitley, right after Earl Nightingale, he was the first person, he was mentored by Earl, and he was the first person to have an audio program out there, and it stayed #1 bestseller, top of the charts for like 10 years in a row. He was the it guy. When we did the New Psychology of Winning tour, people that honored him cried. Dr. DeMartini cried when I asked him to honor his mentor, Dennis Waitley. Bob Proctor, Brian Tracy, Les Brown, the list goes on and on and on of people that have respect and love for this man. So now that I'm done edifying you, I love you so much and welcome. And I'll let other people ask you questions after you respond.
Wow, it's great to be here on the Trailblazers program. Thank you, Adora, and I'm so excited to share with all of you what little I've learned about my own mistakes in the past 91 years. It's interesting. One of my best friends died nearly a week ago. His name was Bill Anders, and he was the astronaut with Apollo 8. and he was flying his plane that crashed in the water in Washington at the age of 90. So he's 3 years younger, or 3 months younger than myself. We went to Annapolis together. We became pilots. He went in the Air Force and I went in the Navy Air. And Bill Anders is the astronaut that took a picture of the Earth while they were circling the moon. And what was interesting is they were supposed to study the moon. And then looking back at Earth, they discovered ourselves. So what we're doing in the Trailblazing program is we're discovering the inner winner, the Olympian within. And at age 91, I can tell you, I've made every mistake you can make, but I can hardly wait to wake up in the morning and look forward to the Olympic Games again in Paris in 2024, because I believe that each of us is Olympian within.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's an honor having you on here, Mr. Whaley. It doesn't even feel right calling you Dennis. I think I have to call you Mr. Whaley.
Just Dennis.
Okay.
Just Dennis. The kids just call me Dad. They say, "Oh, Dad, you know, you train the Olympians, but why do you fall when you ski?" And I said, "Well, I'm not an Olympian skier." And they said, "But you study the Olympians and you train them, so why aren't you as good as the people that you train?" And I said, "Well, I'm having to live now what I only talked about for the last 40 years.
Well, we have some great media partners, some great news organizations involved. And, you know, one of the things that they all wanted, you know, they thought about these questions, like, okay, we've got these legends coming on. And one of the things that they wanted to get from somebody like you is to kind of understand when you hit maybe a dead end, when the regular road ended, you know, how did you blaze your own trail? And can you think of a time when that's happened, when, you know, you kind of hit a dead end or the work sort of ended for everybody else and you kind of had to go the rest of it on your own? You had to start kind of paving your own path?
Well, you know, that's a very good question. And, you know, I believe in the Olympian within. I believe that in each of us, there's a gold medal winner, but we have to put the gold medal around our imaginary neck before we can wear it in a material way. And so I think the thing that I've been able to do is I've been able to hang on to my dream when that's all I have to hang on to. I've been able to chase my passion, not my pension, because I've made and lost a lot of money and material things have come and gone. And when I finally understood what life is all about connecting with other living creations and planting shade trees under which I know I'll never sit. So what I do is I love it or leave it. I have this deep burning fire inside me that burns every day and makes me want to explore something new that I can learn. So I want to be like Gandhi. And so what I tell people is I live as if I'm going to die tomorrow, which means action TNT. I see it, I think it, I do it. I see it, I think it, I do it. I don't put happiness on layaway. I don't wait for something to happen. I don't believe that events make me happy. I think it's the happiness within that keeps me going. So what I do is I listen to beautiful upbeat music. I watch children play. I make sure that I don't watch the news very much except need to know. So I stay away from all the haters. I stay away from all the complainers. I stick with the trainers instead of the complainers, the lovers instead of the haters. And I make sure that I'm waking up in the morning saying, what am I going to do today to make this change? Now, I know that sounds interesting, but you must be doing within while you're doing without. And you can't put someday I'll or the past. You can't live with the rearview mirror and you can't look too far out the windshield.
Sure. Sure.
So that's a really good thing. But what I do, I have a dynamic daily routine. And what I do is I pretend I'm Olympian and I go through my routine, and I realize that muscle memory and habit are the keys to success, because habits are submarines running silent and deep, and they govern our lives. Almost 90% of what we do is habitual, and it's muscle memory. So we don't think about it, we just do it. And that's why I hang around people who are optimists. I make sure that I don't hang around with pity parties, group griping, or grudge collecting. And I don't go on any social media where people are just putting hate and complaining. Because it's the only way they feel important. But that's what I do at age 21.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Let me ask one more question, and then I'm going to let Maris and Ken ask you a question here. But if you were doing another edition of the Psychology of Winning, what would be the next chapter you would add? Is there what would be the additional information that you would add to the Psychology of Winning here in 2024? I mean, maybe you kind of already gave that answer, but I would love to hear what that chapter would be on.
No, that's a good question, because I'm just releasing the Psychology of Loving, which is the 40-year-old sequel to the Psychology of Winning. So I think what I would say is I would put much more emphasis on inner value than I would on material achievement. And so I would say that winning is never whining. Winning is coming in fourth exhausted but exhilarated because you came in fifth last time. Winning is treating animals like people and people like brothers and sisters. And I would always look for the good rather than look for the problems. And so I would say, what's the answer? What's the solution? So the sequel would be to have authentic inner value, to give more in value than I received in payment, and to always keep the other person in mind. So instead of taking selfies, I would turn my camera always out toward the world and say, what can I broadcast through my lenses to the world rather than having the world focus on me? So I'd have the Psychology of Winning number 2 would be self-dimension and perspective, the bigger picture in life.
Yeah.
After all, love is all there is. After all.
After all, it sounds like a song.
Yeah, so it would be the Psychology of Loving, which will be released in August as my centerpiece for the next generation, because I've learned now at my age that love is all there is. And so I'm always looking for things that I love and doing things that I love, thinking that way. And that way I never think about myself, because there's so much to love that I don't have to go inward as much as I can now go outward.
That is so powerful. And, it's interesting from your earliest days. And when I think about your influence on me, so my dad was a big marketer, and on his desk was the Psychology of Winning. I always remember seeing that, and Think and Grow Rich, and How to Win Friends and Influence People. And what I knew about these books on my father's desk was don't touch the pile. But I always wanted to, because I always knew there was this energy around these books. And in particular, one day I was standing at my father's desk, and I was this little peewee feeling really nervous that my father was going to walk in. And on his desk was your book. And I looked at that, and I looked at the bottom, and I thought, psychology is the head stuff, right? Because my mother is a clinical social worker. So I'm thinking psychology is the head stuff. How does head stuff work with winning stuff? And as a kid, that was really my question. So what I want to ask you, as a trailblazer and as a pioneer and as a disruptor, all of these things, is what would you say to that child, the psychology and the winning, and how those two work together in my child's speak, so we can share that with kids today?
Oh, that's so good. Well, read everything you can get your hands on, because you don't want to live your life by trial and error. Because if you live by trial and error, there are too many errors that you make discovering the truth and what's real. So make sure that role models and mentors are lushly full in your life. The people that read the most are still the most successful, regardless of their occupation, because the books you read, the people you meet, the things you hear determine the outcome of your life. You become that to which you're most exposed. So to a young person, I would say, what you thinking about today? What you reading today? What you watching today? What you listening today? Because everything you're doing today is the centerpiece and the architecture of your life. It's a momentary thing in which you need to be in the moment, but not living for the moment. So it isn't so much the result, it's the experience of being within. So what I've done ever since I've been a little boy is I've read at least a book a week, and I read fiction to give me my imagination, and it has more history in it than nonfiction, believe it or not, because to be a good novelist, you have to be able to create reality in people's mind. They have to be able to see it from within. So what I would say is read fiction to establish your imagination, and read nonfiction so you don't make the same mistakes that other people make. You'll save 10 years by learning from mentors, role models, and people who've been there and done that. You'll save 10 years of mistakes, even though we'll make them anymore. And I would just say I've spent my life trying to associate with people who are better than I am. When I say better, better fathers, better authors, better speakers, better people, and I study them and I say, my gosh, they're very average. They don't look that good. They don't look that much better. And yet they're doing things that are totally almost extraordinary, but they're ordinary people. And it gives me the courage to believe that there's something inside of me that it will make me want to be better than I am. So if I were a young person today, I'd just say, who are you hanging around with and what you're reading, what are you watching? And this marvelous ability to have the world in our hand to look at. Make sure that what you're using your smartphone for is goal achieving instead of tension relieving. Instead of TikTok, you might be looking at something that will enhance your life. And you'll become what you're thinking about, as Earl Nightingale said. And he and I used to row in his boat, and he said, row in the direction that the water is flowing so that you don't have to row as hard, but make sure that you know you're rowing the boat yourself and not letting the current just take you. That's a pretty long answer to your question. It may not even be an answer, but to this day, the only way my neurons are going to make a new neural pathway in neuroscience is when I learn something new. So if I were a good golfer and I just played golf in my retirement, I'd lose neurons and I'd begin to get more senile. But by learning a new language, by writing a new book, by discovering something new, it creates new neurons. So the older I get and the more my memory, shall we say, faults, the more my memory decreases, the more my neural activity increases. And at age 91, I'm still ready to go and still writing and still reaching out. So you never settle for less, and you always keep the passion and the discipline of doing within while you're doing without.
I love that. I love that. And what the two words that come up for me as you're talking about this are always be curious and in discovery. And I think that keeps us young, right? Always being curious and in discovery on a constant basis, and being in relationship to fun, I think.
Yes.
I think then you've really been the epitome of how that all comes together and creating just the power of being connected inside, outside, and doing it in playful growing ways. And I think that's pretty remarkable.
I just want to say, and that is so important. The curiosity of a child is evergreen and everlasting. And I guess I'm very childish right now because I'm curious about, in fact, I don't know what I was waiting for to be so curious. I don't know why I settled for a routine that doing the same thing over and over again all those years when I didn't realize how fast life goes. And then when you get to be, 91, I mean, you wake up in the morning, you say, safe again, let's go. And you're almost like a child discovering what life is really all about, when before you were trying to get to this ethereal someday on top, which doesn't exist. It's a mirage. Trying to be somebody is a mirage because it isn't what other people think of you. It's your experience with other people. And so I'm just so grateful to be part of Trailblazing. I know probably I've plagiarized the scriptures and ancient Chinese wisdom, and I don't know how many thoughts are my own, but I would have to say that the river runs through me. And so I will never cease to be curious about learning from what other people have to say. And I think one final thing is that I believe that I'm as good as the best, but no better than the rest. So I've managed to maintain humility in that I don't think I'm that special, but I think everyone around me is. So I treat everyone as being very special. And I've never let what little fame I have go to my head.
I need to add this piece that you guys don't know, and we don't even talk about because we're focused on health. But all I will say is that in 2020, right when COVID was happening, Dennis found himself in a hospital battling, and the nurses would come in and the bed was already made. And they thought someone else made it. Dennis made it and wasn't in a gown. And they were like, why aren't you in the gown? Because beds are for sleeping and I'm not sleeping. He had them bring in a treadmill. He wouldn't eat the sugary foods because that feeds cancer. So he brought in his own blender and chef. And he had to be in a dementia ward because COVID, the hospitals were spread out all over. So he was going around telling people, one moment, I'll go get them for you. And so I've seen round after round of what the doctors thought was impossible, no one expected. And Dennis didn't holler at them. There's my Southern coming out holler. He didn't, fire up to them. He just did what he does in the kind way that he does it. And that's why I say I've discovered a beast that I didn't realize, like the strength and the resilience and really the application of everything that you teach.
Oh, thanks, Adora. Well, resiliency is the key. Above all else, just keep on keeping on. I remember when they told me, why aren't you wearing a gown? I said, because I'm not sick. And they said, no, we need to wear a gown. You're in the hospital. And I said, no, I want to be dressed in case I go home. And they said, but you're not going home today, but I am soon. So I was in skilled nursing for 4 months. So lots of cancer, lots of heart issues, lots of things that nearly took away my life, which it in effect made me more gracious and have more gratitude for being alive. So life is the greatest gift that you've ever been given, and you must treat life itself with all the delicacy and care that you can, as if you were your own baby and you were nurturing yourself to live as long as you can, to love as much as you can, and to give as much to other people as you can. And I truly believe that that's one reason why I've been able to overcome what little problems I have. And it's just exciting for me to share. And I don't know whether you have any more questions. I know I'm probably going over my time slot, but I just
we still have a few more minutes if you've got a few more minutes.
I just wanted to go back to something you said earlier. And first off, say, Dennis, Dr. Waitley, Dennis, it's so great to be here with you because through our lives, we get to drink from a glass, or we drink from a bottle that says spring water. But today with you, we get to drink from the well. And I really appreciate that. I want to go back to something you said earlier. You mentioned the Apollo astronaut that you were great friends with, Mr. Andrews.
Bill Anders.
Bill Anders. So that picture that he took of the big blue marble, which was iconic picture, and the first time we'd seen it. I also had a relationship with Apollo 17 astronaut Gene Cernan, Captain Cernan, who was the last man to walk on the moon. And one night we were at his house, just he and I, we were sharing this, and I asked, I wanted to know what it felt like. And as you said, it wasn't talking about the moon. He said, I saw the Earth and I didn't see any borders, no boundaries, no divisions between people. So my question is, you've witnessed many moments throughout history. The landing on the moon was something that was so shared globally. It was such a connection globally. It created a global conversation. Are we missing those now? Are there more? Are there other moments like that that bring us together, that then we turn our backs and walk away and become back in our own worlds again?
Absolutely. And it just so happens that Gene Cernan was also a friend of mine, because he was a Navy pilot before he became an astronaut. So the astronauts were pretty good friends of mine. So when you look at Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Bill Anders and that group, I worked to simulate with them. And what was interesting about the Apollo program and the astronauts is no one had ever done what they had done before. So they had nothing that grasped that had already been accomplished. So they had to pretend. And they pretended that they were going to the moon by flying the lunar excursion module up and down off the desert. But they were near Houston. I mean, it looked like the moon because it was sandy and rocky. So they had to pretend and simulate. And so I've had experiences in my life. When I was 12, I dreamed I was in front of an audience in some chandeliered big room with a tuxedo. And it was because I had low self-esteem, and my mother was very negative, and so she thought I was going to be a loser. So I grew up with the psychology of losing, but I had to dream over and over again of doing something to get her approval in this big hall. And in the 1980s, I ended up in Carnegie Hall with the chandeliers and an audience in a tuxedo, and got a standing ovation. But my mother, of course, wasn't there then, but I imagine that she was. I've been to 103 countries, 600 cities, and everywhere I go, people are viewing the world through their own left ear and right ear universe. So the universe that we live in is between our left ear and our right ear. It would be so important to take the boundaries off that center and expand it universally, so that we accept other people's opinions, not necessarily agree with them, but we make room for this universal concept that life is everywhere. There are more galaxies. I mean, they've already discovered that with the Hubble telescope. There are more galaxies. The Milky Way is only a small galaxy. And it makes you just humbled with excitement to want to explore the universe within, because that's the one that will allow us to be part of the universe without.
Yeah,
love that. Thank you. And I think that whole idea of pretending is so connected to the curiosity and so connected to vision, that in that pretending, we put ourselves in a place where we say, I can do this. I can accomplish this. And even though we don't get that far, we accomplish what we can. So great. Thank you so much for that. Is there some moment for you something that you haven't written about that you still want to express?
I guess it would be that that this moment is the rest of our lives. Because every decision that you make in every moment of your life impacts your future. And so this is the moment. This is your future, because by the very act of thinking something good, of doing something for someone else in that moment, you are creating the next step in the future of your life. And so life is a series of moments. And I don't even call it a series of memories, because the memories are in the past and they boost you up when you're feeling down. And you can learn from your mistakes, and they're in the past, so you leave them there. Your mistakes are in the past, and then your memories of love are in the past, and that gives you the courage to want more of the same. But what I've learned that I haven't written about is the moment.
Wow.
And living in the moment that gives you a self-awareness, an environmental awareness. And when you're 91, you want to write about the hummingbird. Oh my gosh, look at that. The hawk just dove down there. Oh, what do I smell? Oh, that's a rose. Is that a lilac? What is that I just saw? Look at that child. Look at them squealing. Look at them running in the park. I didn't notice them because I was on my way somewhere. But now I'm not on my way somewhere anymore. I'm enjoying the moment. And I would write about this moment in time.
Please do. Please do. Please bring that forward. That would be amazing. And it's such an honor to be here with you today and share. Marison, I wanted to say to you that our first opportunity to be in a published book, you were the featured author, and we were in the book with you as a featured author. So we feel like so honored to be here with you today. And it's such a pleasure. And keep going. Are you a golfer? I wanted to ask, are you a golfer?
Well, shall we say that golf has been part of my life because I knew Arnold Palmer very well, Jack Nicklaus and Lee Trevino and the old golfers. So I've been around golf. I managed a huge golf event for Jonas Salk, the developer, and I got to know all the pros. So I'm a good caddy. And
so
my game of golf, when I say golf, it's a way for me to spoil a good walk, because every stroke of mine is there's just a good thing. Golf is like life. You either practice your mistakes on the driving range, or you get somebody to teach you the correct swing, and you have to play the inner game of golf or life before you can play it for real. That's why it's so important for this Trailblazer program and all the mentors in it, because you cannot succeed in life unless you've had mentors, role models, and good golfers to teach you how to play the good game of golf instead of just hanging around with duffers and going to the driving range. That's a really good analogy.
Yes.
You play other people in golf. You play yourself against your experience and against your handicap is your self-image. And your self-image is something that is either limited by your previous games of golf, or you realize that you need a new self-image by getting mentors and role models that will teach you the correct swing in life.
I would just tell you, I play golf, like you said, and my goal is to shoot my age, which would put me 4 over par. However, I would say that right now I am shooting your age.
Well, I've always been shooting this age. I've always been in the 90s when I played.
Me too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege and honor of being with all you trailblazers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whaley. Thank you, Dennis Whaley. It's been an honor having you on. We'd have you back anytime. We're so thankful for Adora for making this happen. We're going to let you go and get back to the rest of your day, but you're an inspiration to many, and everybody wants that legacy. I think you have achieved it. I think you have achieved it.
Yeah.
The legacy is that, the people who love you will miss you. That's one of the most important legacies. And the legacy is always feel that you've made one life breathe easier for your own steps on life itself. That's probably a pretty good legacy, is just to feel that you've made a slight difference in the positive forward of the universe and the world. And I'm just full of love and full of gratitude. So thank you, Adora, and thank you all for having me on the program. And I'm going to get back to writing in the book.
Okay, sounds good. We look forward to it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, who could write fast enough, first of all, when Dennis, and every time, we've been with Dennis a number of times, and the truth is I can't write fast enough. I try to remember the way he said it. It never comes out that way. And, but a couple of things that sort of, I think really come forward. One of the things was, the golf game may be tough, but the walk is always worth it. Boom. Like, that's just so simplistic. And as a golfer in training, literally, I'm having my issues and I'm in my own head. It's really true. It's what I say all the time. Oh, you know what? To heck with it. The walk will be worth it.
Well, one thing, I always have so much to say about him specifically, but I remember a couple years back, we were talking on the phone and he said, Adora, I made a judgment. I won't say who it was against at this time, but he said, I judged someone today. And then I discovered something, and he shared the something. And he was like, and what it taught me is that I shouldn't be judging people. So Adora, you can count on me. I'm cleaning my act up. And, for someone who's impacted so many people, to pull back the curtain and say, here's where I'm struggling. Here's how I'm dealing with it. And ownership. It's just so magnificent. It's really great to walk through life and all the highs and from the stages, which we all love and we're impacted by. And David can set people up to win on stage. But Dennis certainly is legendary in that respect. But to walk through more challenging things and to see someone show up congruent with who they say they are in the world is. A lot of people say don't meet your heroes, and I know why they say that. I've experienced some of that, but he's one that is good. He was a good hero to meet, and he's solid, And
I think, I think the most important space we are all in right now is this whole space of inside out, right? It's just COVID the pandemic pause allowed this space for people to be inside and recognize I'm exhausted and have permission to be okay with that. To say I'm burnt out and have permission to be okay with that. That it opened up this space for people finally to see themselves inside in a way that almost we weren't conditioned to do it before the pandemic pause. And so the gift of the pause in so many ways was that we put up a mirror and it was okay. And we put up a mirror and I'm going to cry now because we put up a mirror and all of a sudden vulnerability, which was a fear for me, became my superpower. And because it was stopping me. So that work, I love that everybody's talking about that, because relationship with self is the only way we're going to drive our personal and businesses, right? And we get to be solid inside first. We do. So love that.
So good. Thank you for sharing that. I know you guys are bringing in our next round of people and kind of going through ahas and discoveries so far. I'm really excited about our red carpet event. I'm really, really excited. So thanks for presencing that. Those of you that feel like doing what Justin said and being wild, getting in the room, there's an I would say unprecedented opportunity to join a small group of us in New York. And the level of people that will be there, including Maris and different media partners and things like that, it's really up to you and God and the universe, however, what you create there. It's going to be a powerful room. So I know we have tickets on our page. We can post that link in a little bit, or you can message us. I think we have like 10 or 15 spots left, David. Is that right? Yeah.
And I want to say something about this event, you guys. Look, here's the bottom line, and this is just what we're in our relational leadership coaching. We know that there are so many communities. We all joined so many millions of communities over the last number of years. Sorry. And the fact is, I think a lot of us are kind of scaling back on where is my community, right? I'm going to be really clear. Here's why this community is so powerful, and why coming to an in-person with 60 people, with incredible humans. We are going not for us. We are going to be with other people and to be poured into and to be able to be connected and in service to these amazing folks. It's not about us, but to be able to be in that community in a room like that with what Adora and David have created, and the experience is unmatched. So, I would say come join us, come play with us, be curious, come join us in the middle of Times Square, Manhattan, and let's grow and gain together.
So awesome. Well said. Thank you, loves.
Appreciate it. All right. Tell us a little bit more about what you guys are up to. I know we're going to have you on tomorrow, but we've got a little bit of time here. I want to make good use of that. You guys have some really big topics. Like, you use a word like relationships, right? So I'm going to kind of put myself in the term of the audience. They're going, relationships, communication, like it seems so massive. Give us some specific examples of how you've taken that big topic and, used it very specifically with a company and organization. Because these places come to you, they say, hey, come help us. We're throwing out these big topics. Give us some real specific examples, or maybe even a success story of, here's what we did here for these people in this way. They got this kind of result.
Well, the first thing I think we get to do is address the elephant in the room. Everybody who thinks relationships first are about love and romance, raise their hand. David, raise your hand. I know that's what you thought. Yeah. Right. So, okay, let's get that out of the way. Go for it. Okay, got it. Good. Yeah. And so beyond that, it's really about the business of relationships, right? And we talk about that. And I know there's discomfort with that, but there's a whole industry out there of relationship marketing. When we create an experience with someone, no matter what, a love connection, a business connection, it builds a connection and a loyalty. So I'll give you one big example. And I was a kid. I was 22, and I was hired as one of the Olympic Torch Relay team members to develop the route for the Olympic Torch from Seattle to Malibu. And I was the youngest. I was 22 years old, so I was the youngest by about 4 years.
Just a couple of years ago.
Just a few years ago. And I'm giving this example because this was remarkable and also challenging. And let's just be clear, I had no clue what I was stepping into as a 22-year-old. And Peter Ueberroth then was head of the Olympics. My first mentor, Wally McGuire, sits me in a room and says, okay, now here's the issue. We need to get all the kilometers that have been purchased in California to actually be able to be run in California. So if you guys know anything about the Olympic Torch Relay, in 1984, the Torch Relay was actually a fundraiser for boys and girls clubs across the country, which was amazing. You could buy a kilometer for $3,000 and sponsor someone to run. So not only was I developing the route, working with the Olympians, creating experiences along the way for months, now also responsible for working on the route, doing all these pieces, and creating all the events. So when Peter Ueberroth called and he and Wally were on the phone with me and said, okay, I know you're in Tahoe now, and we're coming into Southern California. You got to get more kilometers in Tahoe before we cross the border. Like, what? I'm sorry, Tahoe's only so big. We're crossing the border in California. You want us to make, what? Yeah, so we just need to probably lengthen the route. We need to elevate. So I developed a whole new section of the route. And when it came the time for us to do it, that high up, it snowed. So that wasn't happening. So we literally shifted and pivoted. And I looked at that and I said, okay, look, We have Olympians, we have police, we have people who have purchased kilometers. We cannot disappoint. These are all relationships that are Olympic relationships now. We've brought the Olympics to the world. What do we do now? So we created circles around a number of the buildings in Tahoe just on that day, that morning, because it was the only way to get all the kilometers in that we needed to. And we created this big fun and this big festival around it, and off we went. So, in those moments, that it's about creating this connection. Here we are bringing the world the Olympics, right? And even these falter and have to pivot at some point. And it's part of what we heard earlier about, Dennis said about the Olympic mind. It's this relationship constantly knowing you can shift. And the only way that happens is by building trust and continuing to put those connections out there.
Yeah.
Is that a good example for you? You want another one?
That is a good example. Let me go about it a different way, and then we're going to be bringing Sharon up here in just a few minutes. But so we want to wrap this segment up. But let's go about it another way. How would a company, a person, or an organization know that they need somebody like you? What kind of maybe challenges are they having? What maybe goals do they have that then say, okay, this means we need to bring in Maris and Ken?
Well, I would say that it's pretty obvious out there now that it's all about show me the money. If we look at where money is, huge amount of money is going in corporations today, $96 billion was spent last year on customer relationship management systems. That's all about building a relationship with their customers. This is a key. If you have no relationship, you can't have what we were talking about earlier, a conversation. So the idea is to build a relationship so that you can have a conversation. And Maris and I spent 10 years working with a huge corporation, credit card, and airlines to create what Dennis Waitley just spoke about, a moment, to create a moment for card members to experience something that created a relationship with the company. That was our total mission for 10 years. And we had every top chef, name a top chef. We had athletes, Olympic, gold medalists. We had sports stars. So this idea that relationships go way beyond just romantic and also into the world is hugely reinforced. And that's why companies are looking for it. We are ready to provide that for a company in building that relationship, which starts with yourself. What's my relationship with me? And now how do I express that? And how does that interact? And I think that's why we're being brought in, while we're being asked to look at projects that involve creating that relationship scenario.
And I think the other piece to that too, David, is as people are doing this, one of the biggest challenges people have right now within their teams is communication. Right? Communication, because we're dealing with cross-generational process right now. Everybody's got different ages with their teams. And so the piece of this that we also bring in is really working with teams to make their interpersonal skills, their people skills, their power skills. So we work with them on communication strategies, creating relationships with their stakeholders, creating relationships inside, working with teams and collaborating. We do that with songwriting. We do that with coaching. We do that with workshops, because the internal workings of the team is only going to ultimately create accomplishments outside for sales, outside for these relationship programs, outside for big prosperity, is if they're functioning properly inside. And that's really what it comes down to. So people bring us in very often in a 360 relationship with their teams and then with their business outside.
Love it. Love it. I'm actually writing some notes on some of this as we speak here. Multitasking here.
Are you multitasking?
Can you think of anybody that's going to be part of the Trailblazer event, or that you work with in top talent, that's not built on a relationship?
Of course not. Yeah, of course not.
There isn't. We live in that world. And unfortunately, we demote relationships to a level that makes it, oh, well, it's only about romance, or it's only. So that's our mission. That's our goal, is to bring that forward.
And that's our disruptor space around it. I mean, our intention is relationships get to evolve to the level of importance where they can break through and transform these interpersonal skills to drive, it's that piece.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I heard you say this before. This is just what's echoing in my head, but really the quality of our life is determined by the quality of our relationships.
Yes.
The better relationships you have, the better the quality of life. I apologize. I got to end. I got to go to the next thing, but in transitioning here, how well do you know Sharon Lecter? I'm going to put you on the spot. What do you know about Sharon?
Oh my gosh, we love Sharon.
Sharon, she's been a mentor for us. Look, when we think about, first of all, financial literacy is not, I knew it was important before, but the importance of really understanding the why of financial literacy for young people into adulthood is because the mess I'm in now, the mess we're in now, is because we didn't have that in our younger years. And everything she's talking about and the importance of really, having passive income and all of these investments and not being afraid of just, what we've learned from Sharon has been so grounding for us. So she's been a loving mentor. She also wrote a beautiful testimonial for our book, The R Factor, which we so appreciate. And she's really been, we actually met her through Eric Swanson, and really appreciate his introduction to her. Sharon, Mama Bear.
How are you?
We're great. I want to say that there's something Sharon, maybe not everybody knows, but her community, Sharon does something that I think is so amazing. Every day, there is a voice message from Sharon in your inbox that is a ray of hope, a great gift of personal acceptance and personal experience, and that she does every day. And I asked her once, I said, Sharon, so do you have a bunch of these recorded? She said, no, I just do them every day. Thank you.
ATMs, we love you.
ATMs.
And you are fabulous.
I carry that card with me.
I love it. Richard, we'll let you give a little bit of introduction too. I don't know. I think the Maris and Ken just crushed it right there. But what do you want to add?
We're good. Hey, Maris, Ken, you talked about the power of relationships, and life is built on relationships. Sharon and I know one another for probably, 1 or 2 decades, and it's a relationship. Because when I called Sharon, she said, absolutely. And it wasn't about me. It's what this whole event is about. You've already spoken to Sharon as an amazing trailblazer. Your books, Sharon, are just remarkable. 3 Feet from Gold, Outwitting the Devil. You're all about financial literacy. I feel so privileged during this program to introduce some amazing, globally recognized and honored lady leaders. And Sharon, thank you so much for saying yes. It's a privilege to have you here. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate you. And it has been at least 2 decades, because it's been CEO space, I think. So it's been a long time.
Way back when. So the theme of this whole program is trailblazers, trendsetters, disruptors, and you have been all of those through your voice, not ours. How do you show up in those verticals, and how did you come about this? Is perhaps an even overarching question. How did you show up here?
Well, I think the greatest answer I have for that is the fact that I grew up in a household where I was told I could do anything I wanted to. And if there's a problem out there, fix it. Right? Don't complain about it, fix it. Be a problem solver. And so that's what I teach. The most successful businesses solve a problem or serve a need. And when I was the only woman in my accounting classes, I was one of the very first women hired in public accounting. So I didn't think of myself as a trailblazer, but I was. I thought of myself as, okay, I have something I have to work hard on. I have to work to be able to achieve success. So if I want success, I just need to work harder. And it's something that is absolutely important for all of us to know that we have everything we need inside us. We just need to apply it and work harder. And it's something that every one of us has the opportunity to create that success in our lives. And think about your life as to what you've achieved and know, why not? That was my biggest element for me, was to say, why not? Why not do something that other people haven't done? Why not take the path less traveled? And that's something that most of us don't think about, is the fact that we have the opportunity to create success by solving somebody else's problem. Don't let somebody else's opinion stop you. I met the inventor of the first talking children's book, and it was a time when my kids didn't like to read. And we had this opportunity to bring reading back into a child's life. But people didn't know about it. It was back in 1987. It's hard to believe. Dinosaur times. Kids didn't have screens. They didn't have electronics. And we had this incredible book that we did, but they didn't know who we were. And so we learned, we talk about relationships just now, but we learned through the power of association. We did deals with little companies like Disney, Warner Brothers, Sesame Street, and that allowed us to explode this technology around the world. And that's something that, the power of association is so important, because if you try to do everything yourself, you're not going to move very fast.
Yeah.
And we're here, this Trailblazer event, you're sharing incredible talents of people that you've met and made associations with through that time. And it's just every time I create a new company, is to solve a problem or serve a need.
Yeah. So Sharon, we're talking about trailblazers. We're also talking about pioneers, and there's another word that we're using. It's disruptors. And disruptors are kind of these people that, they want to be the first ones. And even when people start doing what they do, they want to do it differently just because now everybody's doing it, right? And I don't know if you're more of a trailblazer or a disruptor. I think you just kind of like to lead and go where the path takes you. But do you also consider yourself a disruptor at all, or what way?
I do, David. Thank you. Because you want to be noticed. And if you do everything the way everyone else is doing it, you're not going to be noticed. Yeah. And so, I can share the story behind Rich Dad, Poor Dad. This Please. It was very disruptive in the way of thinking about money. Your house is not an asset, those kind of things. So we wanted to be in your face a little bit. The publishing world told us, well, Sharon, it should be red, black, or green. That's what financial books are. I said, no, that's why we want to be purple. Royalty, right? And then, of course, now when you go into bookstores, financial section is all purple because it caught on. And how can you stand out, and how can you draw attention to your mission and what you're doing? And the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, we went in the face of traditional finances. Don't work hard and get a job. Think about how you can create a business. How can you create assets? Buy, build, and create assets that produce the income that create the journey. It's not what you do for your paycheck that determines your financial future. It's what you do with your paycheck. Yeah. And so we, flew in the face of traditional financial education because we knew we had to shake people up to get them to understand how to take control of their money. Because if you don't take control of your money takes control of you.
Yeah. I can think of a few ways I've seen you be a pioneer, but I'm curious what ways you think that maybe you've done things or created things or led things that maybe is different than everybody else and you've pioneered. I'm going to see if you're thinking of the same thing I'm thinking of. But what are some ways, maybe give me one or two that maybe you think you've done something that maybe even to this day is fairly original and that you've done maybe before other people?
Well, I certainly, the talking books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when I really dedicated myself to financial education in 1992 when my oldest son got into credit card debt. Mm-hmm. And so you can make a difference if you just do something about it. You got to take action. Yeah. And so when I made the decision to leave Rich Dad in 2007, I was asked to be on the President's Advisory Council for Financial Literacy. and I served both President Bush and President Obama. But during that time, I was an advocate for it, and we passed the Credit Card Act that prohibits credit card companies from going on college campuses. And that was one person. I can't take credit for the actual bill, but I was definitely a squeaky wheel on the President's Advisory Council. And so my son was greeted on college campus with these free pizza, free money, free T-shirt, free money, and he got himself into credit card. We didn't even know he had credit cards. And so the question that I say, we have to do something about it. And so many times you go, well, it's just me. How can I do something about it? It's that power of association, building the momentum, and being bold in taking that action. And that's what allowed me to stop and say, we have to do something about that. So since 2009, credit cards aren't on campus. They certainly still solicit young people, but they stopped. They can't do it. And so I really want people to know that if there's something that makes you mad, do something about it. I usually, when I get mad about something, I start a new company. So.
Well, the thing before, I'm gonna have Dora come in a second, but the thing that I thought of is the board game. Like, everybody loved playing Monopoly, and everybody now wants to gamify things. For the last 5-10 years, it's been like, how do we gamify this? And I think you were really on the cutting edge with the board game you came out with.
Well, absolutely. We received patents on the board cash flow. And after I left Richard, I actually created the Thrive Time for Teens game, which is also precedent setting, and it won all kinds of awards, to bring, to try and take the intimidation out of the subject of money. People are afraid, they're scared. And this gives an opportunity. And parents don't really want to talk to their kids about money because they don't want their kids to know that they truly have a problem themselves. And so we created this environment, this safe space that's got a lot of humor in it, where parents actually learn along with their kids.
Yeah, Dora, welcome.
Thank you. I want to greet Sharon with words she gave to me. Assets are sexy.
Yes, they are. And the older you get, the sexier they become. Yes.
Okay, then.
So great to see you. I am still dreaming of a Diva episode at your ranch. Maybe it'll be a Diva Top Talent episode at your ranch. We'll
come on down. We're going there this weekend. So.
Oh man, we're going to be in New York this weekend, but we'll circle around this one. So I love what we've discussed, but one thing people may not talk about that's landing for me right now is you are the queen of not just bringing this education forward, but really creating powerful alliances, whether it was with Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Think and Grow Rich, A Woman's Choice, Outwitting the Devil, which I saw in Brazil has something like 46,000 Amazon reviews. I mean, what is that, just by accident, or what do you have to say about that as a trailblazer?
Well, thank you, Adora. I guess I'm not afraid to address issues. When I first was given the manuscript for Outwitting the Devil, I really did. I called my daughter. She's a minister. I said, maybe you need to pray over me. I'm not quite sure about this. But when I read it, it was such in the face of the issues that we're dealing with today, even though it was written in 1938. And I really had to talk to myself and say, am I willing to take the hits? Am I willing to field the criticism? And I knew that the power of the information was so important that the answer was yes. And so I brought that out to the world because it really, Napoleon Hill took on every taboo of our times: sex, politics, religion, education, food, alcohol, cigarettes. And, he talks about how the devil, the negativity side of life, takes us off course from achieving what we deserve. And then he talks about the steps to take to grab your life back, to have that definiteness of purpose, learning from mistakes, controlling your environment, which includes controlling the associations that you have, and controlling how you spend your time. Are you spending your time or investing your time? Are you an investor or are you a consumer? All of these things are things that you have to look in the mirror and be honest with yourself of to what little things can you change in the way you spend your time and create huge rewards. And again, power of association is everything. It allows you to, 1 + 1 is 11, not 2.
That's amazing. I love that you had, I didn't know your daughter was a minister, female minister, another trailblazer, not far from the tree, right? Yeah, I love that you had her pray over you, because there is a spiritual warfare when you start really taking on and taking back your life and your freedom, and you're not on autopilot, and you stand for that, it seems, in every way.
It is. And, it really, people talk about, you broke the glass ceiling. We didn't even know there was a glass ceiling when I started out in my career, because that's how old I am. But again, women have a voice, and I want to support women finding their voice and standing in their power. Don't wait to, I don't like the word empower, because you've got the power. You just need to release it. So stand in your power, find your voice, stand in your power, and create maximum impact, because everyone has, we are all perfect. God created you to be perfectly you, not me, not Adora, not David, you. And you have all the skills and the talent to create great success.
Wow, that's exciting. What are you excited about next? I want to know before the guys come in here and grab you again.
Well, I'm very excited. I just learned that I'm getting the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yes.
I'm also getting the Lifetime Achievement Award from 10X Ladies, Elena and Grant Cardone, in August. So I'm really, it's just a really awesome thing to be acknowledged. I guess it's telling me I'm getting all these lifetime achievements. I don't know if that means I'm supposed to stop, that I'm going to continue moving down that path. And, my latest book, How Money Works for Women, is still just, I was on the television show this morning before I came with you. So I'm very excited about that, because it's a disruptor. It's the only book I know that we take women from every decade of life, from 19 to 86. And we talk about the various things that happen to us that along the way, and those things happen so many women are they lose their control over their money. And we talk about women who leave an abusive relationship, women who have a special needs child, women who've been married for 25 years looking for retirement, and the husband divorces her and she has no credit in her name, a woman that has a long-term husband who dies and she has no credit in her name. These are real things that happen every single day. And again, that's exactly what the issues and the resources they need. And it's actually like a graphic novel. It's 4-color. It's a lot of fun. So it's easy to read. And then the other thing is, I talk about when I get mad about something, I start a new company, and Ken and Maris talked about my daily messages. When COVID hit, I was so frustrated with all the negative things in the world that I have every day since then. I started a new program called ATMs, daily ATMs, is the messages of abundance, tips, and mentorship to help people have positivity in their life. And those daily, you can go to atm.sharonlecter.com to find out more about it. But I appreciate Ken and Maris mentioning it, because we each have to add value to other people's lives. As a little girl, my dad raised me asking me every single night, Sharon, have you added value to someone's life today? He's been gone 17 years, but I still ask myself that every night. And wouldn't the world be a better place if we all focused on adding value instead of taking value? So
I love it. And before I bow out, we need to read your book in the Diva Network. That would be great. So we'll do some kind of book club with that. I love that you are in constant contribution and what's in it for other people. How are you adding value? What are you creating in the world? And Angela, I believe that was just answered. ATMSharonLecter.com.
Yeah, atm.sharonlecter.com. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go. We got it there. Richard, I know you wanted to ask another question. We gave you one question. I was so excited. I just pulled you off and I just jumped right in. But here you go, my friend.
Sharon, you've had an absolutely remarkable life, a phenomenal trajectory There's so many lives that have been changed through what you deliver. And I know you're just a giver. We experienced that at CEO Space. How can I give more? How can I serve more? Were there times in your life that you came up against a wall that you said, enough of this, I've had enough and I can't go on? Tell us about how you overcame some challenges in your life.
Well, thank you for that question, Richard. When you have something that stops you in your tracks, it gives you an opportunity to really reassess your life. And it was a little over 12 years ago. In fact, I was at a CEO Space event. I got the news that my son had died. And we're not supposed to outlive our children. And it was very debilitating. And it really stopped me on my tracks. And my life, I went into neutral. I talk about the world of neutral for several years. And I had a lot of lows, but not very many highs. I kept working, but it was like, I'm not sure I'm into this anymore. I mean, it was a horrible time in my life. And I made the decision to retire, and I got a lot of pushback from family and friends. And I heard my son in my ear saying, "Get over it, Mom. There's more for you to do. There's more for you to do. Get over it. Get out there. You have more people to impact." And that's when I made the decision to play big again. I created a Facebook group called the Play Big Movement because I wanted to share the things that I was doing. And once I was able to get out of that grief and looking down, because when we're sad, we look down, we miss things that are right there. Once I made the decision to play big again, I had all kinds of incredible opportunities come for me, but I was holding myself down in grief. And so my message to everybody watching and listening to this Trailblazer, we all have things that stopped in our tracks. It could have been a death, a divorce, a financial setback, an illness. But listen to me, you are still here, and you are still here for a reason. There is more for you to do. And so I tell people, take that mess, whatever happened to you, you can turn it into your message. And that message can become your mission, your definite purpose, because you're coming from a position of turning your pain into promise. And that mission, you will become someone else's miracle. Because there's not one successful person I know that has not had things that stop them in their tracks along the way. But it's the perseverance, it's the ability to say, okay, that happened. I'm still here for a reason. And allow yourself to impact the lives of others by sharing what you've been through. So if they're going through it, they'll find the tools to help them to keep going. Because we all have a mission on earth. And don't let it not happen because you are in the world of numbness. Because I was there. It's not fun.
Yeah, I was there when it was announced that your son had graduated. And it was a shock to us. And thank God that, as Doria wrote in the comments, thank God that you got to the other side of that. And your message, you have influenced so many men and women to transform their lives. Sharon, who were some of your mentors, some of your guiding lights that nudged you to keep going, and deliver more of your gifts?
Well, thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'm actually hosting a International Women's Summit in July, and I've got all women speakers, but I'm also highlighting the champions, the men who have been champions for me along the way. Of course, obviously, if I go back, as my father is the one who told me I could do anything I wanted to if I just worked hard enough. Yeah. And the power comes from within. But I have been so fortunate to have mentor Sarah Day O'Connor, our very first female Supreme Court justice, is a mentor. She was a mentor. What an impact she made on the world. Mark Victor Hansen has been a huge impact to me, is supporting me through difficult times. John Assaraf is going to be highlighted. Of course, there's Les Brown. There's Brian Tracy. He and I have been married about the same length of time. And so what an incredible gift to humanity he is. And then, obviously Bernie Dorman was a dear, dear friend and continued to support me. And then Bill Walsh, there's just so many, David Meltzer. So looked to not just the living mentors, but Napoleon Hill, Dale Carnegie. These are people that they create such wisdom available to you. Soak it up and then apply it to your own life and see how that their impact can live on through you, because you learn from them, you share what you've learned, and you'll impact many. People say oftentimes, Richard, I'm waiting for the light at the end of the tunnel. I go, stop it. Don't wait for the light. That means you're giving up your power. You're waiting for somebody to bring it to it. Stand tall, stand in your own power and become that beacon of light for others. And others will come to you because they want to shine their light through you. And that's something that everyone has that opportunity.
Thank you for sharing that. I just reflected on something you said earlier on, that people had different opinions of you. And it evokes for me a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt: "What you think of me is none of my business." And, you obviously transcended that. You mentioned this conference that you're having. How can people register? Where can they find out more about that?
Absolutely. I'm going to speak through the show. Angela, if you can put the link up for me. It is the Real Success International Women's Forum, and it is July 26th and 27th. We're going to have some incredible speakers. Mari Smith, Elena Cardone, Lisa Copeland. I mean, it just goes on. Linda Clemens, incredible speakers. Phyllis Newhouse, who's an incredible trailblazer herself. And so I invite all of you to come, and we're going to have a lot of men there too, because we're going to highlight men who champion us. And it's just going to be an incredible opportunity for women to find their own voice. And I think it's an opportunity to join us. Go to Real Success, and I know Angela's got the link, so she'll share it with you. We have the last event we had last year, our first one, I had over 27,000 people register. So I'm looking forward to this one being equally as impactful. And it's all about providing information for every woman to find their voice, stand in their power, and create maximum impact. It's
Wow.
a celebration of each other.
Congratulations, 27,000 people. There aren't a lot of people, as you know, Sharon, who can attract that many people. And soon you'll do this in a physical venue and have the logistics challenge of all that.
Yes, it is a virtual event. It is a virtual event. And I have to, Real Success is the company that I work with. And so again, we talk about the power of association. They are incredible at what they do. And so I would not taking personal credit for 27,000 people. They're the engine behind me. So
it's teamwork, just as this event is teamwork.
Yes.
You reach out to people, I reach out, David reaches out. And thank you for participating. What a blessing to have you here. And what else would you like for, parting words, because we've still got some time. What knowledge, wisdom, and information would you like to share that you want to know that people, we can't anchor anything in anyone, but what would you like them to know?
Thank you, Richard. Well, there are only three things that we can control in our lives: our thoughts, our words, our actions. And so take a personal assessment: thoughts, words, actions. And so our thoughts, sometimes we need a little help. And mentorship is such an important thing. My greatest joy today is that I am the mentor of other people. And my team gave me the tagline, a legacy of creating legacies.
Hold on. Say that again. That's really powerful.
A legacy of creating legacies. I've been a mentor to many of today's great speakers, and it makes me so proud. A true mentor steps into your world. They don't try and sell you a program. They step into your world and help you reach your goals faster. It's somebody who's been where you want to go, somebody that can speed your access to success, open doors for you, steer you around pitfalls. And I love what I do as a mentor. And it's something that we really help people really see the power of association. So many times we hold ourselves back. The personal success equation, which came out in the book 3 Feet from Gold you mentioned, is your passion and your talent. And that's all about you and your learning and your education. But most of us stop there. But true success comes from times A, power of association, times A, taking the right action, and then all of it based in faith of yourself, faith in what you're doing, faith that it will be successful. And all of that creates a personal success equation. If you go to personalsuccessequation.com, I have a whole ebook workbook that will help you look at that. But when I start working with someone, I go through that formula. And it's usually the power of association that needs work. They don't have the right people on their team. They don't have people on their team who are strong or they are weak. They don't have the right mentor. And then they also don't have enough self-confidence in themselves. And those two things go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you, the right mentor, your self-confidence goes up, because we all have bad days. But when you have a bad day and you have the right people around you, they're going to let you stay there for a little bit, but then they're going to pull you right back up. And that's so important today, because you don't have to do anything on your own. It's so important to find the right people, having the right mentor, and having a mentor who steps into your world, that is there for you, not for themselves. So
thank you for sharing that, Sharon. And I've got this thing running through my mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you may perceive Sharon as this brilliant financial lady. Tell us about your ranch. Let people get that side of perspective of you.
Well, absolutely. Check out cherrycreeklodge.com. The funny story is that my husband and I said, we get married, you should talk about where you want to retire. He's a mountain guy. I'm a beach guy. Hard to get those to match. But he always wanted a survival property, and we were looking for 10 acres somewhere where he could go build his survival hut and shoot his guns and not get in trouble. And so we started looking, and we found this piece of property, which is in the middle of the Tonto National Forest. It's a piece of American history. It was the location of the Pleasant Valley War, and we fell in love with it. We bought it the same day. And I teach this, it was a little bit more than what we were looking for. It's 300 acres and 45,000 acres of grazing rights to the Tonto National Forest. So we became ranchers overnight, and we built a beautiful lodge that's available for weekend retreats or taking your family reunions, business retreats, business meetings. You can go to cherrycreeklodge.com to see more information about it. We host our own mentoring retreats there 2 or 3 times a year. We have other people who host their retreats there as well. It's totally off the grid, all solar powered. We have our own well. We have a huge lake, Lake Sharon, because that was, Michael said, well, you're not getting your ocean. We put in Lake Sharon. So we have his mountains and my lake. And we have bald eagles come to visit us. It's just a little piece of heaven, beautiful. And I invite all of you to check it out and come see us and get a little piece of God's country.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen are pictures and videos. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a place to hold a retreat, what better place and with what better energy than in the middle of no place off grid. That's absolutely awesome. So what does the future hold? I know you've got another book, you've shared that. Where, if we can reach into the future, what do you see changing? You've changed the whole landscape of the financial model for those who are awake enough to have tuned into you. What's next? And the really big picture.
Well, Richard, I mentioned earlier, my son got into credit card debt back in 1992, and that's when I dedicated the rest of my life to financial literacy. I am still fighting that fight. I am on the Arizona Financial Literacy Task Force to get financial education required in Arizona. When I first started, fewer than 3 states had required a personal finance class for high school graduation. There are now 25 that require that. And I'm so thrilled, but we still have 25 more to go, one of which is Arizona. I did get the law changed that they are required to teach it in an economics class, but I want a standalone semester class on personal finance. So I will fight that fight until the day I take my last breath, because it's inside me, and it is my sole purpose. From a standpoint of what the future holds, you know, I do a lot of speaking. I love to be able to speak, but I really am. I love the mentoring I do. We do the high level mentoring. We have a monthly group mentoring that is in small groups that my husband and I both participate in. And it's to know that I've experienced a lot in my life, a lot of successes, a lot of failures, and to be able to share my insights as to what I've done and the opportunities that I see for other people. You know, that's what I have a talent in being able to see oftentimes what other people can't, as opportunities and potential affiliations and potential applications of what you've already created in other industries. And it just is like food for my soul when I can see an opportunity for someone and share it with them and see the lights go on and get them excited. So
you speak about seeing things that others don't, seeing the commonly unseen, hearing the commonly unheard, knowing the commonly unknown. When did you awaken to that gift that you now have?
That's a great question, Richard. I don't think I believed I had that gift until very recently, when I kept getting that feedback from people. You know, you see, and when I actually started after I lost my, you know, our son, I started the Master Mentor program. And it was when I started getting feedback from people saying, wow, I can't believe that, you know, as I started realizing that I did have the ability to see opportunities where other people didn't. And now I'm happy to admit that, yes, I do. I see things people can do. You just need to find the right resources and the right people to support you. So,
yeah. And many people on this program have expressed vulnerability. You mentioned that there were times, aside from the loss of your son, in business, where it was, I've had enough. The pushback is so great, I'm done. And or when you felt that, why go on? I failed. I can't do any more. Speak to that.
Sure. Well, from a business perspective, the number one time was when I'm, you know, at the height of our success at Rich Dad. I built the company. I was Robert's partner for 10 years. We wrote 15 books together. We created incredible success, created the largest personal finance brand in the world. In 2007, I was miserable. He wanted to go into franchising. I didn't believe in it. And so I had to make the decision to be true to me, be true to my personal mission. And I made the decision to leave Rich Dad. And it was amicable for a couple of months till evaluation came in. And then we ended up, you know, facing off each other in court. It took 1.5 years to resolve that. But during that time, I never looked back because I knew I made the right decision for me. I was no longer comfortable in my own skin in that environment. And I share this with people because sometimes you have to close one door for other doors of opportunity to open. And had I not made the decision to leave Rich Dad, I wouldn't have gotten the phone call later that year from President Bush inviting me to be on the President's Advisory Council for Financial Literacy, the very first one. And I served Bush and Obama, and that's when we passed that law to keep credit card companies off of college campuses. Had I not made the decision to leave Rich Dad, I wouldn't have gotten the phone call from the Napoleon Hill Foundation asking me to step in and reinvigorate the teachings of Napoleon Hill during the financial crisis of 2008. And so I always challenge, is there a door in your life you need to close for other doors to open? Because I would never have gotten the call from Napoleon Hill had I still been a Rich Dad. I would never have gotten the call from President Bush had I still been a Rich Dad. And so every one of you, so many times we hold on to something because it's what we know and it's what we're comfortable with, even if it's uncomfortable, we still stay because change is scary. Stand in your own truth, stand in your own integrity, make that decision, and new opportunities will come to you. And that's, you know, something that it was a very difficult time. I mean, it was a hugely difficult time. You know, we were in litigation. I didn't want the world to know because I didn't want to hurt the brand. I'm still very proud of the brand. And yet at the same time, I knew it's what I had to do. I had to stand in my own power and be true to myself. And it's something that each and every one of you needs to stand in your own power, because you're perfect just the way you are.
I love that. And just to expand on that a little more, most human beings live in total certainty. As you said, different language. I know this way, I'm going to go that way. And as Tony Robbins so beautifully says, the quality of your life is determined by the level of uncertainty you can handle. And you embrace that uncertainty. You left everybody, the awake people knew the book, knew the story, knew Robert, and you said, enough of this. And I don't believe that when one door closes, another opens. I believe when one door closes, a whole barn door opens, and the opportunities can just come pouring in. And they can, I mean, you're a perfect living example of how profound the changes they can just
It's
impact.
a great example of what's in Outwitting the Devil, and that is, your environment. If you're in an environment that is draining you, I have a client that has energy vampires, right? So I love that brand. And so if you're in an environment where your energy is constantly being pulled out, it's not good for you healthy mentally. It's not good for you spiritually. So release the negative energy, release the vampires in your life, and find that step that's going to take you to where you are in contribution, you're in service, and you can live a life of hope and positivity and impact the lives of others in a positive way. Yes, sometimes, don't focus on the money, but when you talk about that, Richard, I also always share with people, I ask this question, and so I'm going to ask everybody in the audience, when was the last time you did something for the first time? Let me repeat that. When was the last time you did something for the first time? And I just turned 70 in January. So yes, I see a shorter runway in front of me than behind me, but I still challenge myself to do things I've never done before, because it keeps us young. It keeps that creativity and curiosity going in our lives. And so many times we start doing the same thing every day. I mean, if you drive to the office and you get there and you don't even remember driving it because you do it every day, all right? That's called, complacency. And we want to shake it up, and we want to get back to curiosity and creativity. I share the story of little children when they're at home, they're building castles out of pillows and blankets, and they go to school and they have blocks when they first start, but then they disappear, and they're in school and they're taught conformity. And we need a little conformity in our lives, but that conformity turns into a career. They get out of school, they start a job, they're in a career, and then they get complacent because they're doing the same thing every day, driving the same pathway. And that complacency then gets challenged with a crisis.
Yes.
And your life in crisis becomes chaotic. So you go from crisis to chaos. And how do you get out of chaos? By becoming creative and curious again. And so let's keep curiosity and creativity in our lives, particularly in our children's lives, and allow you to continue seeking to do something you've never done before.
And that is such vital suggestions, information, wisdom, Sharon, that we do the things. I mean, we're all guilty. How did I get here? Oh, because I do the same thing every day. And chaos, it's an interesting word. In my experience, when something appears to be chaos, it's because we're too close to it. And the further we get and the bigger the perspective, we see there's organization. If we look under a scanning electron microscope at the core of an atom, it's pure chaos. And you step farther, and then you see the atom, you see the molecule, you see the organism. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a different perspective on what Sharon brilliantly shared. What is chaos? It means we just don't get the bigger picture. So it's fascinating. As we're beginning to wrap up, we got a minute or two. What kind of, thank you now, again, you have the QR code, you can get in touch with Sharon. What kind of parting wisdom would you like to leave our audience with?
Well, thank you, Richard. I just want to again congratulate all of you for putting the time and energy to bring all of us together to share with the audience, because it's a gift. It's a gift to have that kind of wisdom available, and I appreciate you including me in that. And for all of you, just write this down. You are the CEO of your life. Nobody else. You are in the driver's seat. And when we think about looking towards the future, you're in the driver's seat. You have your hands on the steering wheel, your foot on the accelerator. You have a huge windshield. You can go anywhere you want. You're in control. But you have a rear view mirror that's very small, and that's on purpose, because that rear view mirror is just to learn from the past. But so many of us allow the past to hold us back. It's like an old sack of potatoes, right? And so let it go. Learn from it. What are you supposed to learn? Turn back forward, hands on the steering wheel, and punch the accelerator so you can create the life you deserve. And you are the CEO of your life. And, in Outwitting the Devil, one of the chapters is talked about drifting. And that's a huge issue in the world today. People that just don't know what they want to do. They kind of just go through life. They follow the crowd. Then you ask them what they want to do for dinner, whatever, right? So take control of your own mind. Napoleon Hill says only 2% of us control our own thoughts. Well, let's change that. And remember, as I said earlier in the show, you can control 3 things: your thoughts, your words, your actions. And your thoughts impact your words and your actions. So start with your thoughts and understand that we all have negativity. We just need to address it and be able to deal with it. And when you cannot have negative and positive in your brain at the same time. So get rid of it. And then ask yourself, my mantra from the day I left public accounting is, why not? Why not do something different? Why not take the path less traveled? Why not solve a problem and serve a need? If not you, who? If not now, when? Go for it and ask yourself, why not?
Such brilliant wisdom. Sharon, thank you for saying yes. Again, for as long as we know one another, I know that you most often say yes, even when it doesn't make sense, and like leaving Rich Dad, Poor Dad and coming up and claiming a whole new Sharon. Thank you for being here, and looking forward to learning more and seeing more. Who knows, maybe one day we'll come out and do a retreat at the ranch. You never can tell. Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had the pleasure of spending a half hour with Sharon Lechter, one of the most brilliant people on the face of the planet when it comes to financial literacy. And if you're here, you know the kind of information you're getting, the wisdom, the knowledge, the sharing of just, take it and do it on your own. Who do you know who needs to be here? Send a link to them. Let them come in and play. And just, someone just wrote, be a mentor unto others. How brilliant is that? Keep positivity and creativity in all your undertaking. You'll impact many lives. Show up to be in pure service. Don't show up to take. And Sharon mentioned energy vampires. We've all been in situations where you walk into a room and someone's sucking the oxygen out of the air, that you're there, just be in service. That's the best thing you can do. So Doria is not yet in the room, but
Hey,
Isabel is.
There's just so much wonderful content going on. Doria Cordova is going to be our next guest. She's going to be joining us in just a little bit. But wasn't Sharon fantastic?
Absolutely amazing. Amazing.
She gives us wonderful insights and tidbits. And I love just how personal that she gets with everybody. But guys, don't go anywhere. If you're just now tuning in, you're at the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. We're on day 2. Tomorrow is day 3, the last day. And right now we're going to cut to commercial, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. JoinTheDivas.com.
Hey, this is Captain Lou, producer planner of the amazing annual mastermind vacation known as the Marketers Cruise. Here we are with 445 of our best marketing buddies from 18 countries around the world.
This is my fourth. This is my third.
Second. First, 9th annual
Marketers Cruise.
It really wasn't a hard sell. Go on a cruise for a week and network with some of the top marketing professionals in the industry.
It's a vacation combined with a seminar.
These are just real extraordinary experts giving you some of their best advice.
All you have to do is ask a question. You'll get 30 or 40 people that can answer it.
I got phenomenal advice as well as lots of offers of free products, free services, free help. You can't pay for some of this stuff, and that's what this group will do for you.
I'd like to think that I spend 90% of my time doing the most important thing, which is probably fun.
My wonderful, fun-loving little group, we tore up the dance club in a way that I know is recorded on camera and I fear will reach the internet at some point in my life.
We decided to create an atmosphere where it's 30% work, 70% play.
Could you imagine partying and going on a cruise with 400 or 500 of your closest friends?
You get to meet people maybe in the JV jacuzzi or Pizza and Profits at night.
Let me tell you about Pizza and Profits. It's a strange phenomenon.
You go up to the pizza place, which is 24 hours.
And that starts at midnight.
Making new connections.
Launching products.
Deals are cut.
Joint ventures.
And just keeps going and going and going and going and going.
Some of the people go until you smell bacon.
What do you do in your business? Here's what I do in my business. Do you want a pepperoni pizza? Here's a cheese pizza.
I think that the way that they were able to break the ice for all the entrepreneurs there is really just setting the tone of we're here to learn, we're here to share, you're here with your peers, and they really set the right framing for the entire week.
And you know what? You don't have to be an internet marketer to be on this cruise. We've got healers, we've got doctors, we've got chiropractors, we've got amazing people doing all kinds of things.
Like I said, I've made a lot of connections with people, top people that I would never have access to if I was not on this cruise. We had a white hot party costume, everybody's having fun.
So just from the magic of cruising on the Caribbean Ocean in January on a sparkly ship that has a lot of cool things, entertainment, so you're in a relaxed atmosphere where things happen organically.
It's about having fun. It's about making friends, enjoying yourself. And the business comes.
And the connections just happen.
To me, the important thing is how can we connect and how can we help each other, not how can we make money. Any long-term relationship can't be rushed into, and a period of getting to know each other has to occur. Because once you remove yourself from that context of this conversation is supposed to lead me to monetary gain, it'll lead you to a much deeper gain, which is the gain of connection to another person.
And everybody's just out to help you. And I've never been in anything like that before.
And when you leave, it's not a business relationship, it's a pal, it's a friend. And that's what the Marketers Cruise is about. It's about friendship.
I'm going to use a little cruise metaphor, but I believe that a rising tide raises all ships. And that when people are brought together under a commonality to achieve greater things together, they can.
Welcome back. We are here with the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. Thank you for being here. If you are watching and you're tuning in from Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and you haven't registered just yet, you can go to trailblazerevent.com and do so. So that way, any bonuses and any other kind of content can come directly your way. But we are excited to continue on with the show. If you've been tuning in and you've been listening and taking in a lot of notes, then you know exactly how valuable that all of the information that these speakers have been giving to you. We just heard from Sharon Lechter, and our next guest that we'll be bringing up is Doria Cordova. And I have a big echo going on. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I would still like to bring up our next guest, Doria Cordova, who has been a great impact in my life, especially when I was just starting out as an entrepreneur and business owner, and giving me such wonderful insights on how I could become successful in what it is that I was trying to accomplish. And so she has been one of my mentors for many years, and I am so thankful to call her my friend. So please help me welcome to the stage, Dame Doria Cordova.
Yay!
Hello.
So much. Aloha.
Aloha. Are you in Hawaii right now, or are you in California?
We just got back, so I'm a little suntan, but oh my God, I just wanted to really thank you. What a morning to have me on. And it was so interesting because, you know, Sharon and I have talking about nearly 20 years of being in partnership with Kiyosaki. So having her be ahead of me and how we dreamed her up. There's a whole story. I think I've told you the story before, but we literally, Kiyosaki and I dreamed up Sharon Lechter. And I remember when he called me up and he says, I met her. We didn't know whether it was going to be a female or a male, but we had made this whole list. And he says, I met her. It's a she. And I was like, wow. And, you know, can she come to Singapore and do the Money and You program? Because she's the one. And so visualization works.
Yeah, sometimes you don't really know who it is that is going to come into your circle of influence, someone who might be there for a very long time, sometimes for a very short period of time, but always be open and receptive to whoever your new teachers and mentors will be, right?
And your new business partners with all the knowledge, with all the connections, the people that are going to take you to what you were really meant to do and to be. I mean, she was just like the person, you know, and I just love the way that she's so committed. I'm so glad that she made the decision to come back. We just love Sharon.
Yeah, and speaking of Money and You, I did that program. I did the late nights. I had the spiral bound notebooks, had all the highlighted colors and focusing. I remember the fruit bowl that's right behind you, the map that's on the other side. The information is extremely helpful, especially for someone who doesn't know where to truly begin. So as they're on their journey, they have something to tether to. And one phrase I still use even today is the reality box. And can you explain a little bit more about that to the audience who don't know who you are?
Aloha, everyone. I am the CEO and owner of Accelerate Business Schools, the Money and You program. And I am known as one of the OGs in the, and this is a long definition here, in the entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry. So many of the people that you have met, that you have seen, the best-selling authors, are Money and You graduates, and we gave some people their start. Tony Robbins, when he was only 23 years old, and he was around us for a couple of years. And then, of course, the big one is Robert Kiyosaki, who was my business partner for 9 years and was around us for 17 years. And that's and we have impacted the world not only through them, but also with my working through government. And one of my big missions, which is to transform educational systems around the world and eradicate poverty and hunger, which is it's a very different work, but very similar to what Sharon does. And we do it through entrepreneurial education. And so what we do is we churn out social entrepreneurs, people who are not only committed to creating wealth, but also doing good. And so that's a little bit about my background. And the reality box is like we can only see ourselves through the eyes of our accomplishments, through the eyes of what we have possibly created up until that moment. But every human being has had some kind of a picture, some kind of a vision when they have seen themselves in a much more expanded way and a much more successful way. But because of the way that the brain works and because of our environment and living in a world of scarcity, what happens is that people do not really accept that. Many people do not accept the fact that they were meant to be here to create, maybe not so much that they will be the leaders, but not everyone is an entrepreneur, but you can be part of an entrepreneurial team that allows for you to be able to contribute and to make a difference. So just really go crazy. Like one of my favorite books is Good to Great. Hairy, audacious goals. He's the one that put that on the map, Jim Collins.
BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals. Love it.
So how big can you think of yourself? Like right now, like we were talking, Dennis Waitley, he and I have the same partner in China, Wilson Lin. So I met him in China. And so like he was talking about, like, get really present. And this moment is the first moment of the rest of your life. So just like allow yourself, like right now, right here, right now, allow yourself to just be outrageously thinking about what is the one problem that you want to solve. And I did that when I was 27 years old, when I met Buckminster Fuller. And what hit my heart was hunger, because hunger comes from scarcity. And by the early 70s, we had sufficiency. So there was enough. From the 70s, that was a long time ago, we had enough for us to be able to feed, to house, to have people with water, to have people to have all the things that we have. And that just inspired me. And that's what I have been inspired by all these years.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't really know the kind of power that you have until you get on a team. Either it's establishing a team or joining someone else's. And, you can partner up with anyone willy-nilly, but to make the massive impacts is when you work with people who align with your goals, with your mindset, with the vision that you have going on. And once you do that, it's like attaching, a jetpack on top of a jet plane. You're just going at astronomical speeds and heights. For people who are still kind of new, still kind of scared to want to get established, start their own business, because that's kind of what people want to do nowadays. They don't want to have a boss that has oversight. They don't want to be going into an office every single day. They want to be an entrepreneur. They want to make a lasting impact, because what we've been taught since a very young age is make the world how you want it to be. What is a piece of advice that you would give to those people who are still kind of hesitant to do it?
Well, the first thing you need to do is to really, this is really important because it has to do with lifestyle. It has to do with how do you want to live your life, because it goes by really fast. I'm 74 and I can remember as if though it were yesterday when I was your age, right? And I was just starting out my business and doing that, like I was telling David the other day. Who knows what you're going to be like at my age, right? And so what we need to do is to understand the basics of how business works. And people can go, and later people can go to moneyandyou.com. They can download a book that I have, a baby book, I call it, because it's tiny, and it's called the Business Success Model. And this particular book will give you a foundation of, you learn from experts and masters, which this beautiful summit is bringing to so many people as a gift to the universe in many ways.
Yes.
And then you create a niche, and a niche, is for the marketers, because in entrepreneurship, you need to understand sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and you also better be really good at what you do. So now you have, you need to have the next thing is you need to create a niche in the business success model, which is what we cover in Money and You. And then the next step is to leverage that. And I want everyone right now, just gives yourself a high five and just say, I love leverage. Without leverage, everything that Sharon was speaking about and others, when they talk about creating wealth, is true leverage. And most of us are not trained. I want to have 6 months training in every school from the time we're little about leverage, because leverage is key. So you learn from masters and experts, you create a niche, you leverage that niche through actually.
And there it is.
There he is.
He's
And
back.
you leverage that niche through systems. And that's what you see behind me. The business success model, is holding right there. And then we have the ability to be able to go to the next level, which is an aligned team, and to have the ability to be able to create synergy and create results. So everyone needs to have that basic understanding. And then thank you, David and Isabel, for publishing my book, Access to Cash. He's looking at leverage there.
Using leverage.
David did such a good job in pulling out of me all the different ways that we can access. So access to cash is not what you think, but it's a system. There are systems in place. That's what you learn from all the masters, are systems in order for you to create wealth. So that's another thing that every human needs to understand, that you are as wealthy. And we talked about that. We talk about proximity, who you hang out with. All the masters that were here a little bit earlier were talking about it. So I don't have to do it. So who do you hang out with? Who are the people that are close to you? Who are the people that you're learning from? And so access is key.
Access leverage is really in the details of everything. If you want to, it's easy to make a 10-page essay on how to do something, but to really leverage that, to really boil it down to its finest points, that's where you really show your genius, because you can make complex things more complex, but the true genius is making complex things simple. Dory, something else I want to ask you as well is, because you started out so young and all the success that you've gained over the years, what was one of the areas where you were kind of the first trailblazer in that aspect that really helped establish your foothold?
So this is really important for people to understand, okay? I didn't know that I was being a trailblazer. I was actually part of a team that were the pioneers, the true pioneers of the industry that I have just mentioned, which is everywhere you see it. I mean, I go into bookstores, and I swear to God, there was one time in Malaysia at the Kuala Lumpur airport, and there was a window full of Money and You graduates with their best-selling books, which of course included Rich Dad Poor Dad, Tony Robbins' book. It also included Chicken Soup for the Soul, Mark Victor Hansen and beautiful Jack Canfield and others. And they were all there. I took a picture of it. I mean, I was so blown away. So I was there at the beginning. And then, without realizing it, we were creating a whole new industry, which is parallel to the traditional school system, because the traditional school system right now is for farmers. It was created 200 years ago. It was created right at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It was created during the Agrarian Revolution, which actually started in 1850. Okay, so now we're talking about 175 years ago that you have the beginning of our educational system as we know it today, even older than that. So we are, all of a sudden I find Marshall Thurber and Bobby DePorter, who are using left and right brain teaching techniques. Now, let me just say real quickly, the reason why there's some noise in the background, thank you. The reason why the cash flow game was really gamified is because Kiyosaki had been with us around for, at that time, around 15 years. And he realized, and we had been talking about creating a Money and You game and this kind of game. So by the time we met beautiful Sharon, he had already connected with all these people that had already created this game that was financed by Money and You graduates. So now you have these people that come in a network. And this is another thing that's really important that we all need to understand, that we begin to create networks of people that can finance access, right? And people that we can work closely with. And so next thing I know, I'm finding myself in this industry that is changing the world. So it wasn't like a conscious thing, but I follow my heart and I follow my lifestyle. And my licensing model is one of the most successful in the world. That's why Kiyosaki wanted to go to franchising. But franchising is very different than licensing. So licensing allowed me for the last 44 years to create and to be able to leverage myself. So all of this I learned from learning business, from learning entrepreneurship, from being surrounded by experts in this field.
Yeah. And a lot of it is learning a new language, essentially. And welcome to the stage, my co-host and your event host, Dora Evans. You have a question for our guest, Doria?
Well, first, I want a presence, like I'm really good at doing, that while we have this genius who is a trailblazer that started very young, I'm going to tell you one of the things that keeps her young is her ability to bust out dance moves anywhere, anytime. And I think often I'm recalling that memory of us together at Ramey's and putting you and I dancing up and bringing dollars to the stage. Everyone was dressed, guys, but it was so much fun. And I think when people witness your genius, your brilliance, they look at all the names that you've known. It's really important to bring to the table that you have fun. You have a great sense of humor. You know how to dance with life. And that's, for me, part of diffusing pressure. Every great entrepreneur has to expand their capacity to manage pressure. So I'd love to know anything about that, about how you have learned and supported entrepreneurs and being able to dance with the things, the ebbs and flows.
Well, it's so funny that you should talk about that, because through the years, I've been doing this now, leading this organization for 45 years, right? So we have had all these different themes, but we had one in the 80s when it was almost a movie made after us that would look like the Fame movie, because we used to dance on tables. And we got into a saying called trust the dance. And that was taught to us by Tai Chi master that we used to bring to our business school, that used to teach us Tai Chi. And trust the dance is a profound motto to live by, because as you know, I have had a lot of loss. I've had a lot of loss, and some horrific loss is loss, no matter what it is, right?
Yes.
And excuse me. I'm not emotional. When I talk about loss, sometimes my heart stops a little bit. And so what happened for me was that I already know that life is a dance, that what happens is that we have to really go, that life is going to give you some curveballs that are so intense. And what you have to do is you have to accept that, and you have to get up and you have to keep moving. So trusting the dance is knowing that things are going to happen in your life, that you are going to go through loss, you are going to go through learning experiences, that you are going to go through, life is not easy for people, but always, not only for myself, but for so many people, the toughest situations have made us so strong. And, Sharon talked about that quite a bit. And we all know the experiences that we've been having lately in this family. When we get through to the other side, we are so much clearer, so much more stronger. And then so trusting the dance is key.
Yes. I love that. I love that so much. And I think it's really important to talk about it, because a lot of times as entrepreneurs or visionaries or creators jump in on their dream and their vision, and then something happens. Either, they're imagining a stadium full and there are 2 people, they're imagining raving reviews and 10 people are there. That can be really challenging to face themselves, to face the challenges, not to mention losses and deaths and economy shifts and COVID and, other things that can come. But it's through walking in that and through it that, like you said, emerges this capacity, this ability to hold. And it's almost like I've heard people say paid my dues, or it's part of the strength. You know, we go to the gym and we're fine. Some of us aren't. I love when I'm sore. I know that I'm doing something right, but when life makes us like, that was not comfortable, you know. So I love what you're saying, and of course you almost had a movie, trusting the dance flow. Of course you did. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and sometimes life is going to give you uncomfortable situations that are designed to help you grow. And if you don't embrace that and instead you run away from it, you're never going to really see yourself progress. And yeah, life will be uncomfortable. It's going to give you some very unfortunate situations. But if you don't build anything on that, if you don't give it meaning and purpose to your life, you're going to be stuck in the same place for the rest of your life. And then looking back wondering, well, why am I still in the same place? Everyone else keeps running past me. In fact, they've run several laps around me. Why am I still here? Because you keep missing opportunities.
Well, it's so true. And what I wanted to land before we take it back to Doria is that when people hit those, if you don't know that everyone goes through that, like, woo, welcome to the party, welcome to the club, you're earning, you know, not that we need to attract it or manifest it, but when it comes, rather than isolate and contemplate whether or not this is really meant for you, whether or not you have it, you go, you know what, I'm among great company here because I'm exercising this muscle that every great achiever has walked through their own version of it.
You know, one of the gifts that I'm going to give, one of the gifts that is going to be listed in your beautiful site is going to be the magical recovery exercises. And just very quickly, because this reminded me about, you know, where we all met. You know, we met, Adora, we met in Clubhouse back in the day. And, you know, everybody knows I still love Clubhouse. It's like, I can't help it. I'm completely anchored to the fact that it took us through the pandemic, or the pause, as that beautiful woman called it earlier. I love that, the COVID pause. It sounds so much better, right? And because it really was a pause. But one of the things that I discovered being in Clubhouse was the fact that so many people did not have an understanding of the basics of not only of basic entrepreneurship. And that's why I created this program called, you know, Money and You Distinctions, Doria's Distinctions, because it's not just what we teach in Money and You, but my distinctions through the years on how I have applied it. And then I discovered that people's deservability levels were so low. And what I mean by that, it goes back to the box, thinking outside the box. It's like, you really need to figure out what is that outrageous financial freedom number for you. How much is it? Just really go wild, go wild. $25,000 a month of just money that you can play with, what the Chinese call net. After the government is paid, after everybody is paid, that goes into your pocket, net. How much is it? So what happened for me when I started, and it was the beginning of the consciousness movement, of the prosperity consciousness movement, right? And what happened for me was that I no longer had the ability to be able to go past the ceiling that had been created by my family, that had been created by my mother, by my father, by the teachers, by the people around me. And Sandra Ray taught me this beautiful exercise, which is to begin to become aware. And please, everybody write this down, awareness of where I was in regards to how much money did I deserve. So it was very similar to Mama's, very similar to my family, to my teachers. And here I am speaking about, you know, really having a huge impact and becoming wealthy on the process, where my unconscious did not accept wealthy, being rich or wealthy. It just was not acceptable. That is not what you do. And then all my judgments about money started coming out. So I'm giving a link for my fridayswithdoria.com, and the resources. You will find the magical recovery exercises. And please, everyone, do them, because it doesn't, if you haven't worked on yourself and become aware, because you can create the best economic engine on the planet, which is what we teach. That's what my whole thing is, building economic engines around your life purpose, basically. And one of the things that people do, you can create the best economic engine, but the hungry dog of scarcity and not experiencing sufficiency is not going to allow you to be happy. Because like I have shared this, and I'm writing some articles and some book chapters, and my Money and You book is coming out a little bit later in the year. One of the things that we need to understand is that money only solves money problems. Money only solves money problems. So what happens now is that I met billionaires. My millionaires, I could understand that the money had not solved their problems. Maybe they didn't have enough money. But a billionaires, when I started meeting billionaires that had more problems and were so unhappy compared to the people that I knew with very little money that hung out and had a great time all the time, I just like, oh. And then I began to understand that it wasn't about the money, it was about their consciousness. So bring up your discernibility.
Bringing out the consciousness, making yourself aware of the issues as they're coming, not dealing with them when you've reached your idea of success. Doria, I've had such a wonderful conversation with you, but we have to bring up our next guests, Richard and Virginia. But I want to give you one more minute to share any last thoughts you want to have with the audience, or any other links that you want to give to them as well. But please take that time, and know that I always love having a conversation with you, and I know our audience is just giving you all the love in the comments right now.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that just remember that there is a balance between having an economic engine around your life purpose, and then also the ability to be able to be happy and joyous and peaceful, and to understand that things that will come along in your life are just part of the dance. So trust the dance and go for it. And then, of course, go to moneyandyoudistinctions.com, moneyandyoudistinctions.com. That is yes, and that is it's a home study course that will, it's only $297 and will allow you to learn a lot about entrepreneurship.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Doria. Aloha. Thank you so much. And we are all so appreciative of your time.
Bye-bye.
All right, Richard, I'm going to bring you up. You're going to help me introduce our next guest, Virginia Moosquiz.
It's only recently, after knowing Virginia for many years, that I learned, Virginia, your name is Mooski, not Moosquiz.
Oh, Mooski. Oh,
yeah, I
I'm sorry.
just learned that. So we know one another. So bring Virginia up so we can say hello. And Virginia and
First of all, I just want to say I'm sorry. I sound things out phonetic as they look.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. When you have a weird last name, you have to know that people are going to pronounce it all kinds of inventive ways. So I applaud the creativity.
Yeah, we know each other. We met on the Marketers Cruise many years ago, and you know, you're such an
JBology
amazing.
in Nashville.
I was right, even way back before.
Okay.
Wow. And just to tell you how gracious Virginia is, she's never corrected me on the pronunciation of her name. So there's a lot of soul.
She's such a good friend.
Yeah, a lot of soul in that. I remember touring the islands with you during that cruise. And Virginia and I, we know one another for a long time. I've watched you. Virginia is an absolute master connector. And when you want to grow a business, a long time ago, like an hour and a half ago, we were talking about relationships and building relationships. Virginia is an absolute master at that through master connectors or master connecting. Virginia, the whole theme of this couple of days is trailblazers, disruptors, trendsetters. How would you characterize yourself in there? How do you believe you show up to the world?
I have to say, energetically, Richard, I would be lying if I didn't think I'm a disruptor. I really think that in terms of what I'm doing, though, I don't know really what you would call someone like. I feel like a baton has been passed, and now it's my job not to really shake everything up, but to move the concept of connecting and networking and marketing using other people's influence to a new level that is based on communication and connectivity and emotional intelligence and systems. And so, I cut my teeth on BNI. I cut my teeth on Referral Institute. I am friends with Bob Berg. I'm friends with Ivan Meisner. So, I've hung out with some of the great connectors in the world. And, I feel like I'm developing a process that not only helps people become better connectors, but also better business owners, and in the process transforming themselves into more confident, service, contribution-minded entrepreneurs.
Outstanding. And how has that shown up in your life?
Well, one of the things that's very important to me is contribution. And I met a woman in 2000, I don't know, 7 or 8. Her name's Natalie Jablonski, and she did a presentation at a chamber, and she said, when you're thinking about philanthropy in your business, you want to be thinking about philanthropies that are in alignment with your business, in alignment with the mission, the purpose, the vision, the values of your business, so that it makes sense to your consumer that you are contributing to a purpose. So if you're just spreading all your philanthropic money around willy-nilly, you're not really using philanthropy to market your business. You're just being a good guy. And so if your goal is to grow your business through philanthropy, then you want to be targeted. So I started really thinking about, what is it that I want to contribute in the world? What really matters to me? And I believe that there are enough resources in the world for every person to live a sustainably wealthy life, a life where you have enough food to eat, where you have medical attention, where you have a roof over your head, where there's an economy of scale. And I believe that entrepreneurship is the way to do that. And so all of the philanthropic pursuits that I have, that I use my money from my business to contribute and support, are related to the funding, propagation, and proliferation of entrepreneurship as a means of creating prosperity in the world. And so that's really where all that comes from. I don't know if you can see, there's a picture right behind me of some children from Africa, and they're holding a giant banana leaf, and the banana leaf says, "Thank you, Virginia." And that is, they are recipients of the work that I do with an organization called 10 by 3 that's creating sustainable economies of scale in rural villages in developing nations. It's a fantastic program. And then I also do some Kiva lending. So that's really how that shows up for me.
Thank you for that contribution. And you may, I don't know if you know, that we take often periodic trips to Kenya to be in service to the Kenyans out there. And if that's something you would like to explore, we can have that kind of conversation. You never know where that can go. We're asking everybody some questions to get who you are as a person. When was a time in your life, Virginia, where you came up against that wall and was like banging your head saying, why go on? Why go on? Whether it was personal, business, what was that roadblock that you said, enough of this, and you kept going instead?
Boy, there's so many of them by the time you get to this age, right? So, Richard, I shared with you, I think the really big one was going down for the count 2.5 years ago with that unexplained nervous disorder that robbed me of the ability to walk and the ability to write and the ability to really take care of myself for a period of time. And during the illness, I really did shake my fist at the Lord and say, why are you doing this to me? Why are you robbing me of everything? Why am I here? I can't work. I can't produce. It brings up tears when I think about it. And, coming up against that, I really was like, totally, forget it. The doctors were telling me you're never going to recover. They were telling me you're not going to walk again, get used to your new normal. We'll just get you some occupational therapy. Maybe we can teach you to take care of yourself again. And in one moment, I made this decision that I could forgive everything. I could forgive the doctors that didn't know. I could forgive that the doctors didn't know anyone who knew. And I really could actually forgive their lack of effort to give, their lack of concern, their lack of belief that there was a result for this, because they were exhausted from what Doria referred to as the pause, which for me, I called the great pivot, right? But But the thing that I refused to be okay with was them peddling despair. And I said, no matter what you say to me, I will not drink your jar of despair. I'll figure this out. And I did. And 20 months after being told I probably wouldn't walk again unassisted and that I should just get used to my new normal, I scaled Machu Picchu and relaunched my business. The most amazing thing of it all was that, you know how Brian Tracy says to build your well before you're thirsty? Well, my clients and my community ran my business for the time that I was out. And so I didn't make any money, but nobody asked for refunds. So, and everyone got served, right? So what I learned from that is that I learned a lot of humility. I learned forgiveness, and I learned particularly towards oneself, like that turning towards oneself and forgiving one's inadequacies, and just really leaning into God and becoming the person that we have the capacity to be, that we've forgotten along the way.
Yeah, and that's an important comment that we forget. Many of us forget who we are.
Yeah.
And there's an awakening that occurs, and it's like, oh, I remember. And that's the portal that opens up.
Yeah.
And what are you seeking next? You know, your name on the screen is the referral diva. Speak to that.
Well, that came about because when I first opened my business, I was at a marketing company and they wanted me to get on Twitter. And I was like, I don't tweet. I don't want to be on Twitter. And the account executive was really frustrated with me. And Brandon Dempsey, the owner of Go Brand Go, came through and said, what's the problem? And the account exec goes, God, she's such a diva. And Brandon goes, at the referral diva, you're on Twitter, and then walked out of the room. So I've been the referral diva ever since. Woman of extraordinary talent and sometimes very difficult. So that's what I've been. You say what's coming up next for me. I'll tell you what's coming up next for me is an entire new iteration. It's called Women of the Third Moon. And I do not have the whole iteration of it. All I have right now is the call on my life to lead a movement that speaks to the Dalai Lama's statement that the Western woman will change the world. And I do not know what that looks like right now, but it is coming at me, and it's coming. The call and the pull is coming at me very strongly. So I'm working with the renowned branding expert, Howard Lim, and we are branding master connectors for licensing so that I can build a network of coaches that white label or license my proprietary methodology. I will hire a president to run the company, and then I will move on into my iteration as a medicine woman.
Outstanding. And Howard is one of the best in the field. So Howard and I go back also about 20, 30 years. So
I met him eating cheesy fries on the Lido deck on the marketers cruise. And then when I found out who he was, I was aghast. I was like, oh my gosh. I just ate cheesy fries with Howard. I didn't know who he was. I just knew he wore cool clothes. Like he wears great shirt, right?
He does. And he's an amazing master at branding. So what we're going to begin to wind down. What would you like to leave the viewers with? What kind of empowering message, either through your life experience or something you'd like to share with them?
I think the biggest message that I have for people comes out of one of the biggest challenges that business owners have that make them struggle, particularly when they're trying to network in order to grow their business. And that is many of them do embrace the philosophy of Zig Ziglar and the positive psychology movement of givers gain, or, just help enough other people get what they want and you'll have what you want. And so they're massive servers, they are massive givers, but they don't do a very good job receiving. And so my biggest encouragement to people is open yourself up to receiving. And when people offer you the gift, just say thank you and accept what is given to you in reciprocity for all that you put out into the world. So if somebody wants to offer you a free tarot reading, take it. Somebody wants to offer you a massage, take it. Whatever they want to offer you, just say yes and allow yourself to receive, because I think that is the missing part of the equation.
Yeah.
Hi, David.
I jumped in.
You did.
Richard grew hair. Richard grew hair. Here I am.
So good to see you.
So good to see you too. No, it is important to say yes. And it's interesting, people will give us compliments, and sometimes our natural inclination is to deflect, right? Oh, shucks. No, not really. That's another great time. Yeah, just say thank you. It sounds so simple, but they're giving you a gift, accept that gift. But yeah, I've been watching and viewing. I refer to you as a real mover and shaker. I was putting some things in the comments there for you. It seems like I see you once a year on the cruise. So this is like it's like a mid-break through the year.
And I'd really like to spend some time. Are you going on the Marketers Cruise this coming year?
Oh yeah, we'll bring another group. You
All
bet.
right. I'd really love to spend some time with you. So let's talk about hosting a dinner together at one of those specialty restaurants and make some fun happen.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do it. Well, thank you for coming on. And I was definitely listening in the background. I know we had a lot of great comments for you. You always provide a lot of value. We've got several other things coming up before the cruise. So let's not wait till next January. Let's do something in the next month or two.
Amen, David. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate you guys giving me this opportunity to share.
No problem. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, Virginia is great. She's one of those people where if I could hire her, she's unhireable. But if you could hire her, like that's what you want. That's what you want a selling CEO to be. She's unhireable. She's only going to work for herself. But one of the biggest compliments I can give to somebody like that is, that's who we all want to hire, right? That's who we all want as our selling CEO to run things. Jessica, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here. I heard the words of Dennis Waitley, and he said, get out there and smell the flowers, enjoy life, listen to the children laugh, and, don't be in a hurry. And so I did step away for a moment. I got some nature and checked the beehive, and now I'm back. So I've been watching back here, that behind the scenes.
Age is one of those things we're not really supposed to focus on. I mean, it's just a number, right? But still 91, 91
So impressive.
And coming on here and doing all this. And, we've all seen people come and go at different, ages, and few make it that far, let alone can be so well versed, so well spoken, think so clearly, so intelligently, portraying, messages that really anchor. It's been a powerful day. I mean, I don't know how we beat tomorrow. I didn't know how we were gonna do better than yesterday. I guess it's just all good, but I feel like today, especially, it's just cranking. I mean,
It is very hot in here. And, it's amazing that we have these leaders that have been thought leaders and pioneers, trailblazers over these decades. And we don't have to wait until we're in our 70s, 80s, and 90s. We can take advantage of the messages that they're giving us, and we can alter our course, and we can live that way now. So I'm very excited.
Okay, well, let's get up the next person here. We have Blanca, and I know Richard here. Richard, now you know Blanca personally. Is that correct? Are you the fortunate one? You're still on mute, my friend.
I did that to avoid the faux pas from yesterday, talking off camera. So yes, Blanca and I also go back a couple of years. I don't remember how we met. And I've had the privilege of being on Blanca's podcast. She does a Laws of Life thing every Tuesday. And like so many people on this program, Blanca is about how can I serve you? How can I show up and be of service? What do you need next? And I invited Blanca here so she can come and share some of her knowledge, wisdom. And there she is.
Here we go.
So Blanca, welcome. And
Thank you so much. Pleasure to see all of you.
As we've said to so many wonderful leaders, thank you for saying yes to the invitation. It goes back to what Virginia was just talking about. When who was it? Richard Branson, who said, if someone asks you to do something, say yes, figure it out later. So
wise words.
Yeah, that's where we play here.
One of our friends, Marcella Thedford, who has done a lot of movies, television. Dangerous Minds with Michelle Pfeiffer, Hunt for Red October, Employee of the Month. He was on a TV show called Sons of Anarchy. He's a big black guy. That's what he would say. I'm a big black dude, whatever. And they said, hey, can you ride a motorcycle? It's just one of the things that I'm listening. Yeah. You could ride a motorcycle. Yeah, of course. Well, some of these motorcycles they had like $100,000 motorcycles. So in one of the scenes, it doesn't show the back of the bike because someone had to push from behind to kind of show them on it just for a split second to edit it in. But I always think of that when I hear people say, yeah, just say yes. Actors and actresses are famous for us. Like, can you play the piano? Yeah, you can dance. Yeah, all that stuff. Ride horses, shoot guns, ride motorcycles. Figure it out later. Anyways, Blanca, do you know how to ride a motorcycle?
I do not.
See, you just passed. You're supposed to say yes.
Yes, every time. Just yes.
Come on, bring that.
Do you ride horses, Blanca?
I do ride horses.
Now I don't know if she's telling the truth or not.
I truly do. I've paid for a lot of them for my daughter.
Oh, okay. Great. I had a feeling. I'm like, this person, I can sense an animal vibe here. I could see her riding horses. Yeah. All right. I'm not sure if we're just more on track than we've ever been or just entirely off track, but I'm going to go with more on track than we've ever been. Blanca, you're here on the Trailblazer event. I'm going to ask you a question I haven't asked anybody else. Why do you think Richard came to you and thought of you when he thought of Trailblazer?
Well, I've known Richard for quite some time now. I've always looked up to him. And everybody in the Laws of Life community has a lot of admiration for him. But I think that really the reason is that I do have, I guess you could say, a gift of cultivating connection, because that's one of my missions of my platform is to create authentic relationships. And by doing that through the practice of consistent networking, webcasting, podcasting, and communication, being a good friend.
Yeah.
And Richard's been a very good friend to me, and we've maintained our friendship and our relationship as two colleagues in this beautiful world. And I think that when you maintain communication, you're thought of more often. So I'm honored to be here.
Well, do you think that when it comes to things like podcasting, that you've been on kind of the cutting edge? Like, were you one of the first people doing that?
No, definitely not. I was not. I can't say that. But what I have done that I'm proud of, that I think did distinguish me, is that I did create a platform to produce webcasts, just like we're webcasting right now. I'm more of a fan of webcasting than of podcasting. I like this video component where we can see each other eye to eye. And I look at social media as a television channel. And we are creating a television show right now. And so I created over 28 shows for entrepreneurs and over 4,000 interviews. And I built a Roku television channel to house our webcast collections. So I am proud that I maintain the art of webcasting and still do it to this day, because I think it's a really beautiful way to stay connected to one another.
Yeah, love it, love it. Yeah, look, I think that is very much the cutting edge of nowadays. I was just thinking how cool it is, right? We've had anywhere from 600 to 1,600 people on at any one given time, just on my Facebook feed, right? So like my personal Facebook page is in sense a TV station, right? I mean, you're turning on the screen and you're watching, you're listening to the interviews, and even better, you're seeing people comment in real time. You're seeing people interact. And, that was something with, say, like American Idol, 20 years ago, it was a big deal. Like everyone got to vote, so you want to be a millionaire, they got to phone a friend. The idea is that, it was live, it was happening now, it was interactive. In what ways do you add the interactive piece to what you do?
Oh, in a variety of ways. Well, first, very much the software that we use for our webcasting does allow for us to see the comments of our viewers as they comment on the live stream in real time. So I love that. So, you know, if somebody says, hey, Blanca, I liked your shirt, or hey, Blanca, I'm inspired what you said or what the guest said on the show, we can immediately acknowledge them, right? And I think that is another beautiful thing about it, is that I want to live in a world where everybody has a voice. So I love that interaction for sure.
Okay. Okay. I'm thinking about that, Blanca. I'm thinking about it. You want to live in a world where everyone has a voice? I don't know if I want some of these people to have a voice. Maybe almost everyone, but okay. I understand what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know. That might be the problem, is too many people have a voice now. All joking aside, what are some of the successes you've had, you know, webcasting? Can you give an example of something that you launched, or how quickly you were able to kind of get it from 0 to hero?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I think that the success was the creation of the Roku channel. That was a pretty big undertaking to engineer that. And I think, you know, we also do our weekly networking summit online every Tuesday at 11 a.m. And that was a success because, you know, in the beginning, only 3 people came, and now we have a regular flow of at least 30 to 40 people coming every week, and thousands of people have come to our networking group. And these webcasts continue to live on, and people are building connection. We've built our following through the webcasting art. We've built our clientele. I'm also director of litigation for the Major Peruis law firm in Hollywood, Florida, and that's also built. Last year, I was responsible for over 45% of the leads that came into the law firm, and that is a direct product of connecting with the world through webcasting and networking.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we got Adora on here.
Well, I heard Florida, and we're doing our movie premiere next week, and I heard connection, and that not everybody should have a voice. Usually I'm with you, David. I'm usually all voices, but there have been some wild voices that I'm like, some things you can't unhear. But there's a place for everyone, right? Some people, that's jail. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we do criminal defense too at Major Peruis. So
Oh.
We do it all.
Yeah. So how did that happen? Because I mean, you're obviously pretty diverse and dynamic. If you're in litigations, very serious, very debate oriented, deep, thick, probably some interesting cases, and then you're facilitating connection and everybody, you know, be seen, be heard. Like, explain, like, where did that come from?
Well, that's actually a phenomenal question, Adora, and it's so nice to meet you.
You too.
And I love your energy, and so grateful. Well, it's actually my story of survival. You know, I was the victim of a financial crime when I was in private practice back in 2017. And as a result, my bookkeeper, and, you know, the details aren't important, but basically, because of that trust violation by someone that I couldn't control at that time, I got suspended as an attorney for 3 years.
Wow.
And that caused my business divorce, my personal divorce, and I had to look at what is my purpose. I basically had to completely reinvent myself. But looking back on it, I realized it maybe has been the best thing that ever happened to me. And that's what motivational speaking is all about, right? Is showing people why a closed door actually leads to an open door. And you just have to believe. So that's when I said, what's my purpose? I said, I want to interview people. I want to be the next Jewish Oprah, baby. That's what I want to be. I'm going to be a talk show host. And I put that intention into motion. And
I love that so much for a couple reasons. I hear that you turned your misery into your ministry. I hear you standing for everybody that's either walked through crossroads or is facing one now. It's that like toughen up, chin up. This is going to be better, you know, in the long run. But it still is very unique. Like, and by the way, I love unique. One of my best girlfriends is an architect by day and a belly dancer by night, which is
wow,
right? Like so awesome. And I hear that essence in where you're coming from. I mean, it's just a powerful flex of two different sides of, you know, what it takes to create connection and thousands of people feeling safe and free and sharing resources, you know, with a lawyer present within litigations. I see that, yes, you've built this, but you're a really dynamic individual and you've allowed yourself space that I think a lot of people want. I think we're seeing more people show the different parts of themselves, but what advice do you have for, you know, people that have whatever it is, maybe a creative side, a rancher side, a belly dancing side, a networking side? Either they're living there and they have a serious side that they really want to bust out, but they're known by their community a certain way, or they're known as the serious one. So what do you have to say for someone who's like, but I have this other part of me that no one knows?
Well, my advice is to really become true to yourself and to educate yourself through as many coaches as possible. So when I was doing the Laws of Life, I did the Laws of Love with Coach Rochelle. She taught me about relationships. I did the Laws of Meditation with Sunny. She taught me about meditation. I did the Laws of Vision with Johnny Regan. He taught me about vision. So my number one piece of advice is that you must surround yourself with mentors and coaches to really figure out who you are. And then you have to learn how to connect with people on a deep level. And my advice is this: life is short, have fun. You know, I started doing a little comedy improv. Let's laugh at ourselves. Let's laugh at other comedians in life. You know, let's go to karaoke. Do things that you enjoy and find a purpose to your passion. And so I'm so grateful that I could combine my love of law with my love of life and bring those two worlds together, because people want to work with someone that they can connect to and that they feel supported by. And so now I've actually become a better person because of this journey.
Awesome, David. I see you here, and I heard karaoke, and I was surprised it was Isabel instead of you. I mean, you all can sing. I'll lip sing and be the backup dancer. All right.
Ooh, let's go. Let's go right now. Are you ready?
Where's Isabel? Come on, Isabel. Quit playing. Get up here. She said karaoke.
Oh. I love karaoke, as most people in my personal circle know. And David knows very well. Sometimes I'll just be around the house and I'll just be humming, singing, whether or not I know someone's in the room. And occasionally I'll pick up an earworm that my kids love to use and abuse, where they'll just hum a song, and then I'll subconsciously hear it, and then later on I'll start singing it.
I love it. And that's just another example. Like, by you and I could meet at karaoke, we become friends. We're already friends now. Then we learn to trust each other outside completely the realm of the business world. I go to events of all different types. And when people say, why should I come to Laws of Life? Who's there? I say, what does it matter? That one person can connect you to a million. Just, you know, like you said at the beginning, just say yes. Just say yes. And connect with people.
Hey, don't leave me out. I'm dancing. You guys are singing. I'm dancing.
Okay.
In my household, it's hilarious for all the self-development people. You may like this. In my household, where you bust out in song, I bust out in prayers and affirmations. And my guy, he calls it Tony Robbins Tourette's. Isn't that funny? Like, okay, Tony Robbins Tourette's. I know we got a lot of those here.
Well, we got to go dancing then. We got to go dancing.
We got to go dancing.
Let's do it.
Our next guest is in the green room as well.
Yeah, speaking of dancing and moving, we've got to move on to the next person, but we're going to give you the last word, Blanca. What's the last thing you'd like everyone to know as you say goodbye and we move on?
I invite you to connect with me and let's form a true friendship. Join me every Tuesday at 11 a.m. on the Laws of Life Networking, and feel free to schedule a complimentary consultation with me using the QR code. Nice to meet you all.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here, Blanca. It was great having you.
Thank you. Look forward to singing with you. And thank you, David. It's an honor to meet you. I've heard amazing things about you from Neil and Mark.
Forget the dancing. Why do you keep saying I look forward to singing with you?
Okay, the dancing. I promise. You need to text me. We got to go next weekend.
Isabel, don't let her leave me out. My sister wounds are coming up right now. Okay.
Sister wounds. Sister wounds. Oh my goodness.
Sister wounds.
I'm gonna start a break. I'm gonna start a breakout room for Adora. We're gonna send some people in there to help her with her sister wounds. Okay, thank you, Blanca. Thank you. All right, next up, Christopher Salem.
Hey,
Hello.
I see. We're sporting a little facial hair. We've moved into the realm of facial hair.
Yeah, I've had this for on and off for a year, I guess. So getting used to it.
I only see you so clean shaven, you know.
Yeah, but, my wife doesn't like it too much, but what the hell?
Mixing it up. I like it. Mixing it up. Well, I've known you for years now. I think we first met through Allison Maya Rose Rogers, as she goes by now. Mm-hmm. I've had you speak at some of my events. You know, we've been a part of City Summit together. Other events, I know we've ended up together. Like, oh, you're here. You know, it seems like the only time we ever see each other is when we're attending the events. So I know Richard invited you on here. Several people wanted you on. It's good to have you. You're on the East Coast, right?
East Coast, yeah. I'm in Connecticut, right outside of New York City.
Okay, great. So, I'm gonna throw some tough questions on you. I'm gonna throw hard on you. Just know I'm pulling for you. Like, I want you to do well. I'm just trying to mix it up for the people.
Oh, it's good. The harder the better.
Believe it or not, Chris, we like you. We don't want you leaving here, bruised and broken a little bit. Just some hardball questions.
Absolutely. And by the way, I love Blanca. I had an opportunity to meet Blanca about a month and a half ago in Florida, where I was speaking at an event, and she was there, and she is just really dynamic. So it was really great to see her on here earlier.
That's great. So if I had you tell everybody else why somebody thought of you as a trailblazer. Someone said, man, Chris is a trailblazer, and you didn't know why. What would be your guess as why somebody would see you as a trailblazer?
I would say that somebody would see me as a trailblazer because I'm one of those people. I've never followed the crowd, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So in a way I could be a disruptor before I'm a trailblazer, but both. I'm one of those people that, not that I march to my own drummer, but knowing that I always do what I feel is right for what I'm feeling in that moment. And it doesn't mean I'm always right, but I'm always willing to be transparent and authentic to what is working and what hasn't, and willing to make a pivot and change and adapt to whatever I have to do. So people really, really respect my authenticity, transparency, and straightforwardness in terms of when I'm looking at, certain processes, either in scaling a business or creating more influence when it comes to speaking or being on podcasts, whatever that may be. It's always been that I've always been that person that I'm not afraid to put myself out there. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's always a learning experience. So, taking those risks, I guess, so to speak.
Well, you kind of led into another topic that we've been discussing with some of the other people coming on, and that is, are you more of a trailblazer or are you more of a disruptor? And the thing about disruptors is, once everybody starts doing it, they don't really want to do it anymore, know? And I think that's me. And that's, by the way, that's not a compliment. We should just be out trailblazing and pioneering just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
But some of us, we're just like, well, I feel like everybody's doing this now. How do I do it differently? How do I do it better? How do I kind of separate myself? So we're almost contrarians, you know, we want to be different for the sake of being different. We probably argued a lot as teenagers, you know, well, let me just argue the other side of things, right? So in what way do you feel like you've disrupted the marketplace or industries, and what industries or marketplaces have those been?
Well, I feel like, you know, in a lot of ways, I've done this in business with different, you know, not being afraid to do, you know, try different processes that maybe haven't even been done on a mainstream level that you know, that I've adopted sooner, you know, before it became, you know, maybe popular, so to speak. In terms of speaking, you know, a lot of times, like with speaking, a lot of people would always, you know, say, you know, like, you know, at industry conferences, you can't sell, you know, you can't pitch like at an entrepreneur event, you can't give an offer. But because I've been speaking at leading industry conferences for several years, I've learned how to subconsciously, you know, state the impact in questions through the engagement and get that across into people's subconscious minds to what is the challenge they have that could be better? What are the results they seek and don't have? So they come up to you. So it's like in a form of enrollment. So that they're coming up to you and wanting to know maybe how now you can help them. And other people are scratching their heads going, well, we can't pitch at an event, but how are you getting business from that? Because I'm not getting business. But that would be an example of disruption and trailblazing in the speaker world. And it's not something that came just naturally to me. I had to learn it. But nonetheless, when I did and got really good at it over time, you know, I've even brought that into the entrepreneurial world where like I still don't really pitch. I just give value. I plant the seed with, and then somebody's going to book a call. Of course, I'm going to have like an area where they can book a call with me, of course. But nonetheless, you know, I'm going to find out what's, you know, further important to them. What are they trying to accomplish? Then customize something that's going to align with what they're trying to do. So I find that that kind of goes against a lot of the principles that a lot of other people would say, hey, I don't do that. I always give an offer, you know, so that would be an example of going against the grain, and, you know, it works for me. Doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, but it's something that's worked well for me.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got another question, Isabel, but I know you're waiting there. So your turn.
Yeah, so when people are working with you and they're getting to understand what it's like to get those kinds of results, when you're having those initial conversations, what's one of the first ones that you ask to really take like a weather report on where they're at currently in their business and the conversations that they're having? So when you do officially work with them, you can really hit the ground running.
Great question, Isabel. And what I would say is you always got to get to what's most important to that person or that business, whatever it may be. And they may not even know at that point what's really important, but it's my job as the sender or the receiver of the communication. I can't control what they're going to say to me, what they're going to provide me. I can only control how I ask the question and how I hear it. So I gotta really find out really what is the challenge or challenges, but the greatest challenge that they're having that could be better. That's going to move them and their business forward. Yeah. So I may have to peel back the onion slightly to get to that. Yeah. Then I want to get to the result or results that they're seeking and don't have. And now when I can really get to that area and find out what's really important, I'm building rapport along the way. I'm building that level of trust as a trusted advisor. I'm not telling them how I'm going to help them at this point. I'm not sprouting off features and benefits. I'm just getting to what's really important to them. It may not even be direct related to what I can do to help them. It might be indirect. I may refer them to somebody else at that point. When it comes to when I feel like I've gotten to them at the point where now they're ready for a suggestion. But if I don't check off the challenge that can be better or check off the box of the results they're seeking and don't have, then I won't move forward until I get to that. Because once I get there, the likelihood of them taking a suggestion and then following through to become a client is much greater than the other way around.
Yeah, if they don't have any kind of idea or vision of what they would like their end result to be, it doesn't matter how much expertise and knowledge and wisdom that you share with them, because it's just going to go through them in one ear and out the other.
Absolutely.
Unless they understand what it is that they want to do, then they start to really see the value, because it's like, okay, Now I know the steps from A, B, all the way to Z. But if they don't have a clear vision, if they don't have a clear goal, it's not going to mean anything.
It's so true. It's so true. And I was fortunate to spend a long, number of years in sales prior to doing what I've been doing for the last, I would say 5-6 years in this role, obviously being a speaker for a long time, but, having the, learn, from great people and having great experiences and, both on the B2B side, B2C side, and just learning as you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, David, what's your next question for him?
No, I was just kind of curious, a lot of people who innovate, right? They're disruptors, they're trailblazers, they're innovating. A lot of times when you're innovating, you're starting with something, but you're bettering it, you're building upon it. What's something that you feel like you've started with? Maybe it's somebody else's work, maybe it's technology, but what's something that you feel like you've started with and then you've kind of made your own or bettered or innovated with?
Well, one of the things that I wouldn't say I invented it, because I obviously didn't. It's been around for a long time in the marketing world. But one of the things I've always had a knack of doing, and even when I was doing when I had other businesses at the time, not that what I'm doing now, was taking, really having a strong, compelling value proposition. A lot of times people hear that and they think that's okay, that's what we do and the value that we offer to people. Not necessarily. I mean, that can be a mission statement or something along those lines. But what a compelling value proposition is what is that, again, going back to the previous question, what is that challenge that business or that person has that can be better? What is the results or solutions that they're seeking and don't have? So it's coming up with a message that kind of interrupts their thinking, that gets them to kind of think about that's the challenge that could be better. And then speaking to the results, but yet disguising the impact of what you could help them with without them knowing that to do that, to get those results. So it gets so it's that it gets them to think about, that's my challenge. Those are the results I'm looking for. Now you can just educate them. Maybe you offer them check out this video, download this guide and discover, these three steps that can help you to do this, and this to achieve this. And then you get their name and email and boom, now I can follow up and get, ask more questions to see if that helped. If they wanted to maybe give us more specific information that we can provide more specific answers to help them. Now they're more likely to jump on a call with you, and you've already built that rapport in a much better way than just trying to book a call with them right from, whatever it was. So I felt like I've always had a knack of doing that very, very well. And I even did this in some way, even before the internet era, back as I'm 50, going on 57 years old. So I was, doing this even well before, we had all this digital stuff. But I had a way of doing it just through, how we're just having this discussion. Yeah. And it's always worked well, and I've gotten really good at it. And I would say those are the things I've been able to uncover with startups to companies that have been around for, 2 or 3 years, right up to companies that have been around for a long time, and helping them to revamp or revise these messages to get in alignment to where their audience truly is today, and what are those two challenges. Many businesses I find are out of alignment with that. That's why their lead gen is not working effectively.
Yeah, that's great. All right, we're going to have to take off here pretty quick. You got 30 seconds. Give us your last thought here. 30 seconds.
Well, I would just say, first of all, David and Isabel, thank you for having me on here. And I would just say, business is a process. Come prepared each and every day. Don't be afraid to make a mistake, but learn from it, and just be open to new ideas, new things, but being who you are. And again, if you don't put yourself out there, nothing changes. So put yourself out there. Richard Branson started many businesses, and with a lot of times with only the information that he had at the time. He didn't know everything. So just put yourself out there and trust the process. Focus on what you can control. Let go of what you can't.
Yeah, love it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah. Oh man, I have to create some panels with some of you as well. This is a good group of people here. We got Angela Lee up here now. We got Carolyn Cooper McQuad up here now. Carolyn, how you doing? I know you have a big week this week. You got
I
your own
am so good. I am super jazzed to be here, Mr. David Fagan and Angela. Good to see you. And I wanted to start by saying, this is really making a difference out there for people. And just stepping up to do this summit is so much work. I know, because I live it too. So I just commend you, and I'm just super ready here to serve.
So since you brought it up, you kind of tapped into not a sore spot, but a fun spot, and that is like, hey, I got an idea. What if we just create QR codes for everyone? It'll only take 60 seconds. Yeah, it sounds so easy, right? Doesn't it just sound so easy? We just create it. We'll share a QR code. It's great production value. Someone always has that idea, but Angela's been helping us solve a few challenges. The whole team has been solving challenges, but I love how that easy, simple, oh, look, there's a QR code right there. How about that? It was easy, Carolyn. It was easy. Took 60 seconds. It was easy.
Just like that.
Just like that.
But no, you definitely understand it. You've been a trailblazer yourself in terms of memberships and online events, and the world is constantly reinventing itself. And one of the last great reinventions was during kind of the shutdown, right?
COVID pause.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't say the C word here, but yes, during the shutdown. But that was a time that I think you kind of became even more of a trailblazer. And it's interesting. Preparation plus opportunity equals trailblazing, equals success, right?
Yeah.
And so in what ways do you feel like you maybe set some trends and maybe got ahead when the world shut down?
Well, it was interesting when Susan and I were on a hike at the Grand Canyon. Is that miracle of view. I felt at that moment, that was the day COVID hit, March 15th,
Wow.
21, that day. And I got this divine download that we were going to help people all over the world. And she said, what do you've never been online, Carolyn. You've done everything in person. And I just knew. So we came back, created the Grand Connection, did everything wrong at first. I really think a key element is holding your vision and really having that deep core desire to make a difference for people, to really show up and give all you've got, to be honest. And we keep reinventing ourselves every month, every week, every year. And we've attracted some brilliant people within our community. You're both in our community, just saying. And, I just feel super proud and honored to have learned. Technology was not my friend 4 years ago. I'm on Facebook, for heaven's sake, people. And I'm in my 65th year of life. And I love technology now. It is now my friend. So for me, I think trailblazing is a personal experience, but it's also how we are showing up to make a difference and surrendering and being humble to learn, to lead.
Yeah. Angela, thanks for coming on and helping out today. We're gonna interview you as well as let you have you help us interview other people. And I'm glad that Carolyn. But I don't know, how would you answer that question yourself? I mean, at what point do you feel like you kind of shifted and adapted like Carolyn and kind of started to sort of maybe lead the pack in your area or industry?
That's such a multi-layered question.
Yes.
Because when I first wrote my first children's book, I included a parent's guide in the back that talked about all the issues that are brought up in the book so that parents could open discussions with their children. And so that's trailblazing. There's no other book written for children that does that.
Yeah.
And it's been a long and winding road to get to where we are now. At first, like Carolyn, I did so many things wrong, but that's also one of the things that I encourage people to understand is that every mistake you ever make is teaching you something. So I learned a lot of what not to do, and now I'm starting to do all the right things.
Yeah, yeah. There really isn't a way just to get it perfectly right. Like, I wish it was just you could make all the right decisions, but it's really what I would say playing the odds, right? There's no silver bullets in business or life. Go ahead, Carolyn.
No, there isn't. I'm agreeing with you 1,000%. You know, if there was, you know, we'd be in a different place, but there isn't. But part of the magic, I think, is when we do something wrong, we really learn from that.
Absolutely.
We discover the opportunities that are available, and then we're so grateful, aren't we? It's like, yes, this is working. It's great. Look at the results. Look at what I've manifested in my life or in my business, right? But it's having that ferocious courage to just keep going.
Keep going.
What do you say I throw one more person in the mix? Can we do this?
Yeah.
We're juggling chainsaws. Now we're going to turn them on. Then we're going to blindfold. We're just going to keep up in the level of difficulty here.
Awesome.
Lee Romanoff, how about you? Are you ready? Let's get that smile ready. There you go. Boom. Here we go. Lee Romanoff.
Hello,
As
Lee.
well.
Yeah.
How you doing, Lee?
Fine. You got me too fast. I was going to put my blindfold on.
Oh, that's good. That's good. She can do this blindfolded.
And I was going to do this
very
blindfolded. Yes.
What a disruptor. Now, do you know Angela and Carolyn?
I know Angela. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you know Angela. Okay. Well, good. Now you know Carolyn. You're going to want to know all about her Grand Connection community. Carolyn, I want you to tell Lee about it as well as everybody listening right now. We've been averaging anywhere from 600 to 1,600 people on different pages and platforms. I think there's 1,100 or so watching on my personal Facebook page right now. Tell everybody about the Grand Connection.
I would love to. So the Grand Connection is a global virtual edu networking community. So we have attracted businesses and members from 35 countries around the world. And we are a marketing arm. We also do 10 events a month with opportunity to really create opportunities together and collaborate. And we have master classes, many small subgroups like the Grand Coaches, the Grand Authors, the Grand Speakers, the Grand AI. So many groups where people can form smaller communities within the bigger community. And we're very heart-centered, very purpose-driven, and we're all about business education and building skill. And, you know, it's really a fun community.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And then Angela, you know, you already know Lee, you already know Carolyn, but a lot of people at home, you know, they're commenting, they're hearing you talk about your books. Your books are written for children, but they're also a massive help to parents and all kinds of people have been reading them. So maybe explain, you know, how your books are more than just a children's book, or it's more than just a story. Explain how you're using the power of story to create magic.
Okay, that's super fun. Story is a way to teach concepts that will stick in ways that other methods won't. So by wrapping, in my case, I wrap emotional intelligence into the story because so many of us had parents who did not understand how to deal with emotions. And it's not their fault. They just learned from their parents. But there's been these ways of coping with emotion passed down through generations that is harmful. And so what I do is I give tools for dealing with emotions so that the kids don't have to go into repressive behaviors, because emotional repression is what has been handed down through generations. And when we think about emotional repression, you know, I say the words and people are like, well, yeah, maybe that's someone else. I don't do that. But if you've ever grabbed a glass of wine after work because you're stressed That is a repressive behavior. And if you've ever gone shopping because you had an argument with someone, you don't want to feel that way. That is a repressive behavior. Self-harming is a repressive behavior. Alcoholism, drug addiction, bulimia, anorexia, all of these behaviors are escaping emotions.
Yeah. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Someone just texted, did Angela just call me out? I'm not going to say who said that, but someone messaged me just said, did Angela just call me out?
No, I never call anyone out. It's like, not your fault.
whatever that means. Yeah, absolutely. Look, you're doing a lot of things to help families, and families is really become a very broad term. You know, it looks very different nowadays, in the sense that it can be a lot of different things. I mean, in a sense, the Grand Connection is a family. The top talent community is a family. There's also like people that are living within four walls that are a family. And even those four walls are sometimes on wheels. You know, we got a lot of friends that are out traveling the world, you know, with their families. You know, how do your books, Angela, kind of maybe talk about that or address that? How do the different roles or dynamics maybe speak to how families might look, so that, you know, kids have that as a blueprint, if you will,
as a model. So over the course of my books, the main character realizes that she was basically abandoned as a baby, and that touches on the adoption kind of dynamic. So the fact that she learned from her real fairy mother that she was placed somewhere else for her protection. She was removed from a family where she would have been harmed and put into a place where she could be safe. So just delivering that message to all kids who were adopted, that most likely the mother in your case put you in a place where she thought you could get something better that she couldn't provide. And just kind of undoing the I wasn't wanted energy, and helping them see not only were they so deeply loved that the mother sacrificed a life with them in order for them to have a better life, but the new parents also love them.
Yeah. If you're just now joining us, this is the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. It is a live event broadcast. It is broadcasting throughout different social media channels. Occasionally, you know, one stops and we reboot it or we restart it. Carolyn, you know this well. LinkedIn only does it for so long. Facebook only does it for so long. Occasionally we have people going, my feed just stopped. Give it a second. It'll start right back up again. So for you that are joining us, lots of different places to watch it. Just want to thank our sponsors. We've got some big city newspapers, the New York City Independent, the DC Chronicle, the Atlanta Post. We've got the show, the NASDAQ New to the Street, which airs on Fox and on Bloomberg. Thank you to all of them. We got the Diva Network, Ace Productions. Thank you to everybody that's been promoting and helping and supporting. Lee, I'm going to come back over to you here. I'm going to give you now a chance to tell Carolyn, you know, about what you do. Everyone's going to be listening. Don't worry. Just tell Carolyn what you do. And then I'm going to ask you some trailblazing type questions here.
Okay, absolutely. Basically, I learned very early on in 1994 how to create an income by basically telling people where to go. And I discovered the formula to making money online, which is getting free content and sending leads back to businesses that pay. That's it. And as I continued to move forward, I realized that all the multi-million, billion-dollar companies have the same formula. Like, for instance, YouTube, they get videos for free and they send leads back to businesses that pay them. Facebook, Google, Pinterest, every multi-million, billion-dollar company does that. But the entrepreneur, instead of getting their content for free, they create content. And instead of sending leads to businesses that pay them, which is like in a second, the entrepreneur says, buy my stuff, which is a really hard position. So what I do is I just try to unblindfold the entrepreneur to say, if you do what multi-million dollar companies do, you can start earning the kind of income they earn by simply sending leads to businesses that pay. And the entrepreneur says, well, how do I find a company that will pay me for leads? And I say to them, every company that advertises on Google, Facebook, YouTube, they all pay for leads. So once I sold my business, where I had actually got the insurance rates from the companies and sent them back $5 leads, I would average $50,000 a month. And I sold that business to the Toronto Star. I went on to try to create the same thing and send leads to lawyers. And that's where my aha moment was. They don't give you the lead tracking software the multi-million, billion-dollar companies use. They would much prefer that you create content, give them your content for free so they can make money by sending leads to businesses. And I said, stop this. I'm going to create a website builder with everything you guys need, an online store, membership marketing, all that kind of stuff, but also include the revenue software that the multi-million dollar companies use. Like, for instance, when you guys interview people, you should have a little referral form right beside there, like right up there, sending businesses to leads. I have people 1 hour interviews, $10 per lead, creating over $4,000 in lead income. So that's what I do. I kind of want to wake up the entrepreneur world to saying, sure, sell your stuff, but do what the multi-million, billion-dollar companies do, and guess what you'll see?
So you just answered like 2 or 3 of my questions. How are you a trailblazer? Okay, we got that now. How have you disrupted the marketplace? Okay, you answered that as well. You just packed a lot of good answers into questions we didn't even get to yet, but you were pretty thorough. Well done, Lee. It's almost like you've done this before.
First time ever.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I talk a lot to entrepreneurs because the entrepreneurs do hard and they're feeding what I call the multi-million, billion-dollar companies. You're giving your content away for free, and then you're paying them for leads back to your website, and then you put on their icons saying, oh, go back to YouTube to watch my video. So YouTube makes money from lead income. So I just need to cut it out at the knees and say, there's another way. Just do what the multi-million dollar, billion-dollar companies do and watch your success, watch your money grow.
All right, Carolyn, I'm turning it back over to you here. Questions and comments. I'm going to let you put your interview hat on, but I also have a few more questions for you as well.
Okie dokie. So can I ask Angela a question? Is that cool?
Please. Yeah.
So Angela, you have these 4 incredible books that can really change the relationship that parents have with their children. You can transform that to have that loving connection. Can you tell us a little bit about the guides for the parents? Because I think that is brilliant. So can you tell us a little bit about, what are some of the elements with the guides for the parents? Because there's lots of parents out there that want to have a better relationship with their kids.
So in the first book, the guides mostly deal with emotional processing because, as I mentioned earlier, many parents really didn't learn positive ways to express difficult emotions. And so they would default to what their parents did and grab alcohol or something. So just giving different tools and different techniques to face even the most painful emotion, but also helping shift the perspective of, understanding that hurt people. So if there's a bully, there's a chance that there's a childhood issue, unresolved trauma from the childhood, or current unresolved trauma that is driving that behavior. And instead of taking the bullying as, something's wrong with me, they're picking on me because of me, when you understand that hurt people, then you can say, I understand why you're attacking. Can we talk about you?
Yeah. So you're really supporting parents to understand their behaviors and be able to change them, because every parent does the best job they can. I mean, that's the way I think it is. I have 2 kids, and I just think your books really make a difference. And Lee, I want you to come to the Grand Connection. Just so right now, you can help our people, because we have lots of fabulous folks that could learn from what it is that you're bringing.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the best part about this is that it's basically the power of your voice, your recommendation. You don't need a product or service, because that's hard. I'm lucky I was unencumbered by any kind of experience.
That's great.
Yeah.
And David, ask the deepest question you can ask of me, because that's really what I want.
Well, okay, you ready? We're going to throw hard here now?
Yeah.
We're going to throw hard. So I want to know about the biggest failure, the biggest roadblock. I want to know when you hit that dead end, and then you really started to have to pave a new road, a road that did not exist before for anybody else. Tell us that. We're going to get a little vulnerable. We want people to feel inspired, but we also want people to learn from how you did it, how you kind of became the pioneer. Tell us how you went west.
Okay, so this was the wild, wild west. So I had a family member who got sick, and I had to shut everything down within 2 weeks. Otherwise, that family member would not. I needed to be, the person for that job. So I had a very successful business doing keynote speaking, emceeing, ran 5 masterminds, and I shut everything down within 2 weeks, because I know that person would not be alive if I didn't do that. It was the most humbling, surrendering decision that I have ever made. I changed my life. I actually realized over time, took about 4 years to find the right doctors. We moved to a different city. I surrendered my life to this person. And I did it wholeheartedly, but I suffered greatly, because I realized my self-worth was connected to what I did. Mm-hmm. I realized that my speaking, my coaching, my leading communities was very ego-based, to be honest. And I let all that go. And over that 4 to 6 years, I rediscovered myself and who I truly am, and how I'm meant to serve the world. And that person is alive and well, leading their life in a great capacity to contribute to communities. And, it was a very powerful experience for me to learn to let go, to lead, to simplify my life and my business to secure the success I did. And it's shown me who I truly am. And I asked for support every step of the way. I did not let anything stop me. Nothing stopped me. I kept moving forward and getting, the help that I needed to support this person.
Yeah. Yeah. In your community, do you think most of your people are focusing more on how do I make more money? Or do you think they're focusing more on, I just want to make a difference. I just want to change the world? Don't say both. It's got to be either one.
I know.
Not even allowed. What do you think it is in your community?
Well, our community for sure, it's making a difference in the world in their own unique, specialized, quality ways. And that's what they respect about each other. And that's why I believe that the collaborations that happen within our community at the Grand Connection are so meaningful. They even create other businesses in coming together in many cases, is because of that connection to, purpose, passion, heart, mind, all of it in taking that stand to make a difference. And Summer's one of my great, that's one of our members right there. So it's the truth too.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna go over to Lee here, and I might have you guys answer this question too. So, as organization leaders, I'm not going to just say businesses, but we kind of have movements. It's more than just a business. It's an organization. Sometimes it's nonprofit. Most of the time, it's for profit. But I'm not even going to ask you. I'm just going to tell you. We want to market what people want and give them what they need. Sometimes we make the mistake of, let me tell you what you need. Let me market what you need. You got to market what they want and give them what they need. So my question for you, Lee, is, can you give us an example of how you have marketed what people want and then you're giving them also what they need?
Well, they want their message heard, right? They want their message heard. And to keep their message going, they need money to keep it going, or they're going to have to get a job somewhere else. Their message gets lost. And that's actually fits in beautifully with basically being your voice to your message. When I had the insurance company, I just said, come to my website and get the lowest car insurance rates, same policy, hundreds of dollars of different rates. And I made money liquid money in the background. So I didn't actually have to do anything. I could just keep getting my message out. And that hits for everybody. If everybody could just get their message out and in the background produce liquid money, that's where you want to be.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. There's an expression out there: no money, no mission. No money, no mission. There's exceptions to every rule, but do you think that's more true than not true? If there's no money, there's no mission, or do you think that's false? That's a myth. What do you think?
Well, there's definitely, the mission always starts first. And then it kind of dwindles out if the money doesn't follow. So I would just flip it over because, and even people that are broke are trying to get their mission out, but they lead a very hard life that way.
Yeah. For all of you listening, you're commenting in different places. I'll try to share some of those, but I'd love to know, no money, no mission. What do you think? I mean, can your greatest mission be accomplished with no money? Can the best version of your mission, of your organization be reached if you don't have the money? Does the money have to come in at some point? Resources, maybe? Maybe we'll share some of those comments. Carolyn, no money, no mission?
No money, no mission. You need money to facilitate the mission. You need to have your dream team, that I call in my Inspired Business Blueprint and my Inspired Business Mastermind at the Grand Connection. And unless we have the support around us, unless we have our dream team to facilitate those responsibilities, those processes, those systems, that strategy, unless that's in place, which is an investment. So if you don't have money, you cannot grow your mission. It's okay to be on a mission, but you absolutely need to, there I am. You absolutely need to have the investment, the finances, and the financial abundance to pay for all of that. Because you can't grow unless you have that foundation set.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you all say that. Even Angela, I know we don't wake up in the morning going money, 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 but we know that it's got to be there, right? It's got to be there. It's got to grow, and that's a tough thing. People come to me with great ideas all the time. I just had a guy email me the other day and say, "Hey, this is how I'm going to change in my business. What do you think?" And first thing I said to them is, I just said, can you market this and sell this? Who's gonna enroll people in this program? If you have that, well, then yes. But you can have the best idea in the world. You can have the most exciting movement. You know, the idea of this, David, this sells itself. Well, there are some products and service that kind of make it easier to solve a problem, but somebody has to make that offer, share that message. You know, somebody's got to be the cashier, you know, the enroller. I'm kind of curious who that is for you guys. Angela, is that you and Richard in your organization? Are you getting other people on the team? What does that look like for you?
Well, Carolyn's on my team.
There you go.
Yeah,
answer.
you're on my team, David.
Okay, good answer. Good answer.
There you are. Yeah.
Well, we need to pick things up for you. Angela, you're definitely a trailblazer. You're definitely a pioneer. And we've even talked about this whole concept of disruptor. And disruptor is somebody that, you know, they just kind of always want to do things a little bit different. And like I've said before, it's not necessarily a compliment, because it's we should probably all just be trailblazing and pioneering for the sake of trailblazing and pioneering. But there's some of us that just like to be that contrarian, you know. We can argue whatever side of it, right? We love debate. Let's just debate something. Angela, do you think there's a little bit of a disruptor in you, or are you just more pure trailblazer and pioneer?
I think I'm a big disruptor.
Oh, really? Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that, actually.
But, well, people, you know, they tap into my energy and they, you know, calm and peaceful. But the generational trauma of repressed emotions, like, people don't have an understanding of what that is or what it means or how it affects them on a daily basis. And I'm just like blowing that whole thing up. I'm saying, you need to understand that your emotions need to be expressed.
Yeah. Yeah. Carolyn, who's on your team?
Oh gosh, I have the best people on my dream team. I have an incredible virtual assistant that I call my virtual assistant Angel, because she does everything I don't want to do. And I recommend everybody to find their virtual assistant Angel. I made a list of everything that I wanted to let go to be the leader that I'm meant to be. And I had that list going, and she showed up. The universe provides when you're clear. So get that list going, what you want to let go and what you love. Two sides of the paper. She showed up. Also, it's important to have someone that you can speak your truth to when you're stuck. When your mindset is what I call thinking below the line, and to have someone that you can talk about where you're stuck and move through that instantly with their feedback and with their loving support and guidance and options. So, you know, my dream team consists of resource management, personal development, as well as I have two different coaches that I work with. One is a specialist in the practical knowledge base, and the other one is a complete trailblazer disruptor and in marketing. So I love learning. So it inspires me to receive all this wonderful feedback, and I stay in motion. You know, my commitment is to keep inspired energy and keep moving forward and learning and growing.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Definitely wanted to give each of you individual time, but you all work really well together as a panel. This is quite the powerhouse women panel that's evolved here. We're going to be wrapping this segment up and moving on. Lee, we'll give you your last word. What's the last thing you'd like to share with us?
Well, I wouldn't mind writing on that. Who is my dream team thing?
Sure. Yeah.
Because
go ahead.
A lot of people don't have the money or the budget to hire people, or even want to. And so my dream team is Google is my sales department. They tell me which companies advertise, and their keyword planner tells me how much they're paying for advertising. My video department is YouTube. They tell me what videos go viral and are trending, so I put them on my website to grab traffic. And my marketing team is email marketing, and also all the social media companies. They've got the traffic. I link people back to my website. So I use what's out there as my dream team.
Yeah, yeah. I know you love numbers. I know you love metrics. Lee, if you kind of look in the top, part of your screen there, which shows the eyeballs, how many eyeballs does it say are on you right now?
Oh, I can't see that. Sorry.
Carolyn, what do you see?
I don't see it either.
You don't
We
see
have
it
to be
either?
on
My
Facebook.
goodness.
You don't see it in StreamYard.
You're missing. Oh my goodness, you're missing. So I can sit here and I'll take screenshots of you. But through this whole time, as we were talking, there was like 1,500 people, 1,600 people watching, 1,700 people watching, 1,800 people watching.
Wow.
All the comments are going down along the side of it. You're missing out if you're not seeing all this. Oh my goodness. We'll send you some screenshots of this. But yeah, I mean, everybody's talking. One person, seriously, this is really funny. Nowadays, money is here. I'll share some of these comments here. Nowadays, everything is money. They're listening to you guys talk. You can see the comment when I put it up on the screen, can't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Boy, you're missing the show. You're so busy being on the show, you don't even see the screen. I see the screen. Maybe this is why I have so much energy over here. This has been great, Lee. Thank you. There's some questions out there. I shared some of what some of the people were saying. Richard was posting some great comments about you. Hope you guys will continue to watch. Angela, we'll jump over to you for your last word.
That comment about everything's about the money. No, I lost everything in a wildfire, and I learned that material things, they really have no value. You could just replace them. It's the relationships. It's love. Love is what matters. And so I just call on everybody to step out in love today.
Thank you. All right, Carolyn, what about you?
Okay. Mine's going to be twofold. One is that you don't ever, ever, ever have to suffer in life or business. That there is support out there for you. You have to just be open to receive it and look for it. And that community is there for you to really build the confidence, to release all fear. Any problem, issue, doubt, or anything is within community can be answered. And that doesn't mean it's going to cost you a lot of money, but you have to be bold enough to ask for what you want and receive that information and take action. It's to stay in motion, which is the second thing I want to say. I call it thinking, living, and leading above the line. It's a decision to release doubt, fear, resentment, blame, judgment, all that, excuse me, but crap that takes our energy away and also stops us from being inspired and motivated to keep moving forward. So I suggest to make the decision to think above the line, be curious about what can be rather than what has been, or worry about the future, to connect to your purpose and your passion. And, do what you love to do. Love your business, love your clients, for heaven's sake. Be grateful, So, to me, community and making the decision to think, live, and lead above the line is what I stand for.
You Canadians are so nice. You apologize when saying crap. That's pretty funny right there.
It is crap. Anything below the line is crap.
Usually people apologize for much stronger language, but shoot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say shoot. That's bold of me. I apologize. All right. We love you. We love our Canadians and we love Grand Connection. You're loved, Carolyn. Thank you, my friend. All right. I'm bringing up Lila here. Lila Veronica. I love the two first name thing. You got two first names. Is that the name you were born with, or is that a branded name?
That is a name that I chose to legally change it to. It's Lila.
Oh,
Veronica.
Lila. I apologize. Lila Veronica. I mean, it's a gorgeous name. It's so good. It's that's what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody purposely, chose that name. Lila.
Yeah, I like it. It works
Veronica.
well for the brand.
It does. It could be a clothing line. It could be a lifestyle. You got a great name for hosting. It's beautiful. So Lila Veronica, where are you from? You've got a little bit of an accent that's a little bit different than everybody else.
I'm in Woodland Park, Colorado.
Okay. Where before that? I feel like that's not a Woodland Park, Colorado way of speaking.
Yeah, I don't really know where my accent has come from. But I've lived in a lot of places. I grew up in Ohio.
That's great. So you're here on the Trailblazer Summit. Oh, you froze up there for a second, but you're back. You're here on the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. We're interviewing all these different pioneers. You have a very fascinating background yourself. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit, but I'd rather just get you talking. And I'm kind of curious, if somebody said, all right, Leela, she's a real pioneer. She's a real trailblazer. Why do you think they would say that about you?
It would be related to the work that I do in the world. I left my career in academia about 10 years ago, about 11 years ago, and decided to start a business teaching mindful movement. And then I took it online, was doing a lot of live videos and sharing. And I was one of the early adopters of Facebook Live when it first came out. And so a lot of people in my community would see me as a trailblazer in the sense of I left my career, started a business. I teach mindful movement, but I also have brought mindfulness and movement into business to help people really, really embody their self-worth. So I typically think in unique ways after a period of time of studying something really deeply.
So one of the words that we're using as well is a disruptor. A disruptor is kind of like a type of trailblazer and pioneer. And it sounds like you've sort of disrupted the workforce with mindfulness, because that's not a typical thing.
How does it bring in? Wait, I want to know. I know you're about to go, but how? I heard movement in business, mindful movement. What do you have people dancing? You have people doing
I have a particular system that I teach. So I teach posture and I teach presence and how to own their personal power. I teach them how to walk, sit, stand, move through space, show up on camera. And so I show them also about the mind-body connection and how certain things going on in the body, like low back pain, for example, is related to money, safety, or security worries. And so
I love it.
Yeah. So we can look at the body and figure out where is the opportunity in the business.
Yeah, but also with you teaching those things, the opportunity is for people to start to feel confident even before the thoughts are there, because their posture is driving the emotion, kind of like Tony Robbins has talked about. So many people talked about if we sit like this versus if you're up. So you're probably impacting performance before people, and moods and emotions before people even realize what's happening, which will impact sales, communication, bottom line, right?
Exactly. Yeah. One of the things I hear a lot of times within the first couple of weeks is I'm no longer having that afternoon slump. And so I can teach them business strategies, but if they're tired, they're not actually going to have strong cognition in order to implement any of the strategies anyways. And so a lot of the, just day-to-day operations of people improves. They also, when they're more open in the front, they're easier to connect with. So if we keep ourselves closed off, it's not as easy to connect, even if you don't see the person. It's all, the person will know that you're kind of closed off. The way you sit in your office chair, the way you stand at the desk, anything. Humans, we pick up on each other pretty quickly. So it helps with the energy piece. It helps with the connection piece. And then people just generally feel happier because, like you said, the way Tony Robbins talks about it, this down and out in position is a position of fear, sadness, grief. So if we get our bodies in an open position, we naturally experience more joy. Yeah.
Come on, David, open up. David, open up. Boy, with the flag. Woo, Jessica, open up. Open up.
Don't tempt me, Adora. You're gonna be regretting asking me to open up here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Who knows what will come out? Okay, there we go.
Those of you who are not driving, open up. Open up.
So, Leila, I would love to jump in here and thank you for being with us today. Can you give us an example of a specific transformation or situation that occurred because of your work with a client or someone that you've helped?
Yeah, one of my first coaching clients where I was really taking them through the process of the body movement and then also integrating it into more life experience and work. I worked with a woman who she was recovering from cancer and chemo and all the effects from it. She was drinking a bottle of tequila every single night just to go to bed. She had insomnia. And she was in a career that she was very unhappy. She had to work a lot with sad cases of things going on with people, and it was really kind of a downer for her. So within 6 months, she had lost 65 pounds, stopped drinking, got off of multiple mood medications, ended up leaving her career, starting a business, and now she lives in Costa Rica with this beautiful online business. And she was with me. She was with me for 3.5 years. So that was a longer term client. But I mean, I have people that have been in back pain for years. They work with me for 6 weeks, 3 months, 6 months, something even a shorter timeline. And they'll be out of back pain that they haven't been out of in decades. And when they're out of back pain, they're more productive. I work with even a lot of speakers who need to stand, or presenters who might need to stand, and they're scared to book a feel good in their body. And so I help bodies so that they can do all, take advantage of all these opportunities in their business.
That's beautiful. Yes. Yeah. And so how did you come to this work? What was that journey like for you to create this and bring this forth?
Yeah, so there's twofold. I'll tell you how I found what I found and then how I developed it thereafter. I was going through a challenging time in my life in 2013. I got into yoga. It felt really good. I thought, how many days in a row can I do this? I did it for 42 days, completely changed my life, decided to make all these different choices, started doing trainings. So about 8 months into my journey of being into yoga, really, really into it, I went to a workshop in New York. I did a practice. It was a multiple day workshop. I did this practice and I physically felt love for myself for the first time in my life. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to chase it.
Yes.
It just makes sense.
Yes.
And doing another 5-day intensive moved across the country, left my career to train with these teachers. And then what I found over the years was the method that I was learning, although I particularly love it, it's not as accessible for everybody who's not a deep dive body oriented person. Somebody just needs 10 minutes per day. So I created these 10-minute practices. So there's no fancy language, no weird words, just body parts, 10 minutes a day. And just that alone will change people's lives. Within the first week, people start to feel way different. So my intention was really to bring these complex movement ideas of being open and dynamic and great energy and make it accessible to busy people, because everybody says they're so busy right now. So
yes, accessible, bite-sized. Yes, so people can actually feel not intimidated to jump in and try something new, but something that can be easily incorporated into a practice of a daily routine. Do you have a recommendation on whether people use it in the morning or the evening, or does it matter, Leila? How does that work?
It's a great question. I mean, what I say is if you can do it 3 times a day, 30 minutes, that's great. If you can only do it once a day, I recommend in the morning. But if you don't get it in the morning, there's still extra 10 minutes later in the day. It's okay. But usually you'll get a lot of benefit from a morning practice because it'll boost your energy. and carry you the rest of the day.
And do you feel like there's anything, anyone else that's really doing this in this space and doing it in this way for people in business and speakers and that are bringing this out for such an application? How do you feel like your industry, if I may, is kind of changing and evolving? And where do you see yourself in that?
It's a great question. So number one, there are a lot of teachers that are bringing body into business, sort of big picture. Even in corporate America, you'll see a lot of more soft skills, mindfulness and mindset and stuff like that are being brought into the corporate. Entrepreneurs and speakers, and there's all sorts of ways people teach this. You have to be present, really, to grow your business. The more present you become, the easier your business is to build. I think a lot of business owners know that, and they've been, learned that. But nobody has created what I've created in terms of these 10-minute practices that I talk about. There's only 7 of them. It's just super simple system. But I've done this practice, taught this practice for 10 years now, and tested it out on dozens, this particular system on, I don't even know how many at this point, but dozens of clients, 100 probably or so clients, just this system. And it's been developed from years past. So nobody does it quite like I do. And I also provide a community of people who feel like they belong somewhere. It's a place they feel like they belong. They're like, I don't feel like I belong to a lot of other like women's communities maybe. And they say, but I feel like I belong here, because they're all like high achieving leader types. And so they're always like at the top of their game.
Yes, that's so key. And I think that transformation or any kind of growth can really happen more easily if you do it within a community, because you do feel that support. So I love that. And speaking of communities, we've got Adora is back with us here. Hi, Adora.
Hi. So I know our next guest is in the green room. He's not on camera, but he's at the ready. Leela, is that how I say your name?
Yeah.
Yay! You have a great smile, grand spirit, and thank you for helping us open up here and know what's possible with movement and mindfulness. Thank you for the trailblazing energy and vibe that you are.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Is there anything you want to leave us with? Bye.
Yes. You deserve what you want because you want it. If you want something, you deserve it. So open up your body, allow yourself to receive more because you deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it.
Woo! All right.
It does feel good. It feels good.
It does.
Thank you, Leela. Thank you for being here with us today.
Yeah.
And for sharing with us.
It's been wonderful. Thank you.
We're going to commercial break, right?
Yes, we are going to do a commercial now. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll keep it moving here.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows, Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. JoinTheDivas.com.
Woo, woo, woo! She took herself out and I'm here. Well, yes, I definitely would love you to join us in a moment. Thank you. There you are. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. So I'm very excited to bring up our next trailblazer, Ali. Ali Madawi, he is the person who introduced me to Christine Curran of Dining Divas. So speaking of connection and relationship, now, Christine, I'm a host on Destination Divas that airs on Travel Channel. I have Dining Divas Texas launching. And now we have the Diva Network. So people can join us, filming, networking, all of that. And I'm bringing all that up because that happened because one person, Ali, said, you two need to meet, because he followed an inkling. And he is a trailblazer in his own right. I could go on and on, but I want to tell you that just in 6 months, they have launched through blockchain, bringing blockchain, education, travel together. They've launched a company and have paid out over $3 million in commissions, been in 56 countries. And now this is the first public announcement that we've partnered with the Diva Network. And because I don't even understand totally what that's going to mean for delivering through smart contracts, going into all these countries, I asked Ali to come on because this is new and we have a lot of, speakers, teachers, people. What does it even mean to bring blockchain? And you guys have like 18,000 affiliates. You've just grown so much, so fast. You're a connector. You're the strategic partner. You've scaled lots of companies and sold them. Ali is the best, Jimmy. So are you. So welcome, Ali. And
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate it, ladies, and thank you for all the trailblazers all around the world. It's been amazing. I've actually had the show airing since earlier today, and like in between calls, in between, I'm like, okay, I got a little bit. I jump in, so I got to watch many of the replays of the sessions. And Leela was amazing. A beautiful message, and you can tell a beautiful soul as well. So amazing and excited to be here with you, ladies.
Awesome. Jessica, would you like to start the questioning?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me jump into it. So, Ali, it's so great to have you here with us on the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. And what we've been asking everyone is to kind of get an idea of what it is that you do, and do you consider yourself more of that trailblazer? Maybe you're a disruptor, you kind of switch tracks when everyone else starts to copy you, or are you a pioneer? How do you see yourself, and how does it apply to what you do, please?
Yeah, no, well, so first and foremost, for me personally, I've been in the business community for 18 years, and I've been so many roles for so many people, depending on who I'm talking to, right? If I was to talk to the queen of manifestation herself, Adora Evans, I am a connector, and I'm behind the scene, and I'll just putting the right people together and watch the magic happen. In our smart contract company, I'm a global master trainer. I'm in the trenches, the trailblazer, working with the field. If I'm in the multiple companies that we've built over the last 18 years, I am the innovator, the guy who was the 5,000-foot view, quarterbacking every single department and division together, and watching something amazing come to into fruition. But I love to be in the trenches. I love to be involved. I won't say that I like to do everything, because I'm a student and there's so much that I always have to learn. But I enjoy being involved, and I enjoy the concept of learning and doing, with the masses in real time as well.
That's sorry, I'll give it back in a moment. See why I usually remove myself, because I get excited and I'm just like, so I'll remove myself in a minute. But yes, Ali, you will be the master trainer. You are for the affiliates with the Diva Network. And Holly last night said when you're in the trenches, she considers herself a pioneer because it's dirty. It's not always glamorous, unless you do 3 million in 6 months of commission. Maybe it is more glamorous, but.
Yeah, I'd love to share some how, right? Because even the idea of the concept of smart contract, when people hear it, 99% don't even know what a smart contract is. And I'll tell you why is that. The numbers don't lie, right? The smart contract industry as a whole is only $120 million industry, like right now. North America dominates about 31% of the smart contract world itself, with 31% of the market share. But that's tiny. It's anticipated and expected to reach $73 billion by 2030. So you talk about pioneer. If you are right now and ever have heard or have the ability and the opportunity to get involved in a smart contract, you are in the Mom Bell age, where there was a Mom Bell telecommunication, and then it deregulated, and then AT&T's Smart as Sprint, and all the different things happen afterwards, or the energy deregulation have happened. That's where the infancy stage of a smart contract concept is. Now, to bring it into a simplicity concept, the hospitals that you've been to, the doctors, the system, the medical system, that's a smart contract. And essentially, if I were to kind of give you a direct definition of a smart contract, is essentially just a digital agreement that is stored on a blockchain. It's essentially automatically executed. There is no manual hands-on that you can manipulate it. It's predetermined conditions essentially, and when they are met, that smart contract essentially is pre-written by coders on the blockchain. Now, it is not an investment opportunity. It is not a trading bot or anything like that. Can it be? Sure. I warn against it. Just be very, very careful for anything that is a bot in the blockchain world. But it's essentially an if, when, then kind of a sequence that is pre-programmed and pre-automated. And when those conditions are met and verified, the network essentially execute a set of follow-up actions. So when your doctor enters specific, or nurse enters specific information in the computer, the whole medical network gets that information, right? So that's an immediate activity that has taken place, and it just goes spread out to the primary doctor, and to the chiropractor, and to the neuro doctor, and then whenever they put your information, immediately they see what happened. That's essentially a smart contract. So what did we do? Go ahead, Adora.
I'm going to insert here to pull it together for people that are like, oh, I'm not into that yet. That's over my head. And then you say what you want. I'll pull myself out. So
please.
And pull it. So with the Diva Network, so you all know, we've had these TV shows. They're airing on Travel Channel, airing on WeTV. We're launching Texas, look at that hair, New York, and California, in addition to Florida. So we always get these messages of women going, I want to come, I want to be a part of it. And, only so many people are normally a part of a filming. It's our sponsors, it's our celebrity guests. But what else happens is when we're having so much fun, and you've got these purpose-driven women together, they start masterminding, opening doors, investments, business deals, all that stuff. So I just started going like, man, especially when I took on Texas, and you all that know me know I'm an impact person. We started going, well, how can more women be a part of this? How can more women have access to my network? I can only do so much one-on-one connecting a day. How can I make it available to everyone? And how can we let more women step into the fun, the glamour, and men who like to do business with women? Because we have a lot of male guests, and Ali's been a guest on one of our shows coming up. So here's what we did. We decided, all right, we're going to open our virtual and in-person Diva Network, where for a low $97 a month, which you cannot sign up for today. So I'm not pitching you. I'm just giving you and you can think of your own business as well. But $97 a month or $997 a year. We meet twice a week. You learn, how do you collaborate? How do you handle breakdown without gossiping? How do you edify your members properly? How do you really create meaningful, impactful collaborations that can also create income and everyone wins, and do that together while having a blast? So one day is the training of that. And that came because as we started scaling, the divas were like, whoa, we're about to have 40 divas. We have to keep this culture of positivity, empowerment. So that's how it started. Then we went, let's open this to everybody who's part of the Diva Network. And then let's have a day where we do real breakout rooms. So every single person in there gets to ask for what they're looking for, give to the group. And we're measuring it. Like, are we producing results as a community? Because if we're not, we've got to go back to training and figure out why people aren't doing the shiz, right? So that way everybody could access the people that we are accessing, create in their own areas what we're creating. And then when we do filming, we can do things like restaurant takeovers and dancing with the divas and things like that. Put up our pink carpet, not a red one, pink carpet with pink round tables and all that, and let women just come have the joy, celebration, connection that creates magnificence. So a couple of other things about that is that we decided divas are good for business. So when someone sees a diva coming, a driven, inspiring, visionary, authentic sisterhood, when they see us, they should know a flurry of positive energy is coming, a flurry of 5-star reviews, people that see business as a reflection of who we are in our local communities. So we don't show up entitled, we show up as contribution. And so we're like, all right, we're going to pre-launch this network. Well, it picked up momentum. I was going to do it after the Trailblazer event. And someone booked like 30 people on a call. And they were like, how do I sign up? So that's where we were already going. All right. And $97, as you know, or $997 is ridiculous.
For all that value.
All that value. I haven't been in a mastermind that low in many years. I haven't charged that low, but we're thinking, how do we help the most people? And we also decided we were going to pay 40% to people who refer people into the network. So we have people vested in. Well, in comes Ali Madawi, and goes, hey, him and Jimmy, hey, we can align with you, partner with you, open this up to our 18,000 global affiliates, rise up women around the world, and we can do it on blockchain and smart contract. Now my face went blurry again. Like, what does that mean? 18,000, I understand that, but what does blockchain mean and smart contract? So now I'll leave back to you. And
no, I appreciate the context. And I'll tell you this will be the very first official mastermind on the blockchain in a smart contract. Just so you know, there is no, like, you can Google, you can search, it's going to be the first official one with the way that we're going to do it. And obviously, I'm super excited about it because it's going to bring simplicity, authenticity, and of course, efficiency. That's a very important piece, right? We want to get it done right, and we want to get it done right fast, right? I don't want to take 3 months of programming. Like, once it's done, it is ready to go to the world, and then it's hands-free, and the whole community is part of something that is phenomenal, great. So in terms of the idea behind it, or the goal, is to essentially simplify business and simplify trade between both anonymous, because everybody on the blockchain around the world, by the way, is going to be able to take advantage of this. This is the beauty of a smart contract. See, Jessica, normally, if you wanted to, virtually or not, to go and do business anywhere around the world, you got to keep in mind on CPI laws, right? Credit card laws and things of that nature. Even if you wanted to use funnels, or if you wanted to use online systems, there are still some restrictions or limitations.
Yes.
But with the blockchain, we removed the barrier of limitations. Anyone, anywhere, at any point around the world that has a cell phone in their hand will be able to take part of this program. So when we say we literally bring the whole world together and do it in a seamless way, simplified way, and the best part about it, for me at least, it's the ability to no need for a middleman or middlewoman in this case as well, right? There is no middleman, there's no middlewoman needed. You, I, Adora, no one is going to be processing credit cards or sending commissions. It instantly happens. And when I mean instant, I mean immediately, just like the doctor's example, right? Everyone, whomever is supposed to be earning or whomever is supposed to be receiving a program or invitation or access, which essentially it scales down the formalities and the costs associated of doing traditional methods of business. You do that, you bring down those formalities. Now you're bringing speed. Now, what I'm super excited about is my contribution. See, I can't wait for you all to meet Tanya Tanika, who is my partner in this process as well. Tanya is a superstar. You talk about a sister who was a trailblazer. I wish I had her here with me today. She actually has taken part of creating documentaries on Netflix. She has created businesses on a global scale. She has developed brands and has the eye of a visionary and a pioneer and a sniper when it comes to business, gets it done. And I am super, super excited to introduce her and collaborate with her as well. So we're going to be working with the whole community to serve, to help, to teach, to edit on anything and all things that comes down to affiliate models. See, when it comes to the affiliate world, I've done just a little over $2 billion in the last 18 years. And I do it in 5 international languages. In the last 6 months, our team, we've been able to expand in 57 countries in 6 months and do just about $4 million of sales. I would love nothing more but to do that and share it all with your community as well.
Yeah, one thing I'm really excited about, I know Jessica's working on your ticker, which is why I came back on. It's our ticker. But and Isabel may want to pop up soon because I know she stays in all of this kind of conversation. But Ali, one thing that I really love is, first and foremost, when I was talking with you guys about it, what Jimmy said was, Adora, a lot of these third world countries, they're not calling themselves third world countries anymore. They're raising the standard for themselves. And so you guys have paid out all those commissions and built on a $50 product, people hungry and ready to learn, to grow, all of that. And then the second thing was people can, when it's time, now we have a free link and we can talk about that at the end, is that they can pay or be paid in crypto or fiat dollars, and it's immediate. So there's no accounting, and what we first got excited about is what's possible for the world when women are being connected and networked and identifying as divas around the globe. So speaking of divas, Isabel, welcome.
Hi, Isabel.
Hello, Ali. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your world and your universe here.
Yeah, and as you've been watching the show, you've been seeing that we are open and welcome to all people, no matter where they are in the world, what they're doing, what their main focus is, because we are an eclectic group of individuals who have different passions and different visions of how to execute things. Something that I want to know more about is if someone who wants to get involved with you, they want to either take a course or just have a one-on-one conversation with you, how would they go about that? Is it multi-step? Do they have to sign up for anything first, or can they just directly schedule with you?
Jointhedivas.com is the very first step that you would want, pre-register, right? That's where you're going to find me. That's where I'm going to be available. I will be giving all information, all access, and I will be working personally along with my sister from another mister on helping, supporting the community, and of course exposing our community as well. I will say one thing that I peeped that you said, Adora, that it's so important. You talk about third world countries no longer identify as third world countries, right? If I may, so I was born and raised in Morocco, and Morocco was once identified as a third world country. Here's a little bit of history fact. Most of, let's talk about Africa, right? Most of it was a third world country at one point. Africa, when you got the independence from the colonies back in the 40s, the 50s, and even the 60s, there were contracts that were signed with the European nations that gave them that freedom and the independence. And that was simply, you got to give us for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years, all your economy, if you want us, because, it was an economy attraction for those countries. Well, those contracts are starting to expire. Therefore, those countries that once were giving away all of their economies are starting to be self-sufficient. And because of the self-sufficiency that is available to those countries right now, it's being poured back into the new generation. And the new generation is extremely hungry. And when I say hungry for education, hungry for innovation, hungry for development.
Oh, yes.
And with social media and with cell phones and smart contracts, there are, again, no boundaries, no limitations. And I could not tell you how an amazing of a timing it is right now for us to collaborate and to feed that generation that is now saying all around the world, and I believe first world, second world, or third world countries, right now is the time. Our goal and our mission and our promise within our company and our community is to eradicate poverty. Now, when people hear eradicate poverty, they automatically assume monetary poverty. And I believe from all the conversations that we've heard so far, poverty is mental. Poverty is mental. When you change,
Yes.
when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change, right? Wayne Dyer.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that we started something great, that we showed what is known as the third world country, that there is no more excuse of being a third world country. Everything is available. And now with the blockchain, all opportunities are available to everyone, really. And again, I cannot wait for everybody in jointhedivas.com, and we'll be able to provide all the information. And I will be heavily involved and available as well.
Yeah, and it was funny that you also mentioned Africa as well, because Dave and I do a lot of work in Kenya. We're actually getting ready to do our 4th Kenya keynote tour, where we're talking to colleges, universities, high school students, talking with the media about what it is that we're doing. And we've taken in and we've sponsored over 100 different students in high schools and colleges and universities. We've spoken to multiple media outlets, giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars in resources and technology, because they do have access to the internet. But it doesn't matter how much that we give to them if they don't fully utilize it. If they don't see the full value of it, it's just going to sit on their shelf. It's just going to be a note in their notebook.
Yep.
But you hit the nail on the head, is that you can try to give them all these things, but if they don't have the mentality, if they don't heal whatever is within them, whatever is keeping them inside the reality box and limiting their beliefs, it's not going to do very much. And so we keep going out there and showing them, it's like, no, it's a mindset. You can keep doing these things. Sometimes these textbooks are anywhere from up to 4 years old before they even walk into school, and they're working 2 to 3 part-time jobs just to afford it. But there are so many resources out there. So thank you for bringing up that very important point.
Well, they're doing a documentary on Bloomberg too about what they're doing. It's pretty cool. So when they say we do things in Africa, even though she listed several awesome things, they're like really doing things. You see thousands of people there, and everyone I'm looking forward to traveling with you all sometime.
Yeah, and we still have spots available. So if you go to top2agency.com/Kenya, you can do that. So just put that little blurb in there. I didn't mean to bring that up, but thank you, Dora.
No.
Bring up those points.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. I think we have one more commercial. Our next person is in the breakout room. Ali, what do you want to say to our audience, or leave, as a trailblazer, as a pioneer, as an innovator, as a farmer? This guy was the little kid coming up to you in the third world countries, telling you where to eat. I mean, he was. That was
homeless for 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. So you have is this my mic drop moment, Adora? This is why I dropped the mic? Okay, here we go. Where's the mic? Here we go. No, I'll tell you this. I am the epitome of no excuse. And I don't say that with cockiness or arrogance or braggadocious mindset. I want you to know, please, there is no more excuse. If you see limitations will be there. If you see blockages will be there. I personally was a third world country child. I was homeless for 3 years in a row. And this United States of America has given me the opportunity to be who I am. I've worked extremely hard. I speak 5 international languages. That wasn't a coincidence. I worked really, really hard at doing so. Expanded companies in 5 international markets, 5 continents. That wasn't a coincidence. I worked really, really, really hard. And anyone, anywhere, at any point can do whatever you desire. And I believe joining jointhedivas.com and collaborating with us, you will also remove the barriers. You will also have the ability and the opportunity to achieve that dream. And for many, you were praying for so long, inflation, COVID, whatever. God, give me a sign. Here's a sign. A third world country kid who has made it, I guess, to be on a show with Isabel, Adora, and Jessica. I think, Mama, we made it. So you too can do the same exact thing for yourself. So please, make sure that you look in the mirror, fire that person that you didn't like yesterday, And as soon as you get up in the morning, hire that very same person while you're brushing your teeth. You can do it. You will do it. And I'm there to serve you and support you all the way. Appreciate you all.
Absolutely. Amen. Thank you for that, Ali. We'll be right back after this commercial break. My name is Isabel Donadio, owner of Top Talent Agency, and I am here on my third trip of the Kenya Keynote Tour. We've just concluded our third trip here with a wonderful group of individuals, business owners, entrepreneurs, public speakers, and life changers. We have sponsored new students, adopted, we've taken in, and we have supported well over 100 individual students at these colleges, universities, and high schools to help them with their boarding school, help them with their book costs, their uniforms, so they have everything that they need to prepare so that when they get to these schools and their classes, they don't have anything to worry about. Along the journey, we've also had powerful conversations with governors, first ladies, to have impactful, meaningful relationships and conversations that will impact not only our long-term relationships here in Kenya, but for all of the people here. Kenya has truly become a second home to me. The people here I love and care for deeply. So every time we return, it just does my heart so well, fires that light within me to keep coming back, in which we will in February of 2024. Even though we're dead exhausted because we're giving so much, we wake up completely rejuvenated because we know that we're on a mission to change and impact lives, not just for the students here, but for the community and worldwide. We're seeing the power of the connections that we have here. The relationships that are being built will last lifetimes, but it all starts with the Kenya Keynote Tour. So if you want to be a part of the next one, if you want to be a part of this life-changing journey, not just with the students, not just with Safari, but to truly have your soul changed, then the Kenya Keynote Tour is something you should deeply consider, because my life is forever changed. To learn more about Top Talent Agency, you can go to toptagency.com, and to learn more about the Kenya Keynote Tour, go to toptagency.com/Kenya. We'll keep our dates posted. We'll have agendas posted up so you can have every single opportunity to see what kind of life-changing moments you can experience on the Kenya Keynote Tour. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. We're just popping off today with all of these amazing speakers. The pre-launch on Monday was good. Day one was good. Today is just great. Like who knows what's going to happen over the next few hours? Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Oh my goodness.
Who knows? Do you know those listening? It's been fun.
Oh my goodness. This is great. So we are ready to bring up our next guest, Orly Amor. I've already butchered one last name today, so please correct me if I said that wrong.
You said it right, Orly Amor. Yes.
Hey!
You did it.
Hello and welcome to the Trailblazer Summit. You're here. You made it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to have Richard come up and just help introduce you to our audience so we can make the most out of the time that we have with you. So Richard, go ahead.
Thank you, Orly. What a delight to see you again in person. It's been a long time.
Yes.
And I remember meeting you out in Florida one day on the cruises. Just absolutely magnificent. Orly, we've got a lot of speakers who are attending this. As a matter of fact, right now, this may even be a peak. There are 1,824 people viewing you. So, you know.
Not nerve-wracking.
I was better. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I think that's our peak at this point.
Oh, that's awesome.
Over 1,800 for a while. And as a speaker, and I know this is really serious with so many people, what these people, the speakers want, and everyone who is aspiring to be a speaker, Orly, one of the things you do is you help speakers monetize so that it's not. There's a young man who said to me many years ago, he says, I don't need to get paid to speak. I love what I do, and I just want to share my word. I said, let's take a look at that. Let's chunk that down. You want to get up at whatever old dark hour it is, travel to an airport, eat breakfast at an airport, get on a plane for a couple of hours, get transportation to a hotel, and speak for 90 minutes and repeat that process and come home. And you would do that for free? It changed his perspective. So, are you a trailblazer? Are you a disruptor? Are you a trendsetter? What do you do? How do you categorize yourself in this space?
Thank you. I think I would be. I'm both. I'm a trailblazer and an interrupter, like a real disruptor, because I believe everyone should be paid to speak. Because I don't know
Yes.
what age they are, how old they are. It doesn't matter because they paid for their knowledge, their intellectual property. They paid for it with time, education, money, blood, sweat, tears, aggravations, ups and downs, experiences. Basically, that becomes their intellectual property. Why would they give it away for free? And just to answer your little point about getting exposure, because I'll get that a lot, but you'll learn that I have no filter between my brain and my mouth. When people come tell me that they want it for exposure, I tell them to go outside because the sun can give them plenty of exposure.
I love what you said
Yeah.
for their wisdom. There's going to be a young lady on later, an artist, very dear friend of mine. And I tell a story, Holly. One day, a friend of mine was visiting. We live in Taos, New Mexico. And we went to see Elizabeth Jost. We'll meet her later. And this lady fell in love with one of her paintings and said, how long did it take you to paint that? She said, 28 years and 4 hours. You're not paying for the time on stage. You're not paying for the brush on painting. So what you just spoke to is so brilliant. And again, there's many speakers on this call watching who say, how do I do that? So in this adventure, where have you come up against that brick wall? You pound in your head, say, I just don't want to do this. I can't do this anymore. And you prevailed. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see some of this program. Some of the speakers we've had here have come across some pretty serious, depending on what your language is.
And one question I want to ask you, Orly, is because monetization is so important when it comes to speaking. There are a lot of people out there that will have different solutions. What makes yours so unique? When people work with you, what's that one thing that really stands out that as soon as they work with you, they're like, I get it?
I don't know you, but I love you right now. I would say what sets me apart from everybody else is that I guarantee they'll make 150K their first year in public speaking, or I work with them until they do in writing.
Wow.
So my condolences to those who do want to work with me. You have me for life. I am so sorry. I don't have another program. I don't have anything else but to make sure that they succeed. You know, a lot of people come to me and I ask them, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you want this? How much do you want to be out there sharing your message and impacting lives? And some of them say, oh, I think I'm an 8 or a 7. And I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you, I'm 11 for you. So how can I be more than you wanting this? Right? Because you're not going to do the work. You have to want this. You got to be hungry for it. You got to know how to do it right.
Yes. There was someone who brought up the Les Brown conversation the other day of, you know, when you're asthmatic. Oh, it was me that brought that up actually. But when you're asthmatic, you know, all you want to do is breathe. All you want to do is get that next lung full of air. And no one else is going to fight for that except for you. You have to make sure that you have everything you need so you can catch that next breath. Same thing with wanting to be an entrepreneur, wanting to own your own business, becoming a speaker, being a figurehead, whatever it is you want to do. No one can want it as much as you, not even your own mother, as much as she loves you and she says that you're special, you know, like my mother does, and she's right. But no one can want it as much as you do. So when you do have those first initial conversations with someone, what's one of the first questions that you ask them to get to get a little bit of an understanding of where they're at in their business, what their goals are?
Right. So there's 3 questions to that. One of them is, first of all, what does success look like to them? I invite everybody listening to actually write down, what does it look like? 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 a month? I don't know. Everybody is different. And the second question is, where are you now? How much are you making a year? How many times are you getting booked as a speaker? Or how many clients do you get a month, a week, whatever that is for you? And then the third question is, what are your roadblocks? Where do you find it that you're not getting any further ahead that you should be ahead, right? I mean, there's no speed to this, but there is that consistency that's key. And so if they don't have the consistency of doing anything and just having the shining object syndrome, I tell them that I'm going to bring them back to earth. We're going to talk about reality. And I always remember what my mentor once told me. He's like, if you don't know if you don't know what you want and you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know when you get there? There's no measurable results.
Yes. And it doesn't matter how far you're going in the long run. If you as a person supporting your client, if you don't communicate that you're going the extra mile, they'll just think everything that you're doing is just right on par. It's like, oh, this is included in everything that I'm doing. You have to make sure you're over communicating every single thing. So thank you for that reminder as well. When you do work with your clients, what are some tools or templates that you're using to help them garner that success? Are you going out to event hosts? Are you putting out ads? What's the method to your madness is basically what I'm asking.
Awesome. So Google is our best friend. Yes. And I like to say that in a way. But what I would like to add to that is that there is a methodology by which success is rising. And the way that it works is that you got to know who you serve. That's first and foremost, which we're serving the event planners. I wrote a book called Public Speakers, You're Not All That, 12 Reasons Why Event Planners Won't Hire You. And I interviewed over 3,400 event planners that actually pay speakers for that book. And it took me 4.5 years out of my own time and my own dime to do that. There are 64,000 events a day in America alone, Canada and the United States that pay speakers, yet most speakers make less than $70,000 a year. So here's where I'm going to answer your question. The first thing we need to find out is how much to charge. There is what is called my value, but there's also industry value. So where do we position ourselves? If somebody talks about business, there's other speakers that talk about business. How do you stand out for an event planner to want to hire you instead of everybody else that talks on the same topic? If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck, you know? So that's one, right? And then how do you reach out to them? Where do you find them? How do you communicate with them? You know, they did a survey on the most stressful jobs in America, Canada and the United States, 100 most stressful jobs. Number one was military jet fighter plane pilot. Number two was, yeah, right? Number two was air traffic controller. And then number 5 was event planner coordinator. So when people think, oh, they can read my website, they can go to my website. Yeah, right. They don't have time for that. Oh, let me send them a long ass email. Yeah, that's not going to work either. Or let them read.
And then have a 3-paragraph response email of like, hey, I just want to make sure you saw this, and I want to make sure you saw these key things.
Right. And so
thank you for submitting me your college thesis.
Right. So there you have it, right? It's really knowing what to do, when to do it, how to behave in this industry. It's a beautiful industry. It's a $113.2 billion industry. Billion with a B.
Billion. And so, Orly, I see that we have a QR code for you. What is the offer that you have for our audience today? I'm going to pull that up.
To get on my calendar, no strings attached. Let's talk about where your path is leading you. You can definitely just pick my brain on whatever questions. No questions are forbidden. You guys can ask me anything. I'm an open book. So there you go. 20 minutes of my time.
You just put that out on the internet. You're just so confident. I love that for you, Orly. I love that. I'm not that brave. I hope to be brave like you someday. But like, yeah, just ask me anything.
It's about impact, isn't it?
It is. It's what's the thing? Like shock. It's very shocking news. Like open news right now. You can ask Orly anything. You can just ask her how her day is going, and that's fine.
Yes, there you go. Anything goes.
And so, unfortunately, we do have a few minutes left. It's been a delight having you. It's so much fun. But for the next few minutes that we do have, do you have any final thoughts, insight, advice, anything else that you want to share with our audience today?
I loved what Ali said about no excuses. Where there's a will, there's a way. We can find a way to do this. Nobody taught me how to do this business. Literally, when I got started, I wanted to, cut my wrists and my throat. It was so hard. It was no for everything. I was a young girl who did not know anything about this industry, and I had to do it all by trial and error. So instead of going through the pain, hire a coach. I mean, I believe in coaching. I believe in mentorship. That's what I tell my clients. That's why I give them my condolences. I don't become your coach. I become your mentor, your advisor for life. Oh my God. Did I say that out loud? Yes. Okay.
Yes, you did. And we have it recorded.
I know. It's like Urkel. Did I do that? Yes, I did. And I meant it. That's my legacy for this world, is to leave more impact by helping others share their stories and their messages, and become intriguing, sexy, and marketable for event planners to think of it as a no-brainer. You're the one for my event, and I'm willing to pay you.
Orly, thank you so, so much for all of the insight, all the advice, and all the laughs that you gave us today. If you are just now tuning in, we were just talking to Orly Moore here at the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium, day 2 of 3 of this wonderful online event that you can see on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and more places coming soon. Thank you again so much, and we'll be right back after this commercial break. Welcome back. We are live with the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium, day 2 of 3 of this wonderful online event. We've been talking to some amazing individuals today in every facet of field, whether it's entrepreneurial, it is humanitarian, it's making the world better, one item at a time, one conversation at a time. And next, we're going to bring up Shauna Van Morik to have a conversation with. And so I'm going to bring her up right now. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great now that I'm here.
Yeah, this has definitely become the party to be at. Shauna, I'm going to be a little sheepish. Can I be a little sheepish with you?
Every day. You can be yourself with me. That's the whole point.
So I want to get to know you a little bit better so we can introduce you to the most effective method to our audience. So can you give us a 15-second elevator conversation of your bio?
Goodness gracious. Now you're putting me on the spot. So the idea here is that essentially I help people with their organic marketing, people being women life coaches and therapists. I help you to scale to 6 figures and beyond, guaranteed in 2 years or less. We do that by enhancing your brand identity, by streamlining your marketing systems, and by getting you to show up in a way that works for you, not just a little cookie cutter box. I hope that did it.
I love that. Now that it gives me such wonderful information, and now I have too many questions for you. Namely, so the word organic, it can be interpreted in different ways. My interpretation of it is that it just comes up naturally. So kind of like how videos can tend to go viral. But there's also paid advertising. Can you explain us a little bit more on the difference between the two, so someone can mention the correct terminology?
Absolutely. So when I say organic marketing, I'm talking about showing up in a way that you don't necessarily need to pay for. You have access to it. I have access to it. Everyone in the world has access to it. That is social media, email marketing, your own website. You can create content all you want, video, written, graphics, and you don't need to pay for it. You just need to share it. Does that help?
Okay. I love that. And so if you were to categorize yourself, because you seem very knowledgeable in who you are, would you consider yourself more of a trailblazer, a disruptor, or a pioneer in what it is that you do?
I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm more of a disruptor. And would you like to know
Ooh.
why?
I would love to know why. It's just you and me. No one else is watching. We're just having a girl talk right now.
No, all is well. All is well. So, and truly, I'm an open book. I'm the kind of person you speak to. I will tell you my life story if necessary. Now, Trailblazer, think about this. This is the first person doing a thing. I am not the first person, and I hope to all things good that I'm not the last. Now, disruptor, we're going to get to. Remind me again the third one?
Pioneer.
Pioneer. Again, the pioneer is still, staking claim to something. I'm not doing that either. I would say that I'm a disruptor because the general status quo in the marketing world is such that you are given a plan or a strategy for your business that was preconceived by somebody in days past. And guess what? It's probably quite outdated. And they're telling you to twist and turn and contort to fit into this plan, thereby cutting off the most valuable parts of yourself, the parts that will actually engage and attract your dream clients. So instead, we're looking at things differently. We're looking at creating new, comprehensive, customized plans that allow you to show up as you are. Does that make sense?
No, I absolutely love that, because if you can't identify yourself, and we mentioned this earlier in previous conversations today, is that if you don't understand what your goals are, it doesn't matter how valuable the information is. It's just going to go right over your head. And the same thing with if you don't understand yourself on a personal level, no matter how you evolve your business, how you change your branding, how you're having different conversations, if you don't have a clear voice for yourself, it's not going to matter in the long run.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the thing with the way I approach this sort of new way of thinking is that we're looking at constructing the who, what, where, when, why, and how of your marketing systems and processes to make it easy for you. So that if you don't like doing video content, and we know video content is huge right now, you don't necessarily have to do it in the traditional sense. We can look at it from a different point of view. I like to tell people that, I don't only color and garden outside of the box, we also market outside of the box to make sure that we can create a space that is perfect for you.
Yeah. And nothing nowadays truly is as vital or as great as it used to be, because new media, new resources for education is dominating the space. College isn't for everybody. Shocking news. Owning your own business is going to be extremely unique depending on the different kinds of people that you're working with. So when you are vetting a client, because essentially that's what you have to do nowadays, you can't work with everybody. If you can work with everybody, you're going to work with nobody. So when you are working with somebody, what is some of the vetting processes that you go through to establish that this is the right client for you?
Absolutely. I love that. And that's actually a really important proponent of when anybody's creating their marketing strategy. It's that who part of it. The who part of it on the internal side of it is who's going to do what. The who part of it on the external side of it is who are you talking to? For me, I make sure that we look beyond the demographics. While the demographics are great to have, we want to look at more of the psychographics and the lived experiences of the people who we're dealing with. My people, they're the ones who are breaking ground. They're the ones who are advocates. They stand for something and they're ready to make an impact. A lot of times they felt unheard. A lot of times they felt like they haven't quite fit in. They've been given all of these resources in the past that don't quite work. Some of them are neurodivergent. Some of them are just loud because they can be, or quiet because that's who they are innately. And
Because
they
that's
just
who they
haven't
are.
felt like they fit in. That's right. And so I really create a space where everybody can be themselves and show up in a very impactful way, making the change that we were meant to make in the world.
I love that. And I see that we have a QR code here for you. What's the offer that you have for our audience today?
Oh, that's a really fun one. So that's the 90-day Live Fully marketing map. So in this marketing map, this is very much rooted in that who, what, where, when, why, and how of your marketing, because that whole advice that everybody loves to give when you're showing up for your business of just show up, which is the worst advice ever. P.S. Just show up like that's going to work. No, it doesn't work out that way. That's not a strategy. This resource, the 90-day Live Fully Marketing Map, this resource will actually align your actions so that the small tactics that you're taking within your strategy line up with your big tactics of your overarching strategy while still letting you play. Who knew you could have fun in life and business?
Yeah, if you're not having fun with what it is that you're doing, then it does become a job. And part of that time is okay, but it still needs to be your passion, and you need to be naturally excited for it. If you have to wait for someone else to come around, kind of drag you along, say, come on, get excited for this, look at how much success you're having, and you're just kind of moping around, do something else. It's not going to be worth it for you, and your clients are definitely going to feel that pain.
Yeah, I want to have a marketing strategy for you that you say, I get to do that today. Yes, you do. And everybody's looking forward to it. Honestly, there are people out there waiting with bated breath for what you have to say as only you can say it. So what are you waiting for?
The time is now to definitely be getting those things done. Another question I wanted to ask you is, I'm definitely a big believer of who mentors a mentor, who coaches a coach, who leads the leader. So as you have been developing your method to the madness and finding your clients, who have been some significant mentors to you along the way? And this can be in real life sessions, this could be in books, this could be in courses. Heck, it could even be an Instagram reel. But who's been someone that has kind of giving you some real great advice as you've developed your business?
As humans, we are multidimensional people. And so we do have these various aspects of ourselves that get influenced by a variety of different people. Growing up, my grandparents were really influential in becoming who I am today, in my ambition and my dedication to get things done. My mom has really reinforced who I am and just being who I am proudly, regardless of outside influences. But professionally, I've had a number of mentors who have really empowered me and guided me in taking the actions that I need to take, even when they're hard. Yeah. And then over and above that, if I can name drop a little bit, I follow Elise Myers and I love her. So she also kind of makes me feel like a human being. Pardon me for my camera. Let's make this work better.
Oh, hi, Dr. Richard K.
That should.
Got it.
There we go. We fixed that. No worries.
Technology is our friend most days.
Yeah, technology is our friend most days. Sometimes it buffers. Sometimes it's just like, sorry, please continue.
That's all right. You want to know something? I like showing up as authentically me. Authentically me. And what that looks like more often than not is making funny faces. So when the camera freezes, you get the best side of me.
Yeah, you get the best screenshots.
That's right. Hey, why not? And share them. Enjoy being you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we do have a few minutes left, and then we're going to cut to a commercial break. But I'm going to bring up your code again. But while I'm doing that, Shauna, is there any other piece of insight or information or even advice that you want to share with our audience before we say bye today?
Yeah, you know what? There are a few kind of thoughts that I wanted to bring up. And one of them specifically was about being comfortably confident. And I've kind of alluded to it throughout. It's this sensation that you can be your whole self and feel empowered to do so, regardless of external stimuli. And we have a right and privilege to do so. And so I really want to empower everyone showing up to really step into their authentic power, to show up as only you can. Be loud, be silly, be quiet, be smart, be wicked smart. Do whatever the heck brings your heart joy and spread kindness through the world. If that's the one thing you take from this, know that you were here to make the world a better place. And it's time to start now.
Absolutely. Shauna, thank you so much for being here. It has been wonderful to have you. Oh, David's here. Hello. Did you have a question for our guest, Shauna, before she goes?
I was just here to sign her off and say hello. It's been fun listening to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Talk to you soon.
Pleasure.
All right, we are back. Hello, David. Are you having fun? I'm having an amazing time. I'll just already answer that for myself.
Fun seems too simple, one-dimensional. It doesn't really quite cut it. I mean, am I having some fun every once in a while? All right, sure, of course I am. No, I think it's more thought-provoking. I think there's a lot of things that we know, so it's kind of like remembering. There's definitely some new things that we're always learning. I say we collectively, as I'm kind of skimming through the comments, keep in mind this is on LinkedIn, this is on YouTube, this is on some Facebook pages, and so we're kind of checking comments different places, and they're popping up in our the back end of the platform here, production wise, in the studio. So it's a lot to digest, but I think we got one more day to go, and I don't know how we top today. And I guess we don't have to top it. A good is good, great is great, but I'm always trying to outdo the day before, and I just don't know. I mean, we started off with Dr. John DeMartini. He was amazing as he was in Vietnam at midnight, coming in and talking with us while he's out there speaking. And then that was followed by Dennis Waitley, 91-year-old Dennis Waitley, psychology of selling, psychology of winning, being the most popular one. And now he has a new book coming out at 91, Psychology of Loving. We had Sharon Lecter on, we had Daria Cordova on. I mean, just so many great people. So I don't know how we outdo this tomorrow, but we do have some great people still coming up. We got some great people coming up this afternoon and tomorrow. Jim Poole from the $100 million Newcom company, the patented neuroscience technology. That's going to be a great interview as always. And the list goes on. And then for those of you, there's a small group of you that have been hearing that are coming to New York City with us, and a lot of you guys have been hearing about that New York City trip. So there is this bonus VIP day that some people invested in, time, money, resources. So a lot of us after this on Thursday, immediately Friday, we're flying out to New York City, and some people are even flying out tomorrow for our big VIP mastermind and gala in New York City, Saturday, June 22nd. Yes, there still are a few seats left. It's a smaller room. It's designed to be a little bit exclusive. I think we've got about 60 spots, 55 spots. I think we've got about 48 of them, sold and filled. So there still are some spots left. If you're close to New York City and want to do that. We've had people saying, David, I'm in Ireland, I can't come to New York City, or I'm in Malaysia, I can't come to New York City. Yeah, it's not for everyone. That's why we're doing this. That's why.
That's why we're doing it online. That's why we're making our online presence. And if you guys want to find out more information on how much the tickets are, more of the details on the New York City event, if you go to trailblazerevent.com and you look in the navigation bar, you'll see NYC VIP event. It'll drop you down to that section on the website. It'll take you right there. It'll have all the information for you. So if you want to join us in New York, take action.
Yeah. Absolutely. So people have asked for replays. Yeah, this has been recorded, and some people upgraded to the VIP ticket, and it's not a lot. I think it's $47. So there are some different ways to get the replays. I'm always curious, and you guys can tell me in the comments, how many people watch the replays? And this isn't a challenge to your character. This isn't
just go in the comments and say yes. Say yes.
Well, I sincerely want to know, like, as we who produce events, we generally do provide it. And here's the reason I guess I'm saying this, Isabel, is because I never watch a replay. Now, I'm not everyone, but I'm just always so busy doing so many other things. I just never watch a replays. Who is out there watching these replays? I guess sometimes we listen to things like this in the gym, or maybe walking around, or maybe sometimes in the car, but I don't ever really sit down, at my computer and watch them. Do other people do that? I genuinely want to know. You do?
I do.
Well, no wonder you're so busy all the time.
But see, and that's just another way of how our business partnership works, is that, we both do things differently. We both focus on different things, but we bring our geniuses together and we produce amazing events like the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. We'll partner with phenomenal individuals and get things done and spotlight some phenomenal, affluent individuals. See, I sound like I sound like I'm smart because I am smart because I listen to the replays.
All right. Stephen Mummel. Do we have Stephen Mummel here?
I was just looking. I don't see him in the green room.
We got Stephen Halpern here.
Yeah, I see
Stephen. We got the better Stephen here. Don't tell Stephen Mummel I said that.
It's okay. Like I said, we're just having a conversation. That's just us. No one else is watching.
Okay.
But some of these conversations, again, are just really impactful because you'll learn so many things throughout your life that sometimes you'll forget the little things of poverty as a mindset, that education and business isn't for everyone, that it's constantly evolving. These little things are essential to remember because one day you can be, a poor child in a third world country, and then a few years later, you're at the top of the market and earning the big dollars because you've put in the work. But if you aren't taking action, if you aren't seeing the resources and gifts and offers that these people are making, and you're not taking full advantage of them, then they're just going to go right by you. Like you're in a car and you're just seeing the trees go right by the window.
Well, shoot. Now you're sounding all intelligent and everything. We've got several people coming up, and people talk about who's speaking next. It's a great time just to remind everyone these are interviews. We do let people give very long, answers, and more than interviews, they're a conversation, and we want you to join the conversation. So please, feel free to comment. We got people watching on Facebook Live. We got people watching LinkedIn, YouTube. Heather, she wants to know that she watches the replays. You see that comment there? Yeah. So we are seeing some of your comments. We're sharing some of your comments here. But this really is a conversation. And those of you who start commenting and you see other people's comments, I tell people, if you're not where you want to be in life, it's just because you're not having the right conversations, with the right people, or enough of the right conversations with the right people. So, think about that. What can you do to be more intentionally in the right room with the right people? We've got people in this room right now that are the right people. And sometimes you don't know how they're the right people. And the other thing I hear quite a bit as well is, well, I already know that person. Well, you might know them, but do you know what they're up to recently? Do you know what their next big project is? I don't know how many times I run into people I already know, and then we reconnect, right? We reconnect and go, oh, wow, okay, so this is the next book.
Stephen Mummel's here.
Stephen Mummel is here. Okay.
Yes, he's in the green room.
Now we have two Stevens here.
Yeah, we got two Stevens here. Well, I can't tell them apart. Can you?
The other day we had two Sherrys. Well, that's insulting. I don't know who's going to be insulted, but that's going to be insulting to one of them. We'll let them figure it out.
Sorry. Sorry if whoever was offended by my joke. Okay, I'm going to bring up Stephen Mummel.
Why?
Because I want to talk to him. I talk to you every day.
Let's do this.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. And the really great thing is two Stevens who both spell the name correctly. The right way, right?
How are you? How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. I'm on top of the world. Look, Mom, I'm on TV.
Yeah, you look great. You look great.
Oh, thank you. Oh, please stop. I can't with the compliments. I can't. Stephen, what is new in your world? You have done some amazing work with some artists. You have had magnanimous conversations in recent years. But what is the newest thing on the horizon for you that should be bragged about right now?
Oh, wow. Well, I think one of the most fun things that I just did is one of my vocal clients, one of my singing clients, just made it into the top 20 on American Idol this season. And
Okay.
that was very exciting. It was also very fun because we'd, it's an incredibly intense environment where you don't know whether you're going to go on or when you're going to go on. And then you have to
Oh.
do a new song and you have to get that together in just a couple of days. And then it has to be approved. And then it's just really intense. So here we were, we'd be working on certain things and we tweak the performance, and then a couple hours later he'd be on filming it on television, and I got to see the actual result of the work we did. See, I told him to do that there, but he did it. And then, dang, he didn't do that thing there, So,
Yeah.
but he was tremendous, great to work with. We're still working together, and he didn't make it to the next level. There's a whole sorts of things like that, but being in the top 20, it looks like there's some good things happening for him still with
Yeah,
those.
I mean, some people never make it out of the blooper reel of the first round. So
I know. And it's really amazing because I remember the old days of American Idol when there were a lot of kind of goofy type people. They don't do that anymore. This crop of people were just tremendous, top to bottom. They really were. They were just one extraordinary person after the next. So it was really, really great. Didn't make it to the next level.
So I was thinking about this the other day, and of course, me and you, Stephen, we're both movie buffs. We love film and movie acting, performers, that whole thing. I recently watched the movie Challengers, and Zendaya, matter of fact, she's going to be on the next cover of the Los Angeles Tribune. And it's interesting. In the game of tennis, it's one of the few things where when you play, nobody's there. You are all alone. And it just made me think about this. Well, you coach all these people, but same thing. These singers, when they go on, they're all alone. There's no coach there from the sideline going, oh, hit this note, hit this, oh, a little bit lower, okay, get ready, here it comes. Here's the crescendo. There's just, when it's time to go, you got to go. Same thing with speaking, right? You hope that all the training, you hope that all the practicing, you hope it just all comes together.
Well, and that's actually something that I was just thinking about. It's so right what you're saying. I thought about the phrase even, oh boy, that person really has it together. What do they have together? They have all the elements that they've been working on, and they've done deep dives in every bit. They've done the detailed work that has to be internalized so that when you have that moment, when you walk out and you just say, here I go, you have to allow it to all show up. You can't, machine it through. And there's no catching your breath. There's no any of that kind of stuff. It's just got to be there, and you go for a ride.
So before we go any further, let me give everybody a better, more formal introduction. I talked about you a couple times earlier today, but Stephen Memel comes from a world of performance coaching, and that can be corporate, that can be very entrepreneur, but it's probably best well known, or Stephen Memel here is probably best well known, for the actresses and actors, and even more so the musicians and the musical artists that he has coached, everyone from Adam Levine of a little band called Maroon 5, to a lot of these people he's talking about right now that have been on shows like, American Idol and The Voice. And we'll drop a bunch of other names here as well. But one of the big introductions that I got that was through you was Eva Mendes. We got to have a little mastermind. That's what the rest of the world would kind of know it as. But there's probably 20 or 30 of us there. My daughter was there. And Eva Mendes was there. And she was talking to a group of aspiring performers, and she shared some amazing things that I later published in books. It was quite a powerful experience. So Stephen has been a massive connection to talent for me. He has taught me some things about, the science of switching on, things that have been valuable on stage, on camera. I've seen him do it for other people. He's regularly called into keynote, events One of them is called Taxi. We'll have to get back and kind of explain the taxi connection event there. But maybe we'll share the. There's a few stories that I always like to cue you up for because I always get a kick out of them, like the Al Pacino story. Maybe we'll start with the Al Pacino story here. But Stephen, the reason why we brought you on today is because this is an event about trailblazers for trailblazers. And one of the words that we use in the Trailblazer conversation, it's maybe a type of trailblazer, and that is disruptor. And trailblazers are pioneers, and they're always kind of forging their own path. They're going where others haven't been before, maybe a little bit of that Star Trek theme. But a disruptor is somebody that's like, once everybody's kind of doing what they're doing, they just got to go do something different. They got to be the contrarian, and I've told people all day long, like, I don't know if that's really even a compliment. We should probably just do things that we should be doing because it's the best thing to do. But there's some of us that, we're doing it just because we want to be different than everybody else. Is there a little bit of a disruptor in you, Stephen?
Huge. I just was interviewed for a publication recently on auditioning. And one of the first things I talked about is make sure to do the thing that everybody says you shouldn't do. And it's not categoric, of course, that's being a little bit snarky, but I've done things that you're not supposed to do because it what you're saying, it seemed like the right thing. And there's some of it that is being contrarian, but also it's about not being boxed into some kind of permission only, appropriate, be appropriate, don't stretch things. You've got to allow yourself to constantly explore. And what matters is is it effective when it's done? Does it feel human? Does it feel alive? Does it feel meaningful and real? There's one thing in acting performance which is the same thing, and it's also in singing performance, and the same thing applies with entrepreneurs who are speaking. And there's a thing called indicating that people talk about. You don't go, my thoughts, you don't do a literal point stuff. And you see that, however, all the time in really great performers is they will indicate. But the thing is that makes it not seem like it sucks or amateurish is they don't indicate badly. So if you're going to, there's a great phrase from Lucille Ball where she said, you can be as exaggerated as you want as long as you believe the exaggeration. Isn't that great?
That is great. That's great. Let's jump into a couple other things real quick. We don't have a ton of time, and I love the fact that I'm going to have you on to help me interview a few other people coming up here. But something that I thought's great in the Trailblazer conversation under the topic of worst advice ever. And you've got something, and I'll make it yours and just say I agree with you. But we both agree with something that is the worst advice ever, and that is be yourself. Be yourself. And go ahead, explain to us, why is just be yourself on camera? Just be yourself on stage. Why is that such horrible advice?
Well, I'm so happy you said that, because I was going, oh, he's going to say that. Oh, you did. It's great. Which is, we get like a deer caught in the headlight because our brain starts going, which self? Because there is no one self. We're not the same person that we are with our kids, as we are with a lover, as we are with the clergy at whatever religion we're involved in, a boss. I mean, we constantly are playing different roles. And it actually is one of the most empowering things, capabilities that we have as human beings, our ability to occupy different personas and different roles. And it goes back to that Lucille Ball thing. As long as you believe it, at that moment, as long as you take it on. So there is no one self. There's which self do I want to be at any given moment, and which is going to empower me the most in that situation. My timid self, my unsure self, or the self who says, I am always confident in every thought that I discuss and every idea that I put forth. And you even felt the different energy in me as I did the timid, and then I went to the confident. Those are just different roles that we play, and we all play all those roles.
Yeah. Well said. Stephen, you know what? I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here. I think you can handle it. But in what way do you think you're a trailblazer, in the sense that you were the first one to do something, or one of the first people to do something?
I think it is in that area of breaking through the carefulness of the way people do things. Obviously, any great performer knows how to break out of being careful, but I think to see it as, I think also to see it as a capability that everybody has. It's not some some miraculous people who have the ability to do that, and the rest of us are mere plebes. But that there's so much more available to each of us, and that talent really is not the most important thing. It's determination, it's will, it's the ability to let go of concern, let go of care, and just allow ourselves to break out and break through.
Yeah. As your official, unofficial, on again, off again publicist and agent, here's how I would answer that for you. No, I think you're one of the first people to really start, helping people, online. Like, I remember when, you were highly sought out to do sessions on, what was it, Skype? There used to be a thing called Skype. Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, Skype, what?
But you were one of the first people that I know that was in such high demand that you were doing, voice lessons and musical lessons and performance lessons online. And even bigger than that, that's just kind of a small thing off the side, is I really saw you bring, maybe the Hollywood world and the corporate world, or the business world, together. I think you saw the need for performance in the sense of presentations, people being able to express ideas, people being able to lead and inspire in front of a group of people. And it's kind of interesting seeing, Inc. 500, Fortune 500 companies, seeking out the guy that's more of the musical Hollywood performer and say, hey, can you help me? I know you're giving some singing lessons to Adam Levine of Maroon 5, or, some of these other people, but, Halsey, some of you guys know Halsey, but can you do that for me? Right. And I mean, when do you think that first started? 15 years ago, 20 years ago?
Probably about 15 years ago. People started seeing what I was doing, and the transformations I was helping people go through, from being a performer, let's say with music at first, that was singing a song versus living a moment. And whether we are singing about these events that are happening in this story that we've created in the song, or whether we're talking about our belief in the company or the idea that we've created, there has to be an absolute, immediate moment-to-moment commitment and passion about it. One thing that I talk about with songwriters is I make a lot of my living teaching them what they wrote about, because they write a song from a particular emotional place. And then for the rest of the time after that, they sing about that place, not from that place. And speakers do that too.
Yeah.
There's a kind of acceptable speaking kind of way of talking about things. And then you know, it's acceptable and it can be done well, but it lacks the passion and the immediacy of the belief in what they're talking about. That's just committed to a huge depth.
Yeah.
You know?
One more question for you. I'm going to have you share the Al Pacino story. I think it's something everybody needs to hear, you know, even if they've heard it before. And then after that, we'll bring on Stephen Halpern, which we might break the internet. And I don't mean that like we're going to get millions of views. I mean, just having Stephen Memel and Stephen Halpern, like technology might just crash. We're not going to put that out in the universe, but I don't know what's going to happen. But he's backstage listening to a little bit of this, so I'm sure he's agreeing with some of it, and you know, has some interesting comments himself about some of this. So we'll bring him on in just a minute here. But before we do that, you have this experience that involves Al Pacino and overhearing some things. Why don't you share that for everyone? Because a big part of this is inspiring people and, you know, helping them see these trailblazers like yourself and go, okay, I need to do this. I need to take a risk. I need to take a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you know, this really does lead to the whole idea of about, oh my goodness.
Do you have a call you need to take?
No.
I'm sorry, Stephen. Are we interrupting your work time?
My goodness. All right. Anyway, so it really is about the ability to take risks and why we should take risks, why there's nothing to be gained by not risking. And it was when I was in an invitation-only acting class many years ago, and there were people like, you know, Heather Graham and Ray Liotta and some people like that in there, and it was during a break, and it was the year when Al Pacino won the Best Actor Award for Oscar for Scent of a Woman.
Yeah.
And there were a few actors who I was kind of overhearing outside on a break, and one said to the other, man, can you believe Al Pacino won the Oscar for Best Actor for that, Scent of a Woman? Man, he sucked in that movie. And the other guy said, I know, everybody else was robbed. He really sucked. So this was life-changing for me because, first of all, I don't, whether you're a fan of Pacino's or not, the idea of Al Pacino and the word suck just doesn't seem to be appropriate.
Right.
But I think the most startling thing for me was realizing that I could win the Oscar for Best Actor in a motion picture, and there'd still be people out there saying I sucked.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You cannot win
Yeah.
the everybody like me. There's going to be people out there saying you suck no matter what you do. You can't win that. So the only thing you can do, the real place, the only place of strength is doing that which you actually believe in, that which you think is the right thing to do for you. And because you can't anticipate what everybody wants, nor can you ever please them. So you've just got to do what you can stand behind. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to bring up Stephen Halpern here. We'll get him. He'll get his mic turned on. He's backstage. We were talking a little bit about him earlier. I'm going to add him right now. Stephen Halpern, thank you so much. It's an honor to have you on, sir.
An honor to be here.
Yes. Thank you for sharing this event with so many people. We had hundreds of people emailing in and responding and registering, and just from you sharing a little bit, it could have even been more. It was just coming in left and right. You have a lot of fans, a lot of people who love you. So thank you for supporting the broadcast today.
I have to say I'm a big fan of your music as well.
Great.
So.
Yeah. So Stephen,
yeah, that's going to be better. I think.
I was looking, at your work. I was looking at your bio. I mean, honestly, we could just spend all day just listing everything off. You've done quite a bit in the world of music. You've been nominated for quite a few awards, won a fair share of those as well. You know, just one of the aspects of your music kind of falls in the genre of new age. And I was just curious, like, how do you feel about like that genre or some of those titles? Is there a better term that you have to describe your music?
Well, it's a great question. When the music first started happening, it got called New Age because the alternative names we had were things like consciousness music, space music, inner peace music. The name of my company is Inner Peace Music because that was basically what focus groups and people told us. The music helps us feel inner peace. We feel more relaxed, more at peace when we listen. And one of the marketing gurus that really made a difference in my career was Jay Abraham. He said, that's the name of your company. Change that from the company that you have, which originally was called with different consultants, Halpern Sounds or Sound RX. And people didn't understand that it was the healing power of music. And then when it became Inner Peace Music, that made it easier. But as a genre, it's been going through changes. Over the years, people have done heavy metal and called it New Age because they meditated and said, well, if I meditate, then it's New Age music. Or if I'm a jazz musician and I meditate, then whatever I do is New Age music. So that became a problem. But the concept was that New Age music was something unique and different than what was available. It wasn't classical music, although it has some antecedents in the Impressionistic era with Debussy and Ravel, etc. But it goes back thousands of years to Pythagoras and Edgar Cayce talking, which was one of my early introduction to the concept of sound healing, how music could heal. And this was long before recorded history. And that was the first time I had that light go on in my head. I said, that's what I want to do. I was studying and became very proficient as a trumpet player in jazz improvisation, and I learned the scales and the rules and the chords, etc. But it was when I tapped into being able to go on automatic, when I opened up to flow, where I connected with my muse, where the music just flowed through me, not because of my intellect or all that I had practiced, but I was able to receive the gift of music. And at first I thought it was just for me, and I'd play it, by myself on a piano, and then I'd play it for other people at little concerts. And they said, where can we get this music? We love it. And it was only after I started doing the research that found out that other music didn't do what my music was doing in terms of consciousness. So one of the other names is consciousness music. But what does that mean? Or higher consciousness music, or higher coherence music, because all these words were related to the world I came from, which was, in a sense, both music, but also science and quantum physics. And I was talking, when I first went public, in jargon that didn't connect with the audience. So when I started, David, people didn't know if they even had a brainwave. When I talk about balancing alpha waves and balancing the hemispheres of the brain, I actually had some radio hosts say, do I have a brainwave? And I really had to, curb my New York sense of humor and saying, well, most people have brainwaves. But then I realized people don't get training. They don't understand the way the body works, let alone how it could work on a higher level. So the name, and that's why we call it Stephen Halpern music or Inner Peace music. And the genre keeps expanding.
So
we're open to a new name, but no one has come up with it.
Well, I'm not going to give you a better name, but I'm going to tell you, I call it focus music. I also call it writing music. I do a lot of writing in my business. I got to write articles. I write books. I ghostwrite things. And, when I just want to sit down and write, it's your kind of music that I just want to turn on and have in the background. It stimulates me in alpha kind of waves without taking my brain. If I'm listening to music that has a lot of words and I start singing along with those words, well, now those words are kind of taking up a space in my head. And I think your music is great in the sense that you can kind of drop into that real focus zone, that real creative zone, and which is perfect for writing. So, we help people publish books and publicize them. And there's a lot of writing involved. And I tell people all the time, hey, you need some music like this, you need some music like that, you know, find a quiet place, turn on this music, just start writing.
Exactly. Well, that's one of the other aspects, the functional aspect. When I started, it was all about being in the meditative arena, and then in the finding out that the same physiological and brainwave changes were useful for healing, for meditation, but then also for functional things like writing. When I was writing my first book, I was listening to classical music because the books say, listen to classical music, you get smarter and it'll help you write. And my brain was paying attention to the classical music, and I got no work done. So I finally put on my own albums, and the book really started, coming together, because we got into the state where your own innate intelligence is able to come forward. We're not being distracted by the music. Most music is about entertainment, like Stephen was saying before, and I'm happy that we do spell our names correctly. We have the concept of entertainment versus entrainment. And a lot of what I have been doing with my own work is getting the brain naturally to shift into a higher order of coherence, a higher order of functioning. And in that state, there's more of your innate intelligence that's able to manifest, whether it's for creative writing or whatever.
Well, I had a question I want to ask you, but when you mention entrainment, to me, that's a whole fascinating subject, because they've done so many studies where things like they have a band playing and there's a different brainwave function of the leader of the band than the people who are following. But then when they change who the leader is, that brainwave balance changes. And there's also entrainment in speaking, because they find that the speaker who can paint the most vivid picture of a story when they're communicating to an audience, the audience's brains will entrain more deeply. So to me, that whole area that you're talking about and that you're deeply involved in, I know, is really powerful. On that level, there are these videos, I'm sure you've seen them on YouTube, that supposedly play a particular frequency, and that's all that video is for. What do you think of those? Do you feel there's value in those, and how do you see those?
There's value for some people in that. What my experience has been that most of that doesn't work for me, because the music is so boring, or just listening to a tone is boring as a musician. And also there's a lot of opinion masquerading as fact. And the amazing thing is that people are able to make some of the statements about this is the most healing frequency and get away with it on YouTube, whereas the FDA is with their new rules saying we will bust anyone who makes a health claim that music can reduce stress. Now, this is something that's gone on for thousands of years. And also, when the cavemen were dancing around and playing drums in the caves, people were in training to the rhythm of the drum. So for the fact that it now be illegal, and yet we see on the internet, the bottom line is, if it works for you,
right,
use it. But for me, from my musical mind, I get bored very easily. Yeah. And when I'm in the studio, I get into that state where I'm not thinking about what I'm going to play. I'm totally in the moment, in that mindful state. And then the music just comes. I won't know what I'm going to play until I play it. And sometimes I don't even hear it until I listen to playback in the control room. So, and that's where there's a difference. And how I make peace with that is that there's different strokes for different folks. But a lot of people just believe the hype. And if something says on YouTube, this is the most healing frequency, and there are like at least 20 sites I've seen that all have different frequencies, and they all say this is the most healing frequency. How can they all be the most?
They're not. Like you say, it's hype. It's hype.
Right. A lot of hype.
Another question. You've been writing this music for a long time now. What has it been, 20, 30 years almost?
50.
50. Okay.
Years. My first
you were doing it before it had a name. You were doing it before it had a name.
Right.
How has the process changed for you at this point? I mean, has it evolved at all? Is it different? What are the new sorts of vistas that you're challenging or exploring?
One of the first things I learned my first day in the studio was to to set the environment. So my first day, I paid the engineer to take a break for a half hour so I could meditate, lit a candle, got into my state. And he says, "You're going to pay me money to not do anything?" I said, "I'm getting ready." It's like a Zen archer getting ready. When I started playing the first notes, everything was a first take. And after that, I got his respect and then other engineers in the studio. So there was still a bit of randomness and ambientness. What started happening is the ideas and the music that would come through more focused and more as a completed statement. And what's been happening now is I often, and for years, I edit as I fall asleep. I listen to music on a CD in my bedroom, and I will hear other layers of music, and I'll remember that. And the next time I go into the studio, I could play what I heard without having to take notes, because it's already somewhere out there in the consciousness, in my consciousness. And also, as I listened to some of my earlier recordings, I could hear some things in the middle of a song, and suddenly I will hear a whole new level of orchestration, a whole new song that begins at 2 minutes and 33 seconds of this other song. And that process didn't used to happen, but it's like every one of those is like a aha moment. And it's been very exciting for me as I get guidance and spoken to, because the music, I follow the music. The music tells me where to go. I'm at the service of the music, and the service of bringing the music for others to share. When I was a jazz musician, it was all about ego. How fast can I play? How hip could these phrases be? And I got some accolades for that. But now it's about being of service. And I just want to mention, when I started taking the J. Abraham marketing seminars, one of the main things I learned from him was to express and to experience more love for the audience, and to talk about more of not the facts and to talk more about the benefits of the music rather than the features. I was a features guy because I was a left brain guy in college, and suddenly it was like a whole juxtaposition. And that was when my whole attitude about even being in business as an entrepreneur really changed. And the whole music is about being of service to humanity, to other humans, male and female, and higher level manifestations of consciousness.
Let me jump in here a little bit. I want to make sure we get some of these questions answered. Yeah. We've got media partners involved, the DC Chronicle, the New York Independent. There's articles that are going to be written. So there's certain questions that they've given to us where we want to get everyone to answer a little bit. You know, you're on here because you're really seen as a trailblazer. And if you guys go to Stephen's website, and I've shared that here in the comments, and I've shared it on the screen here, you know, it talks about celebrating 50 years, not you've been alive for 50 years, but your work, like your music for 50 years. So my question to you is, you know, you're either the first or one of the first that really create and get this kind of music out. Did you know of anybody else? Were there other people kind of doing what you were doing and you kind of built on it, or did it feel entirely new to you?
There were a few people who were doing this new kind of space music, like my friend Yasos and a couple other people, but none of them took it to a scientific level to prove that there was something different going on. None of them started doing media, because when I had my first 1,000 albums pressed, they sat in my living room, and I said, "What do I do with this?" They said, "Well, you have to get PR. You got to go on radio shows." And I would try to get on radio shows, and they would say, "We don't book musicians. You have to write a book." So I wrote a book, and I was the first one to go to city, do my own booking at Unity churches and yoga conferences and whole life expos, and promoting the whole field of sound healing, which basically none of the artists did. So I was the only one who did what I do. And then going to the labels, because as a musician, I never expected to be in business. I never knew I was an entrepreneur. And the record label said, "Where's the beat? Where's the words? You know, come. You know, it's not music. Come." And then one of them said, "Come back next year. Start on your own. Establish a track record." So I did, and then I realized I liked this, and I started getting invited all to cities all around the country, then to the first major consciousness expo in London, and that took me international, and I started understanding that this was a phenomenon that wasn't just limited to the United States, not just to the New Age community, but there were taxi drivers who were the most intelligent people I had spoken to in a while, who would hear the music and they would tell me things that were better than the consultants I paid a couple $1,000s to. So it really tapped in on that level, but no one was doing what I was doing. So I had to figure out ways to do it. And one of the best pieces of advice I got was, since I'd already been a graduate student and got my master's degree, I had already read every book that was available on sound and sound healing, the healing powers of sound. So when I went public, I could debate any of the nasty hosts that I've had on some TV and radio shows. I've been able to give interviews and combine the science and the reality with that. And no one else was doing that. So it was like, but I had no choice, because if I didn't, then I'd be sitting at home with 1,000 records still sitting in my living room. And it was like, necessity being the mother of invention.
Yeah. Stephen Memel, I'm going to give you the last question, then we've got to move along. We're going to have to let you go. Steve, we could talk to you. You two could also, I'm sure, talk for
I'm ready to have a chat,
But Stephen, I'll let you have the last question, and then we'll have to wrap it up here. You'll have about 90 seconds to answer, Stephen.
Okay, so I did not know that you had that particular academic background in it. So this is not something that you fell upon. This is something that you went after with intention, the whole idea of sound healing. Where did that come to you from? How did that generate?
The first thing was reading Edgar Cayce about the ancient uses of sound healing. In college, my main professor, Dr. John Clark, known as Jack Clark, introduced us to many other concepts. And the concept of sound healing and spirituality and the mystical powers of sound were things that I was just naturally attracted to studying and reading. But I wanted to hear what the music that would be healing in the 20th century would sound like, not just reading about it in old books. And it was that intention that I said, and the prayer to hear that music, that one day in late November 1969, I had an experience where my head was suddenly filled with music. And for one of the very few times in my life, I heard the words, "This is the music that you've been praying to hear. Your job is to take it out into the world." And I go,
oh my goodness.
Right. It was a life-changing moment. And
That's
I'm going,
powerful.
okay, so I have no money. I know nothing about business. I don't even have an album. How am I supposed to do that? Well, things evolved. And what I'm doing now is finishing up my memoir to describe the trajectory that took me from being a musician talking to a few people to basically starting a whole new area of the music industry, the alternative music industry, setting up the first alternative distribution network and getting it into New Age stores, crystal stores, metaphysical bookstores, where music had never been before. So
that is a trailblazer.
Work.
That is a trailblazer, definitely.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen Halburn. Thank you for coming on and joining us today, my friend.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
We'll definitely need to have you back and discuss some more of this. Stephen Memel, next up, we have Elizabeth, Jose. I'm going to go with Jose. We'll see if we're right. No, I'm like, there's no way it can be that. There's no way. I'm like looking at it like, let's just go with it. How do you pronounce your last name?
It's technically correct, but it's Jose.
Jose? Okay.
Jose.
So my ancestor was a Spaniard, and he was shipwrecked on the coast of England in 1641, and it turned from Jose into Jose.
You're
so
correct.
When I came along,
right.
it was Jose. And then I moved to a Hispanic town in New Mexico, and everyone says, "Oh, Jose," and I'm like, "No." Yeah.
Well,
it's who I think I am. So there you go.
Well, it's good to have you on here today. I know Adora and Richard and some of the other people involved producing. They were chose you specifically. And here's the question I'm going to ask you: if you knew that somebody chose you to be on a summit about being a trailblazer, and they said, you got to have Elizabeth on here. Why do you think they would say that about you?
Well, I thought about this because why did they choose me? And then I remembered some dinner parties over at Richard's house and much wine being drunk and me kind of relaxing and getting into storyteller mode and sharing with him my trajectory. It's been interesting. Yeah.
Well, that's what we need to hear about. That's what we want to talk about here today. You know, like what were some of the things that maybe you were the first in or one of the first, or how have you kind of disrupted the marketplace you're in? You know, Stephen's gonna pull that stuff out of you.
Okay.
What was that journey?
What was that journey? Well, you know, I started out being an artist, and I went to art school, and there goes an earbud. In my early 20s, I had a bad experience because art school really hadn't prepared me for being a business person, and I had a commission go badly, and I just didn't have the emotional maturity or the skills to deal with it, and I kind of flopped around the world for a while, literally, and
Like your earbuds.
like my earbuds. There you go. Exactly. That's so interesting. And series of strange coincidences happen, as often in the stories on this particular summit, as I've been listening to. I became a singer, and I just kept falling into jobs where singing was required. It was kind of interesting that would happen. And before I knew it, I was totally committed and excited and getting my voice trained and writing songs and meeting musicians and putting demos together and trying to be pop stars. I guess that was the late 80s, early 90s. And learning how to teach people singing as well. I related to a lot of Stephen, the previous guest, what he was talking about with flow. I did a lot of research into flow. And then I did that for a while. And then I moved to New Mexico and I realized that I was always an artist, and now I'm a full-time artist. But it's all the crazy coincidences and the things that I've learned, the stuff that I've unlearned.
Well, let me ask you a question. It sounds like you've been on quite a journey, right? Okay, so you were a visual artist, and then that went sort of sideways on you a bit because of some business experiences. And then I don't know how you moved into the performing arts, you know, vocal and all that. So there was some change there. What would you say that you're mostly known as right now? What's
you know, it's kind of
claim to fame?
My first decade living in Taos, New Mexico, I was going out and gigging quite a lot. And I'd run into people at art shows, and they said, "Oh, I thought you were a singer." And then I'd be at an art show, I'd be at a gig, and people would say, "Oh, I thought you were a painter." And so I guess people find it hard to pigeonhole, or they kind of want to pigeonhole me, and I'm both.
Okay, so you do art in a number of different ways, and like if somebody were to go to your website, what would they see on your website? They would see
mostly
Elizabeth.
they would see paintings,
Uh-huh.
and then they'd see information about if they wanted to come to me for singing lessons.
Ah, okay. And so
I don't have any gigs booked at the moment.
Right. So you do visual arts, and you train people in performing, and you perform, and people can see you in any of those things.
And I also teach painting from time to time as well.
Well, so let me ask you, you know, what people are trying to do is pigeonhole you. What do you have to say about being pigeonholed or need to hold a position as one thing or another thing? How do you respond to that? What do you feel about that?
I feel maybe they have a lack of imagination. I don't know.
All right. So, but you want to be free to be able to express yourself in all these different mediums, right?
I am free to express myself in all of those mediums.
Great, great. Okay,
Yeah.
so what is your favorite thing going on right now?
Right now I'm talking to you, which is fabulous.
Beautiful. Lovely.
And also getting my thoughts together to talk to you today has been really interesting. I mean, how often do you have to sit down and say, okay, well, who am I and what do I want to say? Because I'm going to be asked all these deep questions. And that's pretty fabulous. That's pretty
Right.
fabulous.
And is there one thing that you came to when you said, you know what, this is the walk away idea that I want people to really latch onto, so that when they think
There's
about
about
me,
5 of them here.
all right, let's start with one or two.
I'm looking at my notes. So one of the things that I think would be wonderful to communicate would be, my earbuds keep falling out. I think I have them in wrong. So prosperity awareness was a huge thing for me. Back in my 30s, I was a jazz singer. I wasn't making very much money. I had a few students. I had this idea in my head that being a broke musician was part of the journey. And then one day I kind of woke up from that illusion and said, no, this sucks. And a friend of mine had, and I really wish I'd made a note of the person who created this program, but it was called Prosperity Awareness. And it had me writing these lists where you write on one side of the page, I deserve to be wealthy. And then on the other side of the page, your brain spews up something awful like, no, you don't, you're lazy, no, you don't, you have no talent, no, you don't, whatever. And then you look at the thing that your brain just spewed up and you cross it out because it's clearly not true. And you basically go through your brain clearing it up. And then you repeat the exercise the next day. And your brain has thought of some more reasons why you don't deserve financial stability.
So that's a good process that helps you focus
And
down.
I did it several times over a couple of weeks. And then there was an affirmation that you had to say. And I lived in London, and in London you walk everywhere. You walk from your house to the bus stop, you walk from your house to the shop, you walk from your house to the bar, and then you stagger home. So I set the affirmation to music, and it sounded like this, and I would sing this as I was walking. My job is the means by which I tap the infinite world economy for my own personal desires. So I would do that. And I kid you not, within 6 weeks, I had so much work just come to me organically. And I quadrupled my income. My income was very small. So quadrupling it was just really just a very comfortable place. And then within a few months, I bought myself a couch. And
Well,
then a few
beautiful.
months
Let me
later,
ask you a question, though,
yes.
Elizabeth. Let me interrupt for a second. So let's say I was sitting here and I was talking with you, and I was going, "Oh, but money's so hard and all that." So you, having had this experience, what would you say to me? What would be your advice to me
I
in
would say
terms
exactly
of
what I just said. I would say, I did this. This was my experience. If you want to try it, that's great.
So you would recommend the process?
I would totally recommend that process to anyone, because we have all this flotsam and jetsam in our brains, all these associations and little things. The guy in the tape, I remember, it was cassette tapes. It was a series of cassette tapes. I remember so clearly his example was that his dad would say that their ship was going to come in. And he was a kid and he lived in a little terraced street and he couldn't imagine how a ship could come up his street. He just couldn't
But it
imagine
worked.
it.
All right, so let me ask you next. You said you had 5 things so that you
Okay.
wanted people to walk away with. So
Okay.
one is understanding abundance and that it's available to you, and that if it's
Understanding
not
abundance.
happening, you need to find a process. So what would number 2 thing be?
The number 2 would be kind of the flow state. And Stephen was just talking about the flow state. So
learn how to access it.
Yeah. How to access the flow state, how to raise your vibration, how to hold a space where you don't allow worries and negative thinking to happen. So I use this myself when I'm singing, I use it when I'm painting, I use it when I'm teaching. If negative messages come up for myself or my students, I try and it's like a charging bull or a bus, and you'll try and turn it around in the opposite direction.
And do you have a process for doing that?
You need to find little mantras that work for you. So for me, one of mine is, this is fun. I'm having fun. This is great. This is going really well. And usually that can kind of silence things for a little while. And then the so I used to do this gig here in Taos, and I'd find myself looking at the door because I wanted to go home. So every time I caught myself looking at the door, I would go, this is fun.
So you believe in disrupting the stuff that's telling you the negative.
Exactly. There you
go.
Go.
Right. Anything that'll disrupt it.
Does that make me a disruptor?
Yeah, maybe. We're running short on time. Let's just get the other couple, and I want to get all 5 in a row. Okay. Just list out the title of each one of them. I know there's a lot of people taking notes and stuff, so they can just write them down.
Well, one of the reasons I had second thoughts about taking on this is that I'm neurodivergent. I have both autism and ADHD, and I was in a state of burnout. And it was probably maybe not the greatest time, but at the same time, maybe it is the greatest time, because I can talk about that because there's a lot of awareness around autism and neurodivergence at the moment. And most people don't think of women being autistic, because they certainly are, probably 1-to-1 with men. And if anyone had any worries about themselves being autistic and being an entrepreneur, then they've misunderstood the mission. Autistic and ADHD people have more creativity and more brilliant ideas and out-of-the-box thinking than anybody. And when they're interested in what they're doing, they can work super hard. And if you were an employer and you found out one of your employees was autistic, or you were interviewing people and having to choose between a neurotypical and a neurodivergent person, I would go for the neurodivergent because they will work their socks off for you. So a little bit of awareness raising. So that was one of them. Is there anything else I've forgotten? Stomach wisdom is the last thing I'll finish on. The best choices I've ever made, I felt them clearly in my stomach. So the place that I live, places I've traveled to, realizing that I was an artist, things like that.
Trusting your gut.
Trusting your gut. And sometimes you have to do a lot of brain silences to get to a place where you can hear your gut.
Yes. Yes.
And that's it, nutshell. Job done. How'd I do?
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, I know that people think the world of you. I know you've kind of got that fan base. You're definitely doing some very magical things that I think artists, would get a lot out of you. I think if I had you come back again, I would be like, Judge, permission to treat her as a hostile witness. And I'd just be like, tell me now, answer this. Tell me, how are you a trailblazer? What have you done that's unique? How are you the first one to do something? How are you disrupting the artistic community? I just keep pulling until you gave it to me. I think we failed you. I don't know if we ever really got that out of you.
Well, I have so much more on my cheat sheet.
Oh my goodness. It's so sad we ran out of time. We just ran out of time. We got somebody else on deck here. Thank you for coming on, though. I know the artists, I had several of them text me, go, hey, as an artist, I love this. I love what she's saying. It's like, oh, wow, okay. One of the other things we didn't get into is the ADHD component of it all. Richard's like, oh, you gotta find out about this. This is really kind of a crazy thing. So I guess we're gonna leave them wanting more. Stephen Memel knows the value of performance. You know, we gotta leave them wanting more.
Cliffhanger.
Wanting more.
Cliffhanger.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming
Thank
on.
you.
I'm gonna have Richard circle back to you a little bit later on. Stephen, we've got all kinds of people on over the last couple of days, and this is interesting. We kind of went into music, and we went into movies, and we had servant like leadership and self-improvement and personal development, and we had money, financial literacy with like Sharon and Doria. Then we kind of swung all the way back around again. You with like performance coaching and kind of working with people both in the the entrepreneurial corporate world, artist world. And then we kind of went back into music and new age music. And then we just had Elizabeth up, and kind of getting back more into the artists, another one of the artist platforms. We had yesterday food sustainability,
I was
water
going to say
recycling.
sustainability, right?
Yeah, so all kinds of just different trailblazers and disruptors, and I think overall just really successful people.
Have you noticed anything that is a consistent trailblazing thing, something that's kind of crosses through all the various domains of life and business and doing things that's consistent? Any kind of theme?
Well, that is a part of what the media wants to pull, some of the people that are writing articles on this. And that's why we're trying to get certain things from each person. So it's like, so it's almost like research to sort of reverse engineer how to be a trailblazer, right? So like if you heard it, you would go, okay, I just got the formula. I'm listening to all these people throughout all these industries. I'm seeing some common themes here of how they think, how they act, right? And the question being is, what are those common themes, I suppose? Yeah, that's interesting. It is starting to come out. I think probably the number one thing, Stephen, is there's somebody that's okay with being different.
Yeah.
They're risk takers and they're okay with being different.
Yeah, and I would say also, as you talked about it, it was kind of sort of becoming clear that it's also people who, everyone we've talked to so far, and you've talked to so many other people, they don't just take what's been done before as the way to do it. They're always ready to say, well, yes, that's the way it's been done, but I'm not sure I agree with that. Let me take another look at that. Let me explore that again. Let me look at it and make sure that there's not something I disagree with and that should be included or explored that hasn't been before, and I think that's really one of the things too, is not just get okay with the status quo, but there's something.
We could definitely put a few other things out there, but Adora's here now, so we're going to shift all directions towards. Adora, have you met Stephen Memel?
No, hi,
Adora.
Stephen. Hello, great smile, and I'm loving the conversation. I wanted to hear Elizabeth sing. She started to talk about her singing, so the mantra.
Oh.
But one thing
you want me to get her back up here to sing?
Let's do that.
She's still backstage.
Okay, one moment.
That's why I moved on for you. But if you want to go backwards, you let me know. We got her.
With you for a second, but to add to what you all are saying, most of the characters we've had, in my opinion, are eccentric in one way or another, and I think that's kind of par for the course, because how do you think outside of the box, but only certain boxes? How do you access these different ways of being, but limit it only to business or only to music? So it's been really fun to see, where people are coming from, how that shows up, how they don't show it, or,
So it's not the Trailblazer Summit, it's the Eccentric Summit.
Well, no, they're trailblazers, but most trailblazers are kind of eccentric, I mean, are you not, David? I know you try to hide it. You're so
I'm the most normal person around.
Right.
You've never met a person more normal than me.
And that just tells me, no, I'm just kidding. Stephen, I saw you nodding a lot. You agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. The word eccentric has been used about me many times, and I'm going, what's eccentric about me? I don't get it, but I can see where the point of view comes from. It's because I think differently, and part of the thinking differently is just not limiting the thinking. And I believe that's what we see. Steve Halpern didn't limit his thinking. He said, wait a second, there's stuff here that people are ignoring. Elizabeth even, she said, well, here's this art here, but here's this music here. And why can't I be in both realms? And I think that anybody who looks at sustainability, they're doing the same thing. It just doesn't make sense to them the way things are. And David, you always say make sense marketing,
Right, yeah.
And that's what most people don't look at. They don't look at this. Well, this just makes sense.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, I never thought of that. So I agree with you completely. It is about those people who are eccentric, who just see the world slightly differently.
Yeah. And maybe David just knows how to market them, how to work with them. Maybe you're not eccentric, David. I shouldn't have pushed that label on you. Maybe you're eccentric about not being labeled eccentric.
One of my favorite quotes that I shared yesterday is, a Henry Ford quote. And it's like, if I would have given them what they wanted, I would have given them bigger, faster, stronger horses. Instead, he gave them the automobile. And a lot of times you're right. Trailblazers, innovators, trailblazers are innovators. They see something that could exist that doesn't exist. I don't care what you're talking about, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Stephen Jobs, Bill Gates, all these people, they're just seeing something and they're going, well, why can't it be this way? Why can't this exist? Why can't we have this solution? And yeah, maybe those people are dreamers and eccentric and everything else. There are some traits that probably draw a line, but they also do certain things, I guess is what we were getting into.
Well, Patch Adams, I got to interview him many years ago, and his big mustache, and he's really out there, and he did so much great work, even beyond, everything we know about. So are we going to have Elizabeth sing? Because I see our next person up, and so I know it has to be quick, but let me know. Do we have time?
Well, you have to now.
Yeah,
you have to.
Good.
Elizabeth, Adora has requested a musical number. We'll have to keep it short. Maybe you can give us a couple powerful verses.
Can I just say, the list of names you just gave with Elon Musk and blah, 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 they are all people who are purported to have autism or ADHD.
Interesting.
And ADHD.
Your volume is just a little low, so we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. But I mean, we're hearing you, but it is a little bit low, just so you know. Especially before you start singing, I want to make sure you've got a good mic check there.
Yeah, keep it there and sing for us.
Can you keep it?
Yes,
okay.
Right there and sing for us. This is my best
Summertime. Yeah, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high. Your dad is rich, yeah, and your mama's good looking.
I need gloves for this number. That's really good.
That's enough.
Thank you so much for coming back. Stephen had spreading ear to ear. Thank you. Okay, I'll let the guys have the floor again.
Oh, the guys don't need the floor. We're ready to turn it over to you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for staying backstage and coming back. We appreciate it. Stephen, you recognize talent. There's something there, isn't there? There's something.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. First time I heard her sing her affirmation, I heard it.
Yeah,
all right. There we go.
Now, Stephen, do you know Aaron Loman-Jack?
No,
you guys need to know each other if you don't. So hello. Aaron, among other things, in the very successful speaking world, she is the go-to expert for booking TEDx talks. Like if somebody says, David, I need to book some TEDx talks, Aaron is the first name that would pop into probably 90% of people's heads in the world. They'd be like, oh, you got to know Aaron then. You got to know Aaron. And Aaron, if you don't know Stephen Memel, he is one of the world's top performance coaches. He doesn't just get the high-end CEO kind of speakers that can't afford not to give a good presentation. He comes from Hollywood, musical performers. A lot of his clients, they're on The Voice or American Idol. He's worked with people like Adam Levine of Maroon 5, very famous singers like Halsey. So we're kind of bringing in the big guns here, the Hollywood voice coach, as well as the corporate performance coach. So you can see the connection of why you guys would be good people to know each other.
For sure. I love that.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I love that. Yeah, I learned vocal coaching from Roger Love. So he was my experience in actually learning how to master my voice, because I had no idea about voice before any of this.
Yeah, that's very, we know Roger, and that's very similar. I think Stephen goes a little bit further into the Hollywood and musical direction, but yeah, very similar styles for sure. Absolutely. Stephen's down in the LA area. You're up in Washington, the state of Washington, correct?
Seattle, and I'm moving to Florida soon, so I'll be going to the sunshine.
Now, how about you, Adora? You're on mute, but do you know Aaron, or am I making another great introduction here?
No, but when she said going to the sunshine, it took me back to earlier when we asked David to open up. He did that move. So I tried to build rapport, David, by instead of going like that, it didn't pull you in. Nice to meet you, Aaron.
Nice to meet you.
And wow, I can imagine, as you've worked with so many people and so many talents, that vocal coaching, it sounds like, really just took you to another level yourself and then helping others.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I knew how to get on stage and how to speak and stage presence, but I just dove deep into not understanding anything about vocals to learning about why it's so important. And then learned from Bo Eason on physicality on stage for more like acting kind of things. And it just, I think that you have to expand your repertoire. I mean, I go to anybody that's a speaking coach, I attend their events because I want to see if there's something I don't know. I want to always be honing my craft and getting better and better at everything I do.
That's so cool. Stephen, how long have you been in LA?
Oh, I grew up here. But then I lived in New York for 7 years and performed there, and then found my way to Chicago and then back to LA.
Well, I worked with the Peace Gallery and Lady J, who was on Melrose and so you may remember right by Earth Cafe. So we were the came out again and got to dress Katy Perry and Rihanna and all that, and then the Strasberg acting method. Sure. I take it, but I helped bring that to Egypt. I was with a guy that brought it to their actors.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
But that's as close as I get to your talent with singing and performance and all of that in LA life.
Well, you know, I think however you get to it, the thing that you want when you're speaking to people or in front of people, you want them to believe that you are completely invested in what you're talking about, that it's true for you, and that you can express it naturally, right? Because so many people express things in a wooden manner or they'll say something that should be very deep and passionate and heartfelt, but they'll say it in a very kind of neutral way. Yeah. And I think that doesn't reflect what you actually feel about it. And the purpose of studying the voice is so your voice is responsive when you have something emotional to express, and then it should be able to reflect the emotional nuances. And it's not to have a good voice, it's so your voice is flexible and responsive. So, you know, it's like I talk about when you call a friend and they say, how you doing? And they answer, oh, I'm okay. And you go, what's wrong? You hear something wrong in their voice. And that's because that's the way human beings are built, for the voice to reflect the emotional nuances that are happening in us. And that's what we have to make happen on purpose.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Well, we need to switch over to Aaron, which I know everyone's excited to do. We brought you on. You're here now. We were anxiously awaiting. We're talking about being a trailblazer, a pioneer. We're even using the word disruptor. And there is a little bit of a difference. And we've been talking about that and defining that. And it seems like, Aaron, where you've kind of maybe disrupted the speaking world is where everyone's looking for that kind of paid keynote gig, or everyone's trying to maybe create their own event. You brought in something that has a high perception of value, which is being a TEDx speaker, having that signature TEDx talk. I'd love to hear a little bit of that journey or how that came to be. It seems like you're one of the first or the first to really kind of blow that up in a major scale. So tell us about that.
Yeah, it was fun because I was in a group of people creating these big goals. And one of the ladies is like, I want to do a TED talk. And I was like, ooh, I want to do one, but I don't know what I want to talk on yet. And so she actually landed one in that 90-day program that we were in. And so she went to the organizers and said, do you guys have a speaking coach? Because I have the perfect person for you. And so immediately they hired me. Now, what I loved is, here's the trailblazing part. Most TEDx speaking coaches are free. They're volunteer because they don't put the budget together to make sure that they have a speaking coach, which makes no sense because the whole event is about speaking and you want to have great speakers, right? So I was the first. I reached out to all the people that I knew that was out there doing TEDx coaching. And I was like, how much did you charge? And they're like, I don't get paid. And I'm like, well, I don't do free. So I really started teaching the organizers how to raise money to be able to afford someone like me so that they had better speakers, better attendance, and more engagement. And so that's literally how it took off. And then it was beautiful. From the first TEDx I did, the second one was TEDx Seattle, and they were looking for the screening committee. And I was like, this will be awesome. I want to learn how their screening committee works. What are the intricacies? So I started being there on their screening committee. And I was educating the other people in the screening committee what somebody looks like that's coachable, someone that doesn't sound monotone, someone that we could work with that could really bring more engagement and interaction with the audience. And so I started creating the program for them, not only for how to get better applications, because let me tell you, going through 800 applications in 2 weeks is painful, especially when people don't follow directions. 2 to 3 sentences. I get 2 to 3 pages. I'm going to keep going because you're not coachable and you're not listening to what we want from you, right? So it gave me so much more in-depth experience to understand that. And then on the other side, to know what we needed on that stage and how we could help them be better at presenting. And so after that, it came into like, now organizers sometimes just hire me to teach all the speaking coaches how to coach their clients. And then I also get paid one-on-one from people who just really want to land that talk. And so that's really my journey. It was like, I kind of slipped and fell into it. And to be totally honest, I didn't have a talk that I wanted to give on that stage until this year. And it has nothing to do with my business. It's only to do with the permission that we have, the gift that we can give our loved ones who might be passing, who, are in that journey, and giving them the permission to let go, giving them the permission to leave guilt-free and to literally live your life as if it is your last and it's the people around yours last. And so this was the very first time I started putting my application together and putting it out there.
Well, Stephen, I'm going to pass it to you in a moment, but I want to respond back that you really not just got a vision for what was possible if they hired you, but you went in and created the solutions by teaching them how to get the money. So you sold them on the vision of hiring you, how to get the money to hire you, and creating solutions. Same thing with, let me show you how to sift through these applications. So that is going the extra mile, as Napoleon Hill would say back in the day, that I wasn't born yet, but I've heard, he said. Right, but but you really, really created a space there. So do you consider that being a pioneer, trailblazing, disrupting?
I think a little bit of all, if you think about it, because I really disrupted their mindset on what was possible. They, they read all the things from TED.com, like here is the licensing stuff, but they never really thought about thinking that they should hire somebody to do that. Instead, they would be like, oh, let's just take, if you coached last year, or if you spoke last year, you can coach the next person. But if you don't know how to coach somebody on stage with their voice, with even their writing their talk, or delineating it down to like 12 minutes, because you really don't get 18, you usually get about 10 to 12. So I just thought that was, I had to tell them that wasn't working for them. Right. So that was one. I think pioneering, yeah, it's going in there and doing it, but I also think trailblazing, because it was like, let me find you some solutions that you're not thinking of, and create a whole platform that helps the whole team really do better and lead better. And so I feel like there's a little bit of all of that in there when it comes to that.
I agree. And Adora, I totally heard what you brought up. So I'm glad you mentioned that, which was she just didn't fall into it. She saw the opportunity, and a lot of people would walk away saying, oh, they don't have money to hire me for that. But you went, well, here's a way that you can do it. And but even for you, what's interesting is the question is, do we as trailblazers or disruptors or these people, are we trying to be that? Or is it just who we are? Because you're going, well, I guess I did that, but it just seemed like the obvious thing. But absolutely, Adora, I heard exactly what you brought up. The same thing. That's why lovely that you spotted that,
Yeah, so thank you for that, Stephen. I'm having fun interviewing with you and meeting you like this. These events are really for that. Aaron, so when you were in the middle of it, something I've heard David ask today that I think is really good is, when you're disrupting or you disrupted, are you the kind of person that you just, like, if it's quiet, you just need to shake it up? Or you just need to disrupt for the sake of disrupting? Or is it more like it just happens, you don't realize it's happening, there's a reason you've chosen to disrupt it, even if like that's not your normal nature?
Yeah, I feel like the disruptor came because it's a natural part of me. I have a sister who's disabled. She's 2 years younger than me. And I always gave her the voice. So I became the voice for the voiceless. So if I see something, I say something. Like, I don't know how to not, right? And sometimes that gets me in trouble and gets me into confrontations. But at the same time, the conversation needs to be had. And so I think it's just a piece of me that's been developed. And I just see outside the box. I am very neurodivergent in a lot of ways, that I just see the full big picture. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't we just do it this way? And people are like, wait, what? Right? And so I think in that it becomes a natural ability. Plus I'm a channel. So sometimes the disruption comes not from me, but from messages above that I'm able to translate and put into concepts that us in the skin suits here on the planet can actually take and implement and do those things. So I think it's a little bit of nature and nurture at the same time.
Beautiful.
I love that. Go ahead, Stephen.
Well, I have a question, which is, your subject, the topic that you want to speak on is really pretty profound. And that, of course, sounds like it comes from some experience you had or experiences that made you say, I've got to give a voice to these people to be able to process this. What did it come from, if it's something you're comfortable sharing about?
Yeah, my dad passed away when I was 10 in a car accident. I never got to say goodbye. And then about 5 years later, my mom got diagnosed with malignant melanoma and was sentenced to 18 months to live. And I thought to myself, I'm going to make this the best 18 months. I'm going to say everything I need to say. I'm going to live out those 18 months the best we can. And she beat incurable cancer. So she, spoiler alert, she's still alive. But it gives me different goggles that I wear. The lenses that I see the world in is to really speak from your heart, to not hold back, to let the people know that you love them, that you love them. And I feel that, you know, so many people live with regrets when someone dies. And I just have always said I don't have any, because I live out my life as if it's my last. And so if we could adopt that as a society, as the world, the consciousness of the planet, was to literally walk around as that was my cautionary tale, that you can live this way and have no regrets, I think the world would be a better place.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, that seems like it goes completely with your whole thing about helping people express anything that they come to TEDx with.
True.
That depth of feeling that from your heart, and, you know, your expression of what's important to you, that probably makes you a great coach in that way.
Yeah, I love it. And I think that, like you were saying, like one of the 4 things I teach people in that is, you know, our nonverbal communication is 50% of what the audience is taking in. 30% is your vocal tonality. When do you take them up? When do you go down low? How do you take them on that journey where you're using pitch, pace, tone, volume? And then how do you tell your story so that the audience goes, wow, me too? Because when we tell our story, we release oxytocin. When the audience gets into their story, they release oxytocin, and now you're bonded, because that's the mommy baby bonding chemical in our brains.
Right.
Right. And then the words, I say they need to be powerful, but if you use NLP, neuro linguistic programming, where you really break down and speak to the visuals in the room, the audio people in the room, the kinesthetic learners in the room, when you use interchangeably words that allow people to resonate with you, to see what you're saying, and to feel what you're saying. I said that all 3 different ones, so that they all feel like you're speaking their language. And I feel like that is so more important than anything you would say. Right.
Right. And so when you work with a client, do you approach it from these, making sure you cover all these various areas, or you just do it kind of organically and see what shows up and what has to be adjusted in those areas?
Yeah. Well, first, I usually have somebody write their own script, because I want to see where their language is and how they are. And then I tend to come in and teach them those things, especially in the nonverbal, because it's so huge. But I also have a background. I went to school to be a therapist. So I'm all about building rapport, getting people, you know, engaged. I do things like, how many of you in here have a message you want to create a movement with? Have them all look around, and they create a tribe. But what they're also doing is showing that there's nothing to hide. They're the leader and strong, and they're totally open to you. And so I add all of the psychology into it as well, that just really gets everyone wanting to run back to the back of the room for whatever you have for now. Like, how do I take you home with me? I always say, when you're so good on stage, they want to take you home with them. That's literally how you can make an impact.
That's great. And so how would you say that you're different than other coaches out there who do this? How would you say you're breaking into new territory?
I feel, because I have the psychology background, I know how to help the audience get high on their own supply of neurochemicals. I teach them, especially then adding in the voice and taking them on a journey and on feeling things, right? Because your audience has to feel you. And then bringing the storytelling where you're deeply connecting with them. That is really an essential part that most people, they'll tell the story. I did this, I did that, I, me. And the audience is like, can you stop talking about yourself? What about me? What about me? And so I teach them how to turn that so that when they're telling the story, it's like people are watching a movie, right? And they're just enthralled. So I think that that's what makes me different in a lot of ways. I take a lot of different approaches and bring it to the speaking world and stage.
That's great. And do you have something that you say, here's my next horizon, this is the next thing I want to break through on? Do you have anything like that?
So the next thing that I just started doing, it became because I got a paid gig for, I'm living in my hometown right now with my mom, helping her. She needs some surgeries and things. I got hired by my own school district to come in and teach teachers how important our programming is and how impactful they are between the ages of 0 and 18, because 95% of what we know about ourselves, where we fit in the world, and how the world works is already programmed in at 18. And teachers are a big proponent of that.
Right.
And they have no idea. So I went and did this talk. I got a standing ovation. Everyone was engaged and doing all this stuff. And it was just beautiful. And I'm like, we need more teachers that know this. So it's kind of a little off my path, but at the same time, I know how impactful this is and how much it affects my children. And I would love for the world to be less programmed by parents and teachers and all of those things, that actually they can grow into be confident, amazing individuals that are trailblazers like us.
So what they're getting in the early years is the stuff that will enable them to just automatically be more expressive and automatically be more in line and aligned and in tune with who they are, so that they don't have to break through a lot of stuff, but they're already living it.
Right. They don't have to do all the unprogramming that we've had to do with deep work.
Right. Wonderful. That's very exciting. Sounds very, very exciting. So, and who's, do you have any favorite things that you're doing right now?
Things. Oh, I just led a talk this morning about how I hacked. It's not hacking your mentor. It's like recreating your mentor in a chat GPT. So taking so here's what I did. So if you guys don't know who Alex Hormozi is, right? He has $100 million offers, $100 million leads. And I took all of his info. He gives it away for free on his website. I inputted it into a chat GPT, created it so that anytime I want to create an offer for a client, I can say, create me an offer that for 6-month coaching that's based on this, blah, blah, blah. But it uses all of his framework in order for it to look just irresistible to the people. And so I'm like, why shouldn't we copy our mentors in a way that they're giving us this value, use it on a daily basis.
Yeah. Erin, thank you for coming on today. We've already gone a few minutes over, but you guys were really hitting your stride there. It's tough trying to find a good place to cut it off. I look forward to talking more with you. I can't believe we haven't talked more already. We just need to get on the phone, and there's definitely some overlap between our businesses and industries. I'm sure we have good client referrals for each other and good ways to synergize together. So we'll have to connect more. Thank you, Erin.
Sounds great. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You're great.
I was thinking, boy, Steven's going over. Then I was realizing, going over what? Steven doesn't have a schedule. He doesn't have a like he has a calendar or anything. No, nobody told him how long.
I figured you'd show up when it was time.
I was backstage
watching them behind the scenes.
This is unlike Steven. He's just kind of going over, and I was just like, and I get it.
Oh, yeah,
Aaron's saying such brilliant things, and wait a second.
Yeah,
Steven doesn't know anybody's going over. He just knows he's having a good time. No one gave him a schedule or anything. All right, Amy Winslow is up next. Amy Winslow.
All right, you want to bring her up? I'll bring her up
on stage here.
There she is.
Amy, there she is. She'll get herself off mute here. Me and Amy go way back. Me and Amy also know a lot of the same people. In recent years, she's been more a part of our Top Talent JV events. I don't think we had her at PubCon. One of these days, maybe we got to get you to Kenya. We're doing all kinds of cool stuff. But Amy, where are you located at? Remind me.
First off, can you hear me? Is all the mic good and everything?
Yeah, perfect.
Great.
Awesome. I am really glad to be here. I've been watching your Kenya adventures, and they look fantastic. So,
I might even get Steve to go this year. We might even get him out there as well.
Well, Steve and I, we first met back in the day, like maybe, 15 to 18 years ago.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
I thought there was a good chance you might have even met at one of my events in like 2011 or 2012.
I actually think that's when it was, probably.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a Harvecker event.
Oh, okay.
Like
so even before
way
that.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
So, what was your question? Sorry.
I was just curious where you were geographically at.
Our office is in Rancho Cucamonga. I'm actually up in Lake Arrowhead at the house today.
Okay.
So
good. Yeah. Sounds good. So we're talking trailblazing, pioneering. We're talking people who are disruptive in the marketplace. I know that you work with trailblazers and disruptors, you know, people that are creating products that are going to kind of revolutionize the world. But we wanted to talk to you as a trailblazer and a pioneer today, and how maybe you've been disrupting the marketplace. When you hear me say these words like disruptor and trailblazer, what comes to mind? Like, in what ways do you think you have embodied the individual of a trailblazer?
You know, I don't know that you know these things about me. I was originally an art major. So I am originally a painter, a jewelry designer, squarely in the creative side of things.
Okay.
And so I've always broken rules when it comes to creating things. And my husband is really funny. We have a saying between us, and it's this. I'm the rule breaker of the two of us. He's like the guy who's gonna like wait at a traffic light in New Mexico when no traffic is coming, right? I'm the one who's gonna go like and jaywalk. You know? So when I think about trailblazing, it actually is in DNA, I think. And you know, I've been really, really blessed this week. We're working with one of our clients who's doing a summit that's all about refugees and refugee entrepreneurship. And so we've been in this conversation all week. And for me, innovation comes down to not just the what are you innovating, but the why and the how and what it looks like even. So packaging innovation, we've done some really cool things there. And I mean, I don't know about you. Okay. Virtual hand. Who has heard of, ChatGPT or AI or Siri or, you know, name a program, right? Well, a lot of those systems and what we're doing with those systems now, we've been training clients on it for over 2 years. That came out of work that we were doing back in 2011. And so when I think about trailblazing, you know, being on the cutting edge of some technology and some innovation there makes a massive difference. So in our business, we have ChatGPT, Gemini, all different AI systems. We're using them in like 38 different capacities in our business already. And most people don't even realize that when it comes to AI and innovation in that respect, between August of last year and January of this year, of the companies that are using, say, ChatGPT, we'll take that. Of the companies using that, 25% of them are saying they've already saved $75,000 as of the end of January this year. So it's even more now. So when you look at innovation, it can be business process, it can be the visuals, it could just be the how you're doing what you do. And so for me, I'm very high on the quick start scale. I'm very likely to be like, okay, let's try it. Let's experiment. It'll be great. So yeah, that's where I would say
you've been at
innovation
it
is
for a long time, is what you're saying. You really were on the cutting edge, bleeding edge of it.
Yeah, and you know, it took a while for technology to catch up to where we are right now.
Right. What would you say some of the most interesting ways that you're using it? Some of the most interesting applications you're using it for?
Oh, this was a fun one. We have one. It's really. We decided we were going to do what's called a minimum viable product, which was just test an idea. And Stephen, we have a process where a business owner can put all the tasks that they do and all the tasks their staff does and rate whether the task is done well, whether the person likes it, all these different things and how long it takes. And it reassorts them and it moves the tasks to the right people on your team.
Oh.
So
brilliant.
That's more on the operations side. And then we have some custom GPTs that we built, similar to what Aaron was talking about just a couple minutes ago. And I think it's really exciting. You know,
that's great. That's great. What do you feel it doesn't do now that you want it to do?
Okay, we did some research with it because I wanted to test how good it was. We're putting together an event and we decided to throw Gemini, Google's version, a curve. and see how good it was on its research. We had it look at the top 30 authors in certain categories, and we wanted the author, the book title, the Amazon URL, the LinkedIn URL, everything, right? We were like, okay, pull all that together, put it in a table, do it this way, do it that way. Yeah, I would say 80% of the book titles had the wrong author connected to it in the table.
Wow. That's
You know,
surprising.
it wasn't good at doing that kind of collating a lot of different sources of data. So if anybody's using it for that, pay attention.
Have you tried the different ones? Like, I know the Perplexity AI, .ai is really, really good for research. Have you tried out the different ones and to see if any of the others fare better?
We've tested it with like 3 different systems. So when it comes to innovation and disruption, I think that technology is really big for that. And I think that we have to play with it. So we're not committing to one system in particular. We've actually used 5 different systems for the majority of projects. And then we have some automated other things. And I think it's a matter of seeing what the tools do because they're evolving so fast.
So fast. Now, I know you probably have an extraordinary amount of things to choose from when you're deciding which things you're going to take on and work with. So what really sparks you when you say, yes, I'll work with that. No, I'm not going to work with that. What's some of the most exciting things that you're looking
at? First off, this is going to sound a little unconventional for someone who's in the business world.
That's what we're talking about today.
Exactly. So behind the scenes, everybody, I actually use my intuition a lot. So when I'm talking to a founder, Stephen, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of like your body has like a physical pull.
Absolutely.
Right? I know with your work with voice, it's about embodying the energy, right? And so for me, I'm always looking for, well, is the person coachable? Is the project good? Because if the project's really good and the person's not coachable, that is a tough situation.
Absolutely.
If the product's okay and the person's really coachable, a good team can do a lot.
You know, I once got to sit in on some pitching to VCs on one of those events where you could sit and listen to them do it. And one of the top VCs made that exact same statement. He said, I'd rather an A entrepreneur and a B idea than an A idea and a B entrepreneur, because the idea you can fix.
Exactly.
Lost
you. You know what? I think the slide's up. Now, I do need to unfortunately say that we're having a problem with our site. I tested it just before we came here. So I'll give everybody our email address. If you wanted to get anything about AI, we have a free gift. That's what that QR code was for. It's a flow chart of how we use it and how we work with it in Google Docs and go back and forth. So do you want me to just give that email address right now?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Yeah. Okay.
So just email me at amy@productstoprofits.com, and I'm going to join it's amy@productstoprofits.com. I think that I'm still in a private chat, so if someone can drop that for me, that'd be great. And you know, let's keep rocking and rolling on this.
What's that?
Well, you were asking what else do we look for? We look for a good product. Yes, it's got to be something that provides value in the market. One of our clients was Nut Pods. So if any of you like almond and coconut-based creamers, we worked with them from kitchen table. They went to the Inc. 5000 list in about 4 years, top 20 spot.
Wow. So you're looking for projects to work with, but you're also offering people to understand how to better use AI. Is that correct? It's kind of like 2 prongs.
Yeah, we've been using AI for a while, and we're seeing increases in like email open rates of about 24% increase.
Wow.
You know, from like mid to low 30% open rate on a human done one, and then we do a little zhuzh up with some AI, and it'll go as high as 52, 56% in like 14 hours in a really we've done tests where we sent the same topic email to different parts of a list at the same time, same classification, and really pretty amazing. We sent an email at like 6 p.m. on a Wednesday or a Thursday. The open rate should have been horrible, and it was 56% in 14 hours.
Wow. Wow. Speaking of email, can you give that email one more time?
Sure. Yeah, it's Amy, AMY, at products, PRODUCTS, 2, which is TO, profits, PROFITS.com.
Great, thank you. So the difference was in the copy created through AI. Is that it? In those open rates?
Well, the real difference, one thing I really want to bring out here, a lot of people, when they're using AI, they're doing it pretty poorly because they're sort of just throwing stuff over the fence to the system and expecting the system to figure it out.
Right.
And, you know, it can't figure out who you are,
No.
you know, like the humanity. And I just teared up right now in talking about this because the things that you need to pay attention to with AI is not letting it try to replace you.
Right.
And because you're going to end up sounding really robotic and like everybody else.
Right.
And we've been using it and working with clients. Like we have a thing that we did just to help a whole bunch of people get over the hurdle of how to do their marketing and sales really well. And it was like $197, like super reasonable one time. And what I'm seeing consistently is when people start to use systems, they're actually not going deep enough with the problem that they're solving.
Right.
For their market. They're not going deep enough with their brand. Like Aaron was talking about, with the psychology of what's really behind things and what's going on and what are they really looking to cause. And when we put that in and we massage that and put it in, you know, certain formats, it makes the marketing resonate.
Right. Well, you know, when you were talking about using your intuition, I found that I resonated with that a great deal because when I've used AI, and I've used it for a number of things, I have come away, you know, people will say, oh, it's going to kill creativity and all that. And I think it's the opposite because I find that there's such a creative act in what you have to do to help the AI to really hone into the thing that you really feel and the thing that really makes you respond emotionally. It's not just good words. It's, does this really hit that thing that I feel, now it's helped me to do that. But you as an artist have to discern, you have to choose, you have to decide, is that thing that I'm going to select to be a part of it going to work, or do I need to go another direction? And I think that's very intuitive based.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Amy. Unfortunately, we're wrapping up on time, but Amy, do you want us to share that QR code one more time, or is that no good because of the website?
It'll be better if we just use the email address, and we'll pop it right back out to people.
Of course.
It's an awesome PDF that'll actually show you how to collaborate with your AI systems instead of trying to be at their beck and call. You get to use it like the world's best intern.
I love your excitement about it, Amy. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Amy. It was wonderful having you. And we'll be bringing up our next guest, Angela Lee, and co-host Jessica Sheehan. I'll bring them right up. Stephen, aren't you having so much fun being part of this?
I'm loving it. It's really great. I'm hearing so many wonderful, interesting things.
It's so nice to have you here with us, Stephen. You've been doing a great job, and it's a pleasure to meet you. So thank you.
You too.
Hello, Angela. Welcome back on stage here with us. Welcome back to the broadcast.
I'm so pleased to have you here with me and pleased to meet Stephen.
Nice to meet you, Angela.
All right, so we're going to jump in here. So Angela,
should I be jumping off at this point and let you take this on?
You're welcome. You're welcome to be in here with us as well, Stephen. I wasn't
Okay.
sure how much time you had, so yeah, we're happy to have you stick in here with us. I mean, we would love it. So thank you for brightening up our portion here. Angela, we had heard a little bit from you earlier today, but tell us a little bit about what you do as a storyteller and how you see yourself, pioneer, disruptor, trailblazer, and how does that look for you right now? What are you bringing forth?
There's so many levels to how I trailblaze or disrupt. And one of them is through my children's fairy tales, which teach emotional intelligence, but also provide parents with different perspectives of how to look at things like bullying or, thank you, Jessica, bullying or child abandonment, adoption, just different things that touch children in the world.
Yes.
But then there is the television show, which Jessica is one of my wonderful co-hosts on, Children's Lives Matter. And that show looks at all of the issues that children may face, including neurodiversity. One of our very first show was on neurodiversity. This week, we talked about social media and the toxic influence of social media. Last week, we talked about body image and how it's not just females that are affected by the messages put out by mass media, by magazines, newspapers, by social media, and Hollywood. And we really need to protect our children by letting them know that those ideal body shapes or faces are photoshopped. They're not real, and no one can get to that standard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so much toxicity in the media, and it's important that we are sharing information that will help parents to have these empowered conversations with their kids. Have you seen some of the trends that are out there, Stephen? Do you know what Angela's speaking about?
Yes, absolutely, because I have an 18-year-old, and I've gone over the last number of years through the whole thing, especially during COVID, where everybody was so isolated and
social media was the only outlet for kids then.
The only outlet, and especially at a time where peer interactions are the things that are supposed to be creating so much of who we are developmentally at that time, to have that not accessible for you and for it to be just through virtual means, it is an emptiness and a gap that I think we haven't begun really to even see what effect that's going to have long term. I think people are going to be writing studies about it for years to come. So I think the fact that you're bringing that up in your storytelling, and storytelling, of course, is the best way to be doing it, is really an amazing thing. And Jessica, you're involved with Angela in that. You're a host of the show.
Yeah, I am. Yes, I'm one of the co-hosts on the show on Children's Lives Matter, and Angela
Where
has
can you see that?
It's on E360 TV on the Thriving Women Network, and the Thriving Women Network is all about enlighten, encourage, and empower.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's really what we do every week. We give parents the information they need to open conversations with their children and be able to tell their children, instead of saying like, hey, social media is not good for you, get off of it. They can actually give them, like 56% of people are bullied on social media. They can give statistics. They can give hard information about why social media is really toxic for kids.
And so, what is the advice then? What are you advising people to do in the face of this onslaught?
Well, one of the advice is to model the behavior that you want your child to exhibit. So if you want your child off social media, you get off social media
Right.
because they're going to see you and they're going to follow what you do. The other advice is to just open these conversations and truly let the child know that their self-esteem should not be affected by these posts or these sponsored ads, which are terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah, really terrible.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So just make sure you have these conversations. Like, you cannot believe everything you see online is not necessarily true.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. All of these experts and influencers that are on some of the social media platform that these kids and teens look up to, they don't even have the skills to have this discernment. I know, we were talking about this recently. So I know, Angela, you do a lot of research as you're putting together your shows and the content that you're creating. Tell us, as you've kind of trailblazed in that process, what are some roadblocks or some things that you've come up against that you've had to push through?
One of the real challenges is that we use videos to kind of bring emphasis to what we're talking about. And going into YouTube and grabbing someone's video and posting it on a television show, I felt a little bit like, oh, that's a little weird. How do you do that in a way that is honoring their work? And so I started writing in this video by this person on YouTube. And that way I feel like, okay, I am just spreading their work rather than trying to take over their work.
Yeah. Giving exposure to it and giving that credit. Yeah. And I know you're a writer, so that's very appropriate to give credit to your source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so since this is about trailblazing and disrupting and all that, what would you say is the prime disruptor or trailblazing that you're doing with this? Obviously, it's a powerful, important thing to be doing culturally and socially right now. But what would you say is is there an element of it that's pushing the envelope of even doing that?
Yes, there is. So Thriving Women Network is the first network that has franchise opportunities. And I am the first person to have a franchise TV show. So there you go. It's definitely a trailblazer. But I would say that the content is really the trailblazing, because what we're trying to do is empower, enlighten, and encourage parents to raise emotionally resilient kids.
And I know the E360 network is a women's mostly based organization. How can it be useful for young men or, who are also suffering from this?
Yeah. For instance, the Body Image Show, which is episode 10, we showed a video that was a group of men talking about the toxic influence of, this unique body image. And for men, it's different a little bit than from women, because the toxicity is in, you have to have, the chiseled abs, you have to be tall, right. You have to be dark and handsome, and you have to have lots of money, or else you're nobody. And that's right. Like, what?
Yeah, it's really archaic stuff and very damaging if you're not built like that.
Exactly. And so the video we show about that is giving voice to all the guys who aren't built like that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. That you can grow up being a guy and just be a simple human being who does good things in the world and provides for himself and his family, or co-provides, and that's enough.
It should be. And one of the things we talked about on that show was, you know, for women, there's all this pressure about being a certain body type or having a certain face. And we look at trees. We don't say to a tree, you're too tall, you're too fat, you're too skinny. You know, you could really use some voluptuousness. we don't judge trees. Why do we judge people?
That's right. That's right. Or as my sister used to say, who was a therapist, she said, every instrument in the orchestra is not a piccolo, you know.
Right.
That's right.
So
That's very nice. Yeah.
you need the whole orchestra, right?
All that variety. Yes.
So you know Angela very intimately. What would you say are some of her most unique qualities as a trailblazer?
Oh, you know, Angela absolutely leads with love and with light, and she is so heart-centered, and everything that she does is about being a servant leader and really bringing more light and magic into the world. So, you know, there's 5 of us that co-host on Angela's show, and all of us kind of come from the same standpoint, Stephen, where it's like Angela asked and we said yes.
Wow.
And that's what it was. Just because if she's involved, other people want to get involved. And that's the kind of trailblazer that she is. She's really someone who blazes a trail with her heart.
Well, you can feel her beauty. You know, there's no question.
Yes.
It's true.
Absolutely.
It's true.
Yes.
You know, but
Yes.
I'm definitely going to tune in. Just, I mean, you know, I really want to see this. This sounds wonderful. So
Yes, we would love it. And E360 TV does have a lot of programming. It's not just women on there. It's just that the Thriving Women Network is the TV network that has the show that Angela is speaking about.
Understood.
And yeah, so there's a variety of content. So yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, I
Wonderful.
think we have to wrap up. The producer's saying we've got to move to the next thing. So Angela, do you have any final thoughts, final words for us?
I just want every child to know they matter. I want every child to know that they are beautiful and they're unique and they're bringing their own gifts to the world. And that if I can even get some kids to believe that, then my work is done.
I'm sure you are.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you,
Right.
Angela. We are going to go to a commercial now, so we'll transition over to that, and then we'll be back here in just a moment after this this clip. Okay.
Enjoy presentations with Canva.
Okay, welcome back here. So we are transitioning now. We've got a few more guests and interviews here. So let me see if we've got the next person backstage. And so let me check in here. Okay, we are going to just keep it rolling. And while I check in on my next guest, let me see. Here we go.
Hey, I thought I'd hang out with you up here.
Thank you. Always good to have you. So we've been having a lot of incredible speakers. This has been a very, very full day. And I know we've had so many thought leaders, so many servant leaders, so many beautiful people inspiring, blazing trails for others, pioneers, disruptors. Isabel, I'm not going to ask you to name a favorite, but who has stood out to you so far in some of the comments that were made, the impressions that were made? What's on your heart right now?
Like just today?
Just today, because I mean, we had the
today,
pre-launch,
boy.
we had day 1 yesterday. I mean, there's a lot going on.
Well, honestly, I think I might have to go with Ali from Blockchain.
Yes.
The way he spoke so passionately about how no matter what your circumstances are, if you are driven enough to make something happen, it's gonna happen. And that's something that, I hold very near and dear to my heart, especially with the students and the children that we're talking to in Kenya that we're doing a lot of great work with. And so that's just a message that is very close to me. So it doesn't matter how many resources you have, if you don't have the heart to follow through with it, to make your dreams come true, it's not going to happen.
Yes. So true. So true. Yes, he was very very cool interview and very passionate, as you said, coming from where he did and everything that he's accomplished. We've had a lot of those, look, mom, here I am, I've made it kind of moments. I think you were joking around about the same thing today. So I have parents that are a little hard to impress, but that's a whole other story. But yeah, there's been so many.
We only have a few people left on the agenda for today. We got Scott Manger, we got Nona Prather, and then Jim Poole of Newcom, which is a technology that you use on a regular basis, and I do as well, honestly, for my ADHD to help me hyper focus and to relax. But what's your experience been with that? While we're waiting for our next guest, Scott Manger, to
yes, yeah, yeah. I'm glad that you asked me because Newcom is something, Isabel, that I really feel like I can't not talk about. And in fact, I've had people say to me, do you get an affiliate commission or something? Because it has made such a big difference in my life. And no, I don't get anything for speaking about it, but it literally has made such a big difference in my life. It has changed the way that I feel about my body. And just the way that I understand my body differently now. So I was in a really bad car accident when I was a teenager, and I had just dozed off. I was not driving, but I was in the front passenger seat, and I had just dozed off, and the car went off the road through a guardrail. Very scary. I thought the car was going to blow up. I mean, it was panic, disorder. Anyway, ever since then, I couldn't sleep. And fast forward like 30 years, I tried Newcom, and it was actually at one of our events that we did, Isabel, a few summers ago. It was the PubCon, Publicity and Publishing Conference.
It's PubCon that we did in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, good times. And I was able to try Newcom, and wow, it was literally like the first time my body was able to unclench in 30 years. And that's not hyperbole. That's literally what I experienced. And so for me, it's changed. I'm able to sleep now. I've changed the relationship with my body. I'm able to take better care of myself. I'm careful about the food that I put in my body. And it's really made that type of change where I have more reverence for my body. And, the first time I tried it, I actually had sort of a anxiety reaction to it, relaxation induced anxiety. If you've ever heard of that, it's pretty trippy. That's why I couldn't relax when I tried to meditate. And so anyway, being able to use Newcom, I use it for sleep. I use it, the rescue tracks, in order to be able to recover sleep deficit when I first wake up if I've gone to bed too late. So I'll use it for that. I'll use it in the late afternoon when I hit that wall and I need a little energy and pick me up. So, a 20, 30-minute track is like the equivalent of 2 or 3 hours of restful theta wave sleep. And that's where the body's repairing itself. So I'm very, very passionate about it. I love everything that Newcom does and brings forth. So I'm excited that I have come across it, and it's really changed my life. So, and in fact, I wrote about it in my chapter in the wildlife, in the anthology book. And so something that I was really excited to share. So yeah, it's been big on my journey. And I know that Jim Poole, as the CEO of Newcom, he's really, yes, the wildlife, beautiful. I can't wait to get my hands on the copy.
You can get your copy on Amazon as an ebook or paperback.
Beautiful. Yes. So that book was really a fun compilation. The anthology book, I know a lot of people are doing those nowadays, and I think that's great. To me, it's like, well, they're not all created equally, let's be honest. But what I love about anthology books is like you're getting this sort of sampling of all these different writers and all of their take on a particular topic or subject, which is so cool. And it's really like looking through a kaleidoscope rather than a telescope. So that is the way that I like to think of it and to look at it, because you have all these different varieties and all these experts and cool people that are coming together, and they're sharing how they connect to a topic, or in the case of the wildlife, success stories from rule breakers, trendsetters, outliers. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
and
yeah.
it's wonderful too, because if someone is making waves and they are bringing in a certain level of power and name recognition, and you're able to collaborate and connect with someone who was once an admirer of yours, and now they're getting pretty close to your level, it's a great way to flex your muscles and get your name out there and show your database, the kind of things that you're doing, because you're only as successful as the last project that you did.
Yes.
So if you have a great book, if you had a great event, if you have a great product that's being delivered, if it is as successful as it should be, then you're only as, you're only going to do as well as it did. And if it didn't go great,
then you find something else. Yeah, and you can still learn in the process of whatever it is that you're working on. I mean, some of my best lessons are when things didn't go well. That's when it gets messy, that's where we learn. And so it's unfortunate to me that a lot of people sort of think like, oh, well, when I get to this point, when everything slows down, when everything's perfect, when everything's better, when I reach this, when I reach that, then I'll be happy, then I'll enjoy, then I'll appreciate. And that's not what it's about. It's about learning in the moment, and what can I take from this, and what can I take from the mess. So many of the trailblazers and pioneers that we've been able to speak or hear speak, have really echoed that message of just the gratitude, making your own destiny. I love what Dr. John DeMartini spoke about today. And it was fascinating. The man is 70. What did he say? 71. Lives on this boat. He's off the coast of Vietnam, and it was like midnight his time this morning when we kicked off. And
the sacrifices that we make to become as successful as we are. So while we're waiting for our next guest, Scott Major, to get on camera, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. This is day 2, end of day of the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. If you have not registered just yet, go to trailblazerevent.com. If you upgrade to the online VIP, you will get all of these recordings plus a few extra little goodies, as well as a private Zoom call with the other VIPs, or even check out our NYC VIP event, which will be live one day this Friday. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hey, this is Captain Lou, producer planner of the amazing annual mastermind vacation known as the Marketers Cruise. Here we are with 445 of our best marketing buddies from 18 countries around the world.
This is my 4th. This is my 3rd.
Second. First, 9th annual Marketers Cruise.
It really wasn't a hard sell. Go on a cruise for a week and network with some of the top marketing professionals in the industry.
It's a vacation combined with a seminar.
These are just real extraordinary experts giving you some of their best advice.
All you have to do is ask a question. You'll get 30 or 40 people that can answer it.
I got phenomenal advice, as well as lots of offers of free products, free services, free help. You can't pay for some of this stuff, and that's what this group will do for you.
I'd like to think that I spend 90% of my time doing the most important thing, which is probably fun.
My wonderful, fun-loving little group, we tore up the dance club in a way that I know is recorded on camera, and I fear will reach the internet at some point in my life.
We decided to create an atmosphere where it's 30% work, 70% play.
Could you imagine partying and going on a cruise with 400 or 500 of your closest friends?
You get to meet people maybe in the JV jacuzzi or Pizza and Profits at night.
Let me tell you about Pizza and Profits. It's a strange phenomenon.
You go up to the pizza place, which is 24 hours.
And that starts at midnight.
Making new connections. Launching products.
Deals are cut.
Joint ventures.
And just keeps going and going and going and going and going.
Some of the people go until you smell bacon.
What do you do in your business? Here's what I do in my business. You want a pepperoni pizza? Here's a cheese pizza.
I think that the way that they were able to break the ice for all the entrepreneurs there is really just setting the tone of we're here to learn, we're here to share, you're here with your peers, and they really set the right framing for the entire week.
And you know what? You don't have to be an internet marketer to be on this cruise. We've got healers, we've got doctors, we've got chiropractors, we've got amazing people doing all kinds of things.
Like I said, I've made a lot of connections with people, top people that I would never have access to if I was not on this cruise. We had a white hot party costume, everybody's having fun.
So just for the magic of cruising on the Caribbean Ocean in January on a sparkly ship that has a lot of cool things, entertainment, so you're in a relaxed atmosphere where things happen organically.
It's about having fun. It's about making friends, enjoying yourself. And the business comes.
And the connections just happen.
To me, the important thing is how can we connect and how can we help each other, not how can we make money. Any long-term relationship can't be rushed into, and a period of getting to know each other has to occur. Because once you remove yourself from that context of this conversation is supposed to lead me to monetary gain, it'll lead you to a much deeper gain, which is the gain of connection to another person.
And everybody's just out to help you. And I've never been in anything like that before.
And when you leave, it's not a business relationship, it's a pal, it's a friend. And that's what the Marketers Cruise is about. It's about friendship.
I'm going to use a little cruise metaphor, but I believe that a rising tide raises all ships. And that when people are brought together under a commonality to achieve greater things together, they can.
All right, welcome back. I just love the marketing cruise. I am so excited that that is coming around once again. I think it'll be my 4th or 5th time doing that this year, but I won't go into any further ado. Scott Major, we're going to start bringing you up. Hello.
Hey there, how you guys doing?
Wonderful,
Fabulous.
welcome.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, so we are excited to have you here, and we're glad that you were able to work it out. I like that you were able to pivot and get on. So joining from your phone is great. You look great. So Scott, tell us a little bit about you and the work that you do. And this is the Trailblazer event. So for those of you just joining us, this is the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. We have Scott. Is it Major? How do you say it?
Yes, Major.
Major.
Like
Thank you, sir.
Major.
Okay, Major. So we have Scott Major here with us. And so we want to hear about what you do and especially what makes you that trailblazer, pioneer, disruptor. Please tell us.
Sure. So I have 2 basic practices. I'm a lawyer and I represent very, very significant clients in multi-billion-dollar actions and things like that. And then I'm a motivational speaker and I try to empower not only my own staff, but the people around me and friends and anybody who's in need of motivation. I'm your guy.
I
Awesome.
love that. Yeah, a lot of times in these conversations too, it can get a little bit heated just because sometimes people can get very emotional when it comes to having these kinds of conversations. And so do you have a strategy on how to combat that? Or is it just kind of like when things get heated, you just get going?
Yeah, I think that, different personalities interact in different ways. And I think if you're the role model, if you're kind and calm and deliberate, you can control that room and you can control the room through your voice techniques. So if somebody is being loud or combative or whatever, you can reframe and say, well, let's move to this type of question, or let me ask you a question. And then they have to take a breath. And then you come through with a question that is very encouraging to them. So this way they have to say yes, they have to cooperate with you. So some of the negotiation techniques and the way in which you question people can help to control that environment a little better and re-empower the person like you had them at the very beginning of that discussion.
And is that more for when someone in your lawyer work, when someone's on the stand? Is that kind of what you're talking about in that context?
I think it's both. Whether you're in a trial situation or you're in an independent personal situation. And I'll give you some examples. So if you're in a trial situation, the jury's looking at you. The jury decides their reaction is often geared by how you behave. How controlled are you? How intellectual are you? How likable are you as a witness? And so, I mean, as a lawyer. So when you're talking to witnesses and the witnesses may be combative, you can go back to something that you know that they can agree with you on and get them back in order. And then they start thinking more about themselves. When you get people talking about themselves, you're going to get a lot more positive response. In a private environment, similarly, a lot of times people will dominate the conversation or expose their opinion very strongly. If you realize that something is getting in a way where they're either attacking you or they're taking over the room, you can do the same technique. You can stop, you can ask a question that requires the person to say, yes, that's absolutely right, or yes, I do that, or yes, I won that award. And then you can shift to, okay, well, you won that award. Let's talk more about that award. Tell me a little bit about how you were successful in achieving that award. And what happens is you take a question which you've asked, which requires a certain answer, like a yes, and then you take the answer and turn the topic. And it's a very cool technique, whether you're interviewing people privately, whether you're dealing with people who are stressed, or whether you're in a courtroom, trying to convince a jury that they should give you $10 million.
Yes, yes. Now, when I used to be a forensic interviewer, when I was in training, I was able to hear from a very prominent prosecutor. And what he said that really stuck with me, Scott, is what we choose to believe depends on who we rely on as our teachers. So this kind of goes to your point as to who the jury is going to believe, who they're going to respond to. And I could see where your people skills and being able to masterfully take a conversation in a certain direction would play out both in speaking and in dealing with people in a courtroom or clients or those kinds of situations.
Certainly, if you're involved in a trial, for example, you want to control the room. You want to be the only thing that anybody can hear in that room. And you can do it with animation, you can do it with intensity, you can do it with passion, and you can do it with words. And the whole key to understand is how to leverage the different tools that are available to you. If you're trying to help somebody out and they just broke up with their boyfriend or their girlfriend and they think the end of the world has come, well, let's talk about you and what's good about you. And let's talk about why you felt like that relationship was so great. And then let's talk about the problems with that relationship. It certainly wasn't perfect and it didn't work out. Let's talk about that. And you start turning this person into looking for opportunity rather than hanging on to despair.
Yes, yes. And so the way that you do these two different roles or these two different types of work, is that something that in itself you feel like makes you that trailblazer, that pioneer? Is there something about what you're bringing to the industries in particular that you feel like really illustrates that quality that you have?
Sure. I think there's two things. I think when you talk about the business world and the trial world and getting clients and being successful, I think you have to have an innovative approach to the way you handle cases. You have to have an out-of-the-box, different approach. Why should they hire me? I'm a small firm in South Florida, and yet I'm handling billion-dollar cases. How is it that they have defined me as their target guy? And the reason is because what I give them is I give them options. I ask them, what are you looking for in the lawyer, and what are you looking for in this result? And then I will fashion 3 different ways to take that route. Not one way, but 3 different ways. And then we'll talk about those ways. You'll be empowered, and you'll be making the decision, even though I'm implementing that decision in a way you like. And that kind of personality, that kind of personal touch with the client, especially when you're dealing with very wealthy clients, is a wonderful way to communicate and to stand apart from others. And that's why I get hired, a lot by very large lawyers, very large clients or very large businesses. It's a very unique thing. And I think that people tie into that. Instead of being all about litigating, all about fighting, you become a solution-oriented guy. How do we get to the end of the track? Do we negotiate the contract differently? Do we argue this affirmatively? Do we get defensive? What do we do?
Right. And I advise you to be careful of how you're holding your phone. Sometimes it sounds like your finger is going over your mic. So you're kind of muffled. We can still hear you, but it's a bit more muffled. So when it comes to finding your clients, regardless of personality, because there are a variety of different kinds, especially when you reach that certain level of a tax bracket, what exactly are you looking for when you take a case or when you're open to having a consultation with a potential client?
I like a cause. I like taking cases where there's something to prove, there's something to win, there's something to succeed on. It's going to, the end of the result is going to improve the lives of that person or the lives of other people. And I think if you do everything in your life with an eye towards improving the lives of others, you'd be surprised not only how positive you'll be, but how solution oriented you'll be, and how you won't charge the highest rate. You won't cut corners. You'll be impatient with mediocrity. You'll be exceptional in the way you interact. And I think that's really important. And that separates not only me, but it separates me from the other people that are out there that may have a big name behind them, but may not be able to come through with that kind of, empowerment, for lack of a better phraseology.
Yes. Yeah. And those tools. Yes. Is there a time, Scott, that you could share with us that you've kind of hit a dead end or a block and you've had to blaze through, push through, pivot, transition? Is there something you can share with us along those lines?
Sure. So I had a very successful law practice most of my life, and my firm got very large. I was up to like 200 people, a tremendous amount. We were making millions and millions of dollars. I wake up one morning and I find out that the CFO has siphoned off all the millions of dollars to his own private accounts. And I instantly have 180 people and absolutely no money. He has forged my signature on credit lines. So I have immediate debt on top of that. And I have to find a way out. The first feeling that you have is a feeling of impossibility, a feeling that is overwhelming. There is nothing I could do to overcome this. How am I going to pay back $5 or $10 million when I had $10 million in the bank before we started this? And now I have to pay $10 million. And how am I going to do it myself because no one's going to help me? And how stupid am I that I didn't see that the CFO was stealing the money? He did it artfully, but how did I not see that? I'm supposed to be the bright guy. I'm supposed to be the intellectual in the room. And so, I had to reflect, look in the mirror, and I said to myself, I made millions before, I can make millions again. And I took every debtor and I paid every single debtor off over several years. And I built my practice back up to a multi-million-dollar, even more successful firm. And I think it's just an attitude that there is nowhere to go but up. And your mentality has to be, you've proven yourself beforehand. This is just a setback. It's a speed bump. It's a hurdle. It's not a wall. And if you approach it from that standpoint, you're patient. You have to take it step by step. Rome wasn't built in a day. I have to build that kind of momentum to get back that money, to pay those bills, and to be successful again, and to protect my name.
Absolutely. I love all of that. When your back is against the wall, when you have nowhere else to go but up, it's extremely motivating. If you have that fire to keep pushing forward, then there's nothing that can prevent you from achieving that.
And I think a lot of people, are frightened and are depressed and just can't get over whatever that hurdle is. And you have to realize that you have to make a step. You have to start with one step, as silly as that sounds. You got to start with one idea. Okay, I'm in a bad position. Why am I in this position? I'm alone. I'm single. I'm this. I'm that. Name the thing that's bothering you that you think you can't conquer. And then let's talk about what would be a forward movement. I used to do these empowerment seminars, and part of it was an exercise regime. And I would say, everybody in the audience, there's a bunch of you that say you can't do any exercise. You just can't commit to it. So here's what I want you to do tonight. I want you to go home, and I want you to do one sit-up. And they all laughed. I said, one sit-up. The next day, 2 sit-ups. Don't tell me you can't exercise. And they all laugh and chuckle. And then they go home, and they do 1, then 2, then 5. And before they know it, they're doing 20 of them. And what you've done is you've made it impossible for them to fail.
Yeah.
Right.
So unfortunately, time's just going by really fast. We only have 5 minutes left. Scott, one question I do want to ask you is for the people in the audience that are watching this and they want to connect with you and they fit the kind of clientele that you're looking for, or maybe even know someone who is, what is a website? What is a way for them to connect with you?
Sure. So it's majorperuas.com. It's spelled MAGERPARUAS. Peruas is my partner. Majorperuas.com. You could call us at 844-800-LAWS, 844-800-LAWS, and get a hold of us either of those ways. And for those of you that are out there, even if I'm not the right person for you, if you want to have a friendly voice to guide you through who you should choose, feel free to call me and I'll tell you, hey, I don't do that, but here's somebody I recommend. Here's somebody I would trust if it was my problem. And sometimes a friendly ear and some intelligence can help people who are making a decision about a legal task.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that with us. It sounds like you really have a lot of tools in your tool belt to bring the kind of fire and tenacity that people would want in their corner, whether it's for legal help or motivation. So it's been really fun to hear from you today, Scott. And thank you for being here with us.
I just want to make this world a better place. And I want to thank you both for having the kindness to have me on to talk a little bit and share some of my things. So thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Be well.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Scott Major, for being there. Yeah, we had some technical issues in the beginning there, but you know what? To have that conversation was well worth the wait, because that is someone who is fired up, who is encouraged, who knows the kind of capabilities that he can do and deliver for his clients. So definitely reach out to Scott Major and Blanca Perper that we were hearing from earlier today. Now we're going to transition over to our next guest before we go to commercial, and then we are going to talk with Jim Poole of Newcom. But please welcome to the stage Nona Prather.
Hi.
Hello, welcome.
How's everyone doing?
It's great to have you with us, Nona. Am I saying that correctly, Nona?
Yes, it is short for Winona. Yep.
Oh, I love that. Wonderful. Well, welcome. It's great to have you here. And I don't know anything about you, so I'm excited to learn about you here as we're going to spend a few minutes together. So tell us, please, what you do. And if someone is thinking Trailblazer, why are they thinking Nona, please?
Yes, I work with a lot of Trailblazers. It started off about 30 years ago. I tell everyone I've been in the speaking industry for about 30 years. I'm a booking agent for professional speakers and consultants and a couple of comedians. And so it started a long time ago when my dad decided to quit his job and go out on the road and start speaking. And so then it kind of became a family affair. Me, my brother, my dad, my stepmom. We all pitched in and started making phone calls, bookings, mailing books in the back of the room, faxes back in that day, managing his CRM and his calendar, going with him to events and selling books in the back of the room, introducing him. So I tell everyone I've had every single job in the speaking industry. And then later on, after I graduated college with my marketing degree, then I started managing a speaker bureau. And then in 2020, I left the bureau, just kind of, good time to transition for a lot of people. So I left the bureau and started my own agency. And I always tell people the difference between a bureau and an agency. Bureaus market market themselves as a whole, but they don't really market individual speakers, very often, because they're just trying to get the phone to ring so they can match up the speaker. So it's good if you're a really well-known name, but if you're starting out in the industry, a booking agent might be a better choice, because we actually do, the leads, we target the industry you want to speak in, and then help you get those bookings.
Okay. And do you feel like with your work, do you feel like it's something that the industry has changed a lot? What are you bringing in that is unique to you and what you offer?
Yes, it has changed a ton. So just like Zoom, doing stuff like this, this was not a thing, 20, 30 years ago, when someone wanted to, get out, they had to actually leave and do a lot of events in person. So they weren't able to hop on Zoom in the evening and have, a little conversation with someone. So there's a lot that's changed. And then also, like videography and stuff wasn't as huge back then. If you had like a demo reel as a speaker, you were a really big deal and you were doing really well. Whereas today, every speaker, no matter how many times you've spoken, should have one. So there's definitely some different requirements.
Yes.
The pay scale is unfortunately not as big as it used to be, but whereas it's kind of on an even keel. It can vary. But that kind of comes with the industry. There are ups and downs. I call it a roller coaster industry, because there are great years, bad years, and then there's some slower years. But we're getting back up there, thank goodness. Things are coming back full circle in 2024, and 25 looks like it's going to be really
I feel like with the way that technology is going, we're not going to need sizzle reels anymore, speaker reels. We're just going to send in a headshot that's 3D. You just kind of, get a card, it's in your hand, and then just pops up, and it's their headshot just rotating in front of you. It's gonna be a whole thing. When you are finding your clients to work with, how do you vet them?
Yes, I make sure that they have things in motion. So they need all of their marketing materials before they actually go out and market themselves. So they do need that demo reel before they even send it, before they start looking for those events, because they are going to require certain things. They're going to need a media kit, a landing page on their website that clearly states they're a speaker. On their LinkedIn should clearly state that they're a speaker, and they should be engaging and posting with people who hire speakers. So they need their clear brand, their clear message. And so we work with a lot of kind of maybe greener speakers that they say, I can speak to anybody about anything.
Whoever. No, you can't.
No.
It sounds easy, right? It sounds easy, Nona.
No, they need to figure out their branding. They need to be an expert in a particular industry or topic. So we kind of we help them workshop that and make sure that they have all those things in order before we actually send them out into the world and try to get them bookings.
So you don't necessarily work with like the cream of the crop, but if they're lacking in a certain space, it sounds like you really work with them to vet that out, really market and experiment to really help them find their voice online.
Yeah, I do both. I have, I have Les Brown. He's one of my clients. I have Cam Awesome. He's one of my clients who's on. I have a couple of bigger names that are doing really well, but that's because I've known Les since I was a child, because he's a friend of my dad's. But then like Cam Awesome, I started with him 4 years ago, and his career is really taking off. I mean, he's going to be the next big thing. Look him up. He's on Netflix in Counterpunch. But anyway, so it's, I've got some really good names, but I also try to help speakers as well get off, like off their launch pad. I don't know how to say it. Like,
to launch, right? To take, get a running start at it and launch.
Exactly. To help them be that trailblazer, get them ready to set sail, to go out and launch themselves into the world. So I work with both experienced and newer speakers. Just depends on how much help they need.
It sounds like you're able to kind of customize what you're doing as well, depending on where they're at. So you've got some different tools in your toolkit that you can use to support. And is there a time that you can tell us about, Nona, where you felt like you were at a crossroads or a dead end and you had to sort of push through and kind of overcome to get to the next thing, the next level, something like that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like there are a lot of ups and downs with the speaking industry. And when the pandemic hit in March of 2020, my husband and I both were kind of laid off from our jobs. I was at that bureau. And so, I decided not to go back, but then things were slow. My husband lost his job the same week. So we had to figure out what to do. Sold everything we owned and moved into an RV. And then from our RV, started our booking agency. And it's just grown over the last 4 years. And it's kind of like, that was the silver lining for us. I was able to get out and do what I really like, because with the bureau, I wasn't always able to market who I wanted to pitch and who I wanted to work with. And so I was able to spread it out, because that was a safety speaker bureau that I was in. So it was all safety speakers. Now I have mental health, diversity, motivational, but also, like I said, a couple comedians. So it's been really fun to be able to expand. And it was a really rough couple of years, but I pushed through it. I had my goals. I had the support of my family, and I was able to do that and build my company.
Well, thank you for sharing that and being vulnerable with us. I also see that we have a QR code for you for our guests. Can you tell us a little bit about what it is when our guests scan it?
Yes. So when they scan that QR code, it should pop up with some helpful tips on how to get paid to speak, where to find paid speaking events, like who to contact. So there's some paperwork in there. And then I was also published in Forbes a couple of years ago. And so that Forbes article about how to get paid to speak is in there. And I sent that QR code in, but if other people who are listening also want to email me, If they're in the United States, then I can send them a hard copy of my book, 24 Ways to Get Paid to Speak. But also my Audible version should be out at the end of the month. And so I have 50 Audible credits that I can send out to people as well. So I figured I might as well hop on here and offer it here since I just got that yesterday.
I love Audible. I have ADHD and dyslexia, so sometimes I'll just like, you know, use that. So I'll get a credit a month, and I'll use it on whichever book I fancy at the moment. But no, I love that, and that's a very generous offer of you.
Yeah,
Audible is definitely one of Isabel's love languages, I have to say. If you're talking books, you're going to give her content that she can consume.
Audible, Kindle, it's like this. This is my baby. This is my Kindle baby.
I
understand. It goes with me everywhere.
My husband is always like, "How many books are we gonna get?" I have everything. I have so many.
Yeah, if I had purchased every single book I've read, or what's on my TBR, my to be read list, my house would be full. It would look like a library.
Mine too.
Can you give us a couple of your nuggets, you know, Nona, as far as speakers that want to find paying gigs, that want to break out? Can you give us one or two of your hot tips for our viewers?
Definitely. I would start local or with associations. Those are kind of the lower hanging fruit. Definitely have your marketing materials ready to send. So your scripted email, your headshot, your one sheet or media kit, your demo reel, like we said, have those ready to go out. And I think one really big mistake that a lot of speakers make is they kind of make the message about them and how amazing they are. Like, oh, I'm so cool. I've written a book. I've been in Forbes, blah, blah, blah. But what you really want to say is what I'm here to do is help you get paid speaking engagements. You know, just as an example of, you need to make it about them, not all about you. So someone's media kit or one sheet will be really, really heavily on how amazing they are when it really needs to speak to the organization and the meeting professional who is hiring you. That's why your audience learning objectives and takeaways need to be really clear. And people really love tangible and workable, like steps, tips, and tricks, rather than like you get a sense of ownership in the company. No, tell them steps on how they're going to increase their employee engagement. Like you need to be really specific on who you're marketing to and what you're helping them do, rather than just trying to market to any and everyone and see what sticks. It's just try to be really specific. The riches are in the niches.
I have not heard that before.
You haven't heard that one?
No, the riches are in the niches. I've heard a niche will make you rich, but I haven't heard the riches are in the niches. And I like the way that sounds, you know, being a writer and an editor and you know, I love playing with my words, Nona, as Isabel knows. And so I like the way that flips. That sounds really good.
Well, I got that from one of my clients, so I can't take credit. So I got that from Frank King. Yeah.
So go ahead, Isabel.
Go ahead.
Is there something that you would say is responsible for kind of getting you into this work? I know you talked about your father and that, but as far as going out on your own, is there something in particular that is more satisfying there, that you feel like you're doing what you're meant to do? Talk to us a little bit about that, Nona.
Yeah, honestly, I tried to run from the speaking industry for a really long time because I was like, no, that's a family business. I don't want to be in the family business. You know, as a teenager, I was like, oh, you're dragging me to another speaking event where I have to sell books in the back of the room or be standing at your booth. But now that I realized I actually enjoy it and learned a lot of things that most kids don't learn at my age. Or at that age growing up. So once I stopped fighting what I was doing and where I was going, and then I leaned into what I know the best and what I enjoy doing, which is a lot of networking, following up, and being that go-to person that speakers go to. Like I like checklists. I like to be able to help them do their program agreements, negotiations, get their book sales and their calendar booked. Like I like those things. And so once I stopped fighting that and leaned into what my strengths were, and then hiring other people to do the things that are not my strengths, like my social media, my graphic design, like in the beginning, I tried to do all of that myself. Once I realized to lean into what I love and know, the money would flow and follow, and it has.
Yes, that's awesome. That's
You know,
awesome. Yeah.
And when you are stepping into your ownership and you're owning the conversations that you're having, you're commanding the stage, you are getting people to take action on what it is that you're offering, then you'll start to be able to truly monetize what it is that you're doing and talking about. But unless you're passionate about it, unless it's something that you live, breathe, sleep,
yes,
eat, everything, all XYZ, all the above, unless you're doing that, you're not going to find a huge amount of success, no matter who is coaching you, mentoring you, who's in your corner. If you're not in the gym, getting ripped and doing the work, it doesn't matter as soon as you get into the ring, because you are automatically going to lose against your foe, the person that is more hungry than you, the person that's more motivated than you.
Yes. And people can tell if you get up on stage and you're just chasing that, that keynote paycheck, but you don't really care about the topic or the audience. People can see right through that, and they will see it, whether you think you're doing a good job hiding it or not. So that's always one of my tips is I'm like, no matter how sellable you think that topic might be, don't chase the hot topic of the moment. You need to stick with what you know, because just because you were a resilient speaker 3 years ago and now the hot trend is AI doesn't automatically make you an AI expert just because you can speak in front of an audience, which a lot of people forget, and they flip flop and chase the hot topic of the moment because they're chasing the money. But no, stick with what you're passionate about, and it will follow. You will become that expert in that industry, and it will work out.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And we are about to wrap up here. We need to move on here in just a moment. So we want to give you the last word. Anything you want to share with us, something we didn't ask you, something that you think that our viewers need to know, Nona, please.
I think that's it, other than just remember to follow up. People will forget about you in a millisecond. They are so busy. Continue to follow up, engage on social media with those decision makers, and just follow up. Follow up. That's the main thing about the speaking industry. If you want to get gigs, do not forget that. I think that's about it. Yeah. And I love to speak with any and everyone, meet people, have discovery calls all day. If you want a copy of my book or that Audible credit, email me and I'll send those over.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'll take us to commercial. Nona, thank you so much for being here. And when we come back, we'll be back with Jim Poole of Newcom.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. JoinTheDivas.com.
All right, it's Trailblazer time, and we've got a
Enjoy presentations with Canva.
All right, it's Trailblazer time, and we've got a real trailblazer himself coming up, Mr. Jim Poole of Newcom. Jim is a friend, Jim is a client, Jim is a traveling, I was going to say traveling buddy. That's the thing that comes to me. Well, you have to meet Jim, then you'll understand the whole buddy term. But me and Jim have done so many amazing things together over the years. Heather, you just got a little bit of an introduction to him, and I know you're already excited to hear more from him. So have those questions ready, because me and Heather will be back after this quick commercial break, just a quick one, and then we will be bringing up Jim Poole of Newcom, a disruptor and trailblazer for sure. Man, I love that spot. It must be one of my most favorite spots. Like, you think it would be like the kid showing the grandma like how the high tech works, but they kind of flipped it. I don't know. I love it. Maybe it's because I'm a publisher. Maybe it's because I'm a publicist, but I love seeing all the things that we can do.
Sensational. Thank you so much, David.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to have you on here, guest co-hosting at the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. Our next guest is everything, including my travel buddy. It's just something I came up with. I'm gonna have to workshop this a little bit. But Jim Poole is a fascinating guy. He is an intelligent guy. He is inspiring. He is funny. Kind of individual. I think Jim fits in that category. Like, if you don't get along with Jim, I don't know. I'm questioning you more than I'm questioning Jim. Jim just seems to kind of get along with everybody. He has been a blessing to so many lives in our top talent community, but also in our Kenya community. And Heather, you were just hearing him talk a little bit about traveling to Kenya with us, him and his wife, Nicole. They're coming back for a third time. But Newcom has blessed the lives and donated millions of dollars worth of neuroscience. Universities, schools, just offered so much. He's been over there training the law enforcement as well as the general public, right? Schools, teachers, universities. And he has traveled all over the world, even helping patients like stage 4 cancer patients, professional athletes, NBA, MLB, NHL. He's worked with the people at the Pentagon, FBI, right? So the list just goes on and on. I think you get the idea, Heather. I'm excited for you to meet him. I'm excited for all of you at home right now to meet him. Let me bring him up now. Mr. Jim Poole, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you? Hi, David and Heather. Happy June.
Yeah,
Welcome to the show.
So, Jim, one of the first questions we're kicking everything off with, and something we're asking everyone, Mark Victor Hansen and Dennis Waitley, all these great minds, John Gray, Lisa Nichols. And it's the same question we want to ask you. And that is, there's this term trailblazer, right? It's this idea that when somebody hits a dead end, they just kind of start blazing their own path. They just start creating a road that never existed before. And in addition to that kind of concept of trailblazer, there's also somebody that's a disruptor, right? It's like when everybody is zigging, they zag, and they disrupt the marketplace. And, these are pioneers. These are people who think a little different. We've used the term guerrilla. You were a big part of this book, Guerrilla Education, which we so much appreciated. It's all about the unconventional ways to learn, profit, and grow. Trailblazers are kind of unconventional, right? Disruptors, very unconventional. But if I kind of force you to choose, do you see yourself more as a trailblazer or a disruptor?
I would say, me personally, I'd say trailblazer, Newcom, the technology, disruptor. And all in the same vein of pioneer. So to me, it falls under the umbrella of pioneer. Being a pioneer is one of the biggest challenges that any human will face. In fact, if you reflect on the last 10 or 20 years, there's only a handful of pioneering technologies that make it. There are thousands of technologies that are invented. They don't make it. Why? Because of the courage, the commitment, the clarity, the confidence, the absolute certainty to endeavor to persevere when the challenges seem too formidable and there's no path. So I did not in 2009, when I was introduced to the neuroscientist inventor of Newcom, consider myself a trailblazer, a disruptor, or a pioneer. In fact, I'm not sure I'd have chosen the path if I'd seen how challenging it is. Holy guacamole. Let me just share with you Why? Why is pioneering so hard? If you look back in history, and for me, I have to, or otherwise I'll go crazy. I'm not a patient man, and I've had to be patient. If you look back and you see pioneers, you'll see an arc of about 40 years to bring something from pioneering concept to mass market adoption. Going back to the microwave in 1946, invented by a Raytheon physicist, didn't become a household item until 1986. Steve Jobs, almost a 40-year arc. Disney, almost a 40-year arc, died 5 years before Disney World opened. So the brain demands a comparison. When you bring a pioneering tech to the brain, there is no comparison, which leaves paralysis. And I can't tell you how blue in the face I've become educating the medical community around the world, hundreds of lectures, and falling on just confusion and austerity in response because the brain has no comparison. We make up comparisons. We always used to say new calm's only competition is old calm. Old calm in the form of drugs and alcohol that have a very strong ability to downregulate your stress. They just happen to come with side effects. So
yeah. So let me play off of that a little bit here. And you're kind of starting to answer this question, but how has Newcom disrupted the marketplace? And it sounds like there is a little bit of a tie there to drugs, but what else?
Well, I mean, for us, and you mentioned all the audiences we get to serve. Humans have a connective tissue that we don't really understand. We think we're alone in the world and isolated in our own behavioral patterns, and none of that could be further from the truth. We can work with monks and punks and pilots and passengers and the military and kids because we all suffer the same consequence called stress. So for us, being a disruptor, it's really just what is the possibility? We all have stress. Our brain is smarter than we think, period. Our brain, the circuitry, is smarter than what we think. So we're going to find ways to take care of ourselves. Drugs, recreational drugs, exercise, whatever that is. Newcomb is a possibility to bring into your life and allow you the opportunity to downregulate your stress response with a predictable, reliable outcome and no work on your behalf. So we have definitely, David and Heather, stood alone. We've been very isolated. It's lonely. It's confusing. But we've always had the absolute certainty to know what we are bringing to the world is necessary. Yeah. We're obligated. We have a responsibility, and we will not fail. We just would like to get it sooner than later to the mass market and liberate humans from stress without drugs.
That somewhat answers my question, because you shared that this has not been easy. This has been a very difficult path, and you're an extremely intelligent man, and you're choosing to do this, it feels like, for some really deep underlying reason. Can you share a little bit more about what drives you to continue moving forward with this?
Part of it, that's a great question. Part of it is the history, the social fabric that we're raised in, not the DNA we're born into, but the societal mores and norms that are imposed upon us, mostly by our parents and then our networks around us. I was raised by 2 psychotherapists in the 70s. And so I think integrated into the fabric of my DNA is a willingness and a desire to help and do the right thing when no one's looking. There's never really been intentional reciprocity or quid pro quo or keeping score. When I first met Blake Holloway, anyone who met him would know that they were in the presence of genius amongst genius, but also an esoteric feeling of, I can't get a read on this gentleman. It could have been the Asperger's. It could have been the possibility that maybe he is from an alien life form. I have no idea, but he was a gift to humanity, an amazing specimen. And he said this to me in June of 2009. I have invented a technology that quickly, safely, and predictably relaxes the mind and body within minutes with no side effects. I'd never heard that statement before. And so when you dig into that and you do find that, hey, intuitively, this sounds amazing. And then you start seeing it's real and it's factual and it's based on science, then you naturally feel this obligation to be like, wow, we have to do this. And at some point, Heather and David, Newcomb became integrated into me and me into it, because I was the voice box and the delivery of complex science to the world because of Blake's Asperger's. And that purpose became the mission, and the mission becomes the purpose. And that absolute certainty is pivotal, because as soon as there's a seed of doubt, your amygdala and your body's natural fear response will find a narrative to figure out ways to exit. And that's never been a choice for us.
Yeah. So you've got different ways people can experience and benefit from this neuroscience technology. And I know there's going to be some people that are new to this that are wondering, okay, what are we really talking about here? Can you explain some of this very specific tracks and sessions people can experience through Newcom? And be sure to include Tony Robbins in there, because I know that's something that a lot of people love.
I can, and thank you. Before I do, allow me to share a quick story. Since the dawn of humankind, humans, knuckle-dragging cave people, have either discovered or created ways to change their mental state. They're not even aware of this. Today in 2024, if we're feeling mentally lethargic, we'll have caffeine. It's not magic. It's not a miracle. It increases your brainwave frequency. If we're having psychic pain, we're troubled, maybe we have a glass of alcohol. It slows down your brainwave frequency. If you're feeling anxious, you may take anti-anxiety drug. If you're feeling depressed, antidepressant. If you're having trouble sleeping, you may take a sleeping pill. You're starting to get the point. We are not capable as the human species of regulating up or down our brainwave function. And the brainwave function has 5 categories, a 41 hertz range. Delta, theta, and alpha are slow waveforms in the sleep architecture, then beta and gamma. Dr. Holloway went on a quest beginning in 1990. We've been at this for 34 years. And he said, you know what? I need to find a way to help liberate the traumatized brain from the chaos of this high frequency fear response, because they can't do it on their own. It's a physiological impossibility. So there are 2 ways for the human brain to be tricked and patterned, and that is auditory or visual. Blake figured out a way to use the ears as a carrier to present your brain with a pattern that your brain follows. And the first product we launched was a $6,000 FDA Class 3 medical device, neuroscience product to the medical community in November 2009. It was complicated, had 4 components, and it was expensive. But the outcome was incredible. Using your ears as a carrier, like a NASCAR pace car, we're presenting 1 to 2 gigabytes of information in the form of software, algorithms, mathematics, very complex. And the brain follows that pattern. Newcom Rescue is the only patented technology in the world clinically proven to lower stress and improve sleep without drugs. We also have the only patented method for eliciting a state change in a human brain. It's incredible. That's pioneering. So what we do is you put on headphones. You do nothing else. And within 8 minutes, we cycle your brainwave down into theta, which is just above deep sleep and is the healing zone for the human body and the mind. So Blake figured out a way, not using narcotic-based pharmaceuticals, not using drugs and alcohol, not using cognitive behavioral therapy, using advanced physics and your ears as a carrier to slow down your brain. Once we figured this out, David and Heather, I remember in 2015, I said, Blake, if we can take everybody's brain to 4 hertz in a surgical environment, for a pilot, for an elite military professional, for Tony Robbins, for a monk, can we take them to sleep? Yes. Can we take them to creativity at 7.83 hertz? Yes. Can we take them to focus at 18.4 hertz? Yes. Can we take them to high intensity at 41 hertz? What I loved about working with Blake is the answer was always yes. He had that level of genius, but his Asperger's disallowed any operational efficiencies in executive functioning. You never knew how or when. You just knew it was going to happen. So today, we have taken all of our science, 34 years of clinically proven patented neuroscience, research done at Harvard and NASA, you name it. We put it into a mobile app, not because we're an app company and not because we care to deliver through an app. We care to help humans, and if it's not easy, humans will find a reason not to take care of themselves. So we deliver all of this through an app, and in the last 4 years, we went from 1 product called Rescue to 6 products. We have Rescue, Power Nap, and Flow State in the recovery zone. We have Deep Sleep for sleep. We have Focus for focus, and Ignite for high-intensity, mistake-free focus. So you literally, for the first time in human history, can change your mental state across all 5 categories of brainwave function, listening to something through a mobile phone with headphones. That is disruptive.
Go ahead, Heather. I can tell you're ready. You're ready to burst. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you weren't going to say you were disruptive, I was going to proclaim you disruptive, because I'm like, gosh, but going up against like the pharmaceutical industry, doesn't that do you get pushback? Do you feel it at all?
Pioneers are often confused, alienated, and treated like we're lepers because nobody understands what we do. So the fact that I've done 400 plus medical lectures to the best neuroscientists, neurologists, you name it, and very few of what I talk about is understood, keeps us kind of impregnable to competitive spirit, because if you don't know what you don't know, it's kind of like ignorance is bliss. At some point, the world will figure this out. And I do believe in my heart, and it's not why we do this, but I do believe maybe a decade or two from now, Dr. Holloway will posthumously win a Nobel Peace Prize when people finally figure this out. Now, you could reflect on Nikola Tesla and George Joukowsky, two engineers, physicists in the 1930s and 40s in New York City, inventing electromedicine, most of which we don't understand today. Maybe we never understand Newcomb, and that's not the premise of why we do this. I don't care if you ever understand Newcomb anymore, just like a microwave. If you queried 100 people in America and said, hey, how's a microwave work? They'd say, I don't know. They said, what does it do? It conveniently heats up my food. So that's what we're going for. How does Newcomb work? I don't know. But what's it do? It makes me feel good when I don't.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we're running short on time. You know, you did a great job as always. You know, give us your last thoughts, and you know, I would love for you to tell the audience what's the best way to experiment or try out Newcomb as well.
www.newcalm.com. We actually acquiesce to the consumer behavioral pattern, which I don't believe in, because the brain doesn't honor what's free, but we have a 7-day free trial. So if stress and poor sleep and focus is a challenge for you, and you don't want taking drugs and the side effects and the cost associated, Newcomb is 6 channels on one mobile app for as low as 50 cents a day. We can't do much better than that. But before I leave, allow me one opportunity. Trailblazing, pioneering, disruptive. We are alone because there's just not many of us. We are isolated in our path. We need to be convicted and compassionate and determined in our path forward, because no one else is going to do it. No one has ever come and knocked on the door and said, Jim, I'm here to help you on your journey forward. It doesn't work that way. So have the conviction and compassion, knowledge, purpose, and mission to know the path you're on is the path you deserve to be on, and the path humanity needs you to be on. And just because it's alone and just because it's isolated doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Keep going. Keep on your determined path. Keep going with the courageous conviction, clarity, and confidence that you have, because trailblazing, humanity relies on trailblazers. Humanity relies on disruption. Humanity relies on all these things. We may look at it and judge it until it becomes mass market, and we welcome it and say that we created it, right? That's how the human brain works. Let's honor the human brain, and let's keep doing what we're doing. So I applaud every trailblazer out there, and I'm really thrilled to be a part of this event. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Heather. Always a pleasure to be a part of helping people help people.
Wow, thank you. Humanity relies on trailblazers. I love it.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. JoinTheDivas.com.
What an incredible interview with Jim Poole. I love that guy. He has been amazing. He's come with us on the Kenya Keynote Tour a couple of times, and now he's coming with us on the next one. So if you guys want to learn more about that, toptagency.com/Kenya. But it's been a great wrap up to day 2 of the Trailblazer Summit and Symposium. Tomorrow was the last day. So take advantage of still being able to get the VIP offer to upgrade your online experience. You can get some recordings, goodies, and a few other little extra things that we didn't tell you before. So if you want to do that, go to trailblazerevent.com, click click on the online VIP and it'll direct you there. And hopefully we'll see you guys in New York under the NYC VIP event, our one-day live in-person session, which will be all day. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Have a good night.